I know.
Okay, everybody here? Good. Are you serious? I gotta reset my Ethnic password.
Okay, great, okay.
Bring out some cake.
Bring on somebody else to try to recall.
Okay,
Bring on the recall.
we're gonna get started. It's 6 o'clock. Today is Tuesday, November the 7th,
I mean, I don't have time.
2023. This is a meeting of the Redondo Beach City Council, and we are coming back from closed session. May I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Nierenheim.
Here.
Councilmember Kalu-Jedovich.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember Barrett.
Here.
Mayor Brand absent, and Mayor Pro Tem Lowenstein.
Here. Do we have any announcements from closed session?
Nothing to announce from closed session this evening.
Okay, we are adjourning now to the regular meeting of the City Council. May I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Nierenheim.
Here.
Councilmember Kalu-Jedovich.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember Barrett.
Here.
Mayor Brand absent. Mayor Pro Tem Lowenstein.
Here. Thank you very much. Mayor Brand is unavailable tonight. He joined us in closed session, but he is not feeling well. So I, as a Mayor Pro Tem, are running the meeting. So can we stand, please, for salute to the flag? I pledge allegiance
To the flag
of the United States of America
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please remain standing for a minute for collecting our thoughts. Okay, thank you. Okay, would John Naylor come up?
Captain.
Here you go, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you.
Here you go, thank you.
Well, this is my honor to be here tonight to honor John Naylor, who is a police captain with our police department. He's been with the department off and on, actually mostly on, 28 years, as a full-time employee. And I say off and on because you actually began your career as a cadet in August of 1993. You were hired as a recruit in February of 1995 and graduated the academy in July that same year. In July of 97, you worked at the pier, moving on to the Special Investigations Unit, SIU, as a detective the following year. After a couple years, you transferred back to patrol, becoming a field training officer in 2002 and a certified taser instructor in 2003. In 2006, you were promoted to sergeant, and then you transferred back to the SIU as a sergeant in 2010. So in 2016, Sergeant Naylor was promoted to lieutenant, and within a year would be acting captain, which soon after became a permanent promotion. On top of all your experience, Captain Naylor attended the Supervisory Leadership Institute in 2010, completed the FEMA Incident Management Unified Command course at Texas A&M in 2017, and completed the Law Enforcement Executive Development course in 2018. So this is kind of a bittersweet moment for all of us because, we look back at all your accomplishments and your service to the city, and I personally am going to miss you. I've talked to you numerous times about seeking advice from your perspective on the police department, and you're a highly qualified, experienced individual. Do you have any plans for the future that you want to tell us about?
I got a job. So, yeah. So, yeah, I'll be going to work. Yeah, my last day is on the 16th, and then I got a new job with the county starting on the 20th. But
So you'll be around.
yeah, and it's gone by fast. It's gone by super fast, way too fast. So I started here when I was 19, and a few years later, here we are. But I do want to say, first of all, this is an extremely tough job, and it's tough on the family, tough on the friends, and it's just a tough but very, very rewarding career. But you really can't get through it, and you can't do it without the help of others. And so I want to say thank you to the council. You guys are great. I did talk to Mayor Brand earlier and told him that it's an honor to receive this, and I thanked him for his phone call. I want to thank Mike Wodzansky. He's a great city manager, and it's been a pleasure working with you guys. The city's been great for me and my family, and I'll never forget the city. Almost every story I have starts with my buddy Joe Hoffman and I. One time we were working the pier, and it goes from there. So it's not only just a great job, but I've made the best friends, that are family over the years. So really thankful for Joe and his friendship, and it's been an absolute pleasure. He's a great police chief, and really happy to end our career this way. Also, sitting here in the front row are a few people from my family. My daughter, and again, it was very, very tough being the daughter of a police officer. It just is. But she's done it so gracefully, and she's done it well, and I'm just very thankful for her and her support. My girlfriend, Lisa Houlet, is next to her, and she is absolutely amazing. And then next to her is her son. You guys will probably be seeing him on the football field very soon, or on TV. So, yeah, just thank you guys. I want to thank all the people from the police department. It's been an absolute pleasure working with you guys, ladies and gentlemen. And I know that I'll be seeing you guys all very soon. And if I had an opportunity to do this whole thing over again, I'd do it in a minute. So thank you.
Thank you. Chief Hoffman, I think, would like to say a few words.
This is a very, very well-deserved recognition. It's amazing when 30 years can go by just like that. I mean, just like John said, I started with John back in the mid-90s, and John was the very first person at Redondo Beach PD that came up and introduced himself to me. And over the past 30 years, the assignments that we've worked, the things that we've done, I try to refer to Redondo Beach PD as a family all the time. But the connection that John and I have really is family. I mean, getting to know him and his family throughout the years, holidays, vacations, things like that, it really creates a bond that you can't replicate in any other manner. The thing that gets us, like John said, this is a tough career, and not everybody can do it. And what gets us through it is all the people that you're seeing out here in the audience today. It takes every single person at the police department and the camaraderie that we develop and the partnerships that we have and the relationships that we create in order to get through a career like this. John's being very humble up here right now, but what he's achieved in the last 30 years and what he's accomplished for this city is truly remarkable. John has made me a better person, a better father, a better police officer, and if it wasn't for John, I wouldn't be in the position that I'm at right now. I can't thank John enough for everything that he's done for this department, for this community, and for me personally over the 30 years. And as sad as I am to see him go, I'm so proud of everything that he's accomplished. So thank you, John.
Thank you.
So I'd like to present to you Key to the City, presented to John Naylor, Captain, Police Department, a recognition of your dedicated service to the city of Redondo Beach, February 9, 1995 to November 17th, 2023. and in appreciation of your invaluable contributions to make this community a better place to live, work, and play. Congratulations.
Thank you. Family, man.
Next on the agenda, we have a special visitor, Assemblymember Al Maritsucci. So Al, if you wouldn't mind stepping in. I think you have something you would like to present to us.
All right. Well, good evening, Mayor Pro Tem Lowenstein and the entire City Council. Thank you very much to the community of Redondo Beach for having me. I am here to give a special presentation, which is, I was just confirming with your city manager, Mr. Witsansky, that as of now, the AES power plant is still scheduled to shut down by the end of this year. I had a chance to talk with your mayor, Bill Brand, in the back. I know that he has some health issues that he's dealing with now, and so he's not able to join us on the podium today. But I know that Mayor Brand and the entire City Council has been fighting hard for years to shut down that AES power plant and convert that into a public park space to restore the original wetlands at that AES power plant. And so I wanted to make sure that the City Council of Redondo Beach, the entire Redondo Beach community knew that the state of California, we got your back. And so today I wanted to present this check for $5 million from the state of California to purchase the land at the current AES power plant, to restore that land to be a public park. I was just asking Mayor Brand that we have to get it done before he leaves office, because I know that Mayor Brand has been fighting for that cause to shut down that power plant and to restore that land to its original state as a wetland and as a public park space for all of Redondo Beach, all of the South Bay to be able to enjoy. So Mayor Pro Tem Lowenstein, please wanted to present this check.
Absolutely.
All right.
Oh, sure, yeah, let's all get in, here we go. Can we chant? Ow, 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 ow. You're the best.
What a nice surprise. Thank you.
Good work, sir. Thank you.
Hold on to that. Yeah. Thanks, Al. Okay, now on to approval of order of the agenda. May I get a motion, I entertain a motion for approving the order of agenda?
I'll make a motion to approve as is.
I have a second?
There is one item, I think, tonight that we would request to remove from the agenda, item N3, I believe it is, regarding the Measure H renewal. Given the recent actions of the United Way. I'm not sure this is as time sensitive as it once was. We'll bring it back at a time when we can have a policy discussion associated with the actual ballot measure when it's ready for vote.
United Way action, right?
Yeah, the United
All
Way
right,
action.
I'll make a motion to approve agenda as is and taking out item N3.
Okay,
United
all
Way.
items but N3. Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay,
Make a substitute motion.
sure.
I think we have a lot of people here to speak to item P1. If we can move that ahead of L1.
Second. I second it. I think that's right.
Okay, there is a substitute motion on the floor to move P1 up before the other items, including the public hearing. So I will do a roll call vote unless anybody else has another competing motion. Okay, Councilmember Nierenheim.
No.
Councilmember Kalajerovich.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
Councilmember Barrett.
Aye.
And aye for me, so 4-1. Okay, so we will talk about item P1 after non-agenda items and before the, before
Public
the
hearing.
public hearing. Okay, why don't we go to announcements and other communications? Councilmember Nierenheim, why don't you start?
Yeah, I got a couple announcements. I have my regular community meeting this Saturday at Alta Vista at 9:30 a.m. I'll be having my online community meeting next week, so come on down. Everyone is invited. This Saturday as well at Veterans Park is our annual Veterans Day celebration event at 1 p.m. So please come on down for that. That is always an awesome event. We always have lots of dignitaries. I believe we have a speaker from Vietnam War coming down. And of course, all the electeds and always a big crowd, and the volunteer group that sets that up always does a fantastic job. And in recognition of Veterans Day, we have Friday is not going to be street sweeping. So if you have street sweeping area, don't worry about that. And last but not least, I will definitely want to thank the Riviera Business Improvement District, the Riviera BID, down in the Riviera Village, for having a fantastic Halloween event, probably the biggest event they've ever had down there. It was jam-packed full of people, wall to wall, and very well received. Restaurants were booming, having a great time, just a ton of costumes out there. And I can't go without saying RSVP for, save the date for December 7th for the holiday stroll down the Riviera Village when the next event will be down there. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Kalajerovich.
Yes, thank you. I want to thank Jordan Small for coming to our community meeting last Saturday, giving a presentation on her process, along with the committee for the city logo that's been proposed. I was also happy to attend El Segundo's ribbon cutting for the local travel network that they've built. I look forward to something here in Redondo, something similar. And I also look forward to the Veterans Day celebration. I'll be saying the Pledge of Allegiance with my daughter Clara. And I do look forward to hearing Colonel Huey, who is a POW from the Vietnam War. That's it.
Okay, Councilmember Obaji.
All right. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Just wanted to say, we had a meeting with the Metro project manager for the Sea Line extension to Torrance last Monday, not this past Monday, the Monday before, at the South Bay Social District this meeting space in the Galleria. And it was noted by the Georgia Sheridan, who is the project lead, that if the alignment, the Metro came down Hawthorne Boulevard, the stop would be obviously in the middle of Hawthorne Boulevard, but every bus would stop there before it went to the transit center, so there wouldn't be a need to board a different bus or walk to the transit center if somebody did need to connect there. So that was interesting. And great to see the Teamsters here. We met earlier, Councilmember Kalajerovich and I, with the head of PSA and CEA. Sorry that we didn't get to meet with Teamsters there, but we love our workforce and we support y'all. So thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Barrett.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Just wanted to announce we did have an incredible community meeting this last Thursday with our interim chief and harbor master, Pat Butler, who was joined by Captain Mahoney and other members of our fine fire department. Great presentation, great demonstration. It's just another in a long line of these great meetings we've had with city staff, Chief Hoffman, Ted Simon and his public works team, and it was very much appreciated, not just by me, but all the residents who came in and had the opportunity to experience what it is that all of you offer. So thank you for that.
Okay, thank you. I have two announcements, one of which is I was fortunate enough to be invited to observe the police and fire dispatch, and actually got to see calls coming in and listen in to some of the calls that were happening live. So it was quite interesting and great respect for what they're doing. The second thing is we had a great community meeting in October, probably the best in 7 years I've been on the council in terms of attendance. We had Dr. Wesley, superintendent of the school district. We had Public Works Director Ted Simon, and we had Police Chief Joe Hoffman talking about a variety of issues from road projects to parking around the high school to e-bikes. Of course, everybody loves to talk about e-bikes. The next community meeting, the November community meeting, will be this Monday, November the 13th, 6 to 7:30 on Zoom. My special guest will be Jordan Small from Stellan Design. She is the consultant who led the efforts to redesign our city logo. I would encourage anybody that can be there to be on that call. It's really interesting. Those of you who were at watched the last council meeting got to see a really interesting presentation on how design happens for city logos and other logos. So if you can be there 6 to 7:30 on Monday evening, the 13th, you can register on redondo.org under District 2 council member, and that's me. So, okay, on to,
Mayor Pro Tem, point of
yes, sir.
order. There's a bad echo, and I understand
I think it's
that.
because the door is open.
So I don't know if this,
Yeah, we're working on it right now in the tech booth. Hopefully we'll get it figured out here in a few minutes, but yeah, we're on it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now we are going to recess for agency meeting of the Community Finance Authority. May I get a roll call, please?
Member Nierenheim.
Here.
Member Kalujedovich.
Here.
Member Obaji.
here,
Member Barrett.
Here.
Chairman Brand absent, and Vice Chair Lowenstein.
Here. Can I get a motion for approval of the order of agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, anybody opposed? Okay, do we have any blue folder items? This is for the Community Financing Authority.
No blue folder items.
Okay. Next, we have 3 items on the consent calendar. Would anybody like to pull any of the items on the consent calendar on the council? Would anybody in the audience like to pull any of the items on the consent calendar? This is for the Community Finance Authority Agency. Okay, may I get a motion then for approval of items C1 through C3, please?
so moved.
Second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, motion passes 5-0. Next is public participation on non-agenda items. This is your chance to speak to any of the items that are not on the agenda for the Community Financing Authority. So you can speak on pretty much anything as long as it's not on the agenda for this evening's meeting. So would anybody like to speak on the non-agenda items for the Community Financing Authority? Okay, being there's none, anybody have any items for referral to the staff? Okay. Okay, then can I get a motion to adjourn the meeting to Tuesday, December the 5th?
The logo, is it on?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
This?
Aye.
Anybody opposed?
No.
Okay. We are now back to the,
Do I speak to that? Was that my chance?
we are now back to the Redondo Beach City Council meeting. Can I get a roll call, please?
Hold on a second. Okay. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Here.
Councilmember Kalujedovich.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember Barrett.
Here.
Mayor Brand absent, and Mayor Pro Tem Lowenstein.
Here. Do we have any blue folder items for tonight's meeting?
So I fill this out.
Yes, hold on. Okay, we have for J1, non-agenda items, public communications, for L1 for the public hearing related to urban lot splits and two-unit development subject to Senate Bill 9. We have proposed amendments to CCSB 9 ordinance. P1 regarding charter review, possible charter amendments. We have PowerPoint from the city attorney. We have the staff report for July 15, 2014. We have estimates from LA County 2024 primary election and in November 2024, and also some public communications, and also my additional estimate for additional measures for the March 2025. And that's it.
Can I get a motion for receive and file?
Motion to receive and file.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, now moving on to item H, consent calendar. This is our opportunity to vote on all items at one time unless any of the council members pull that item or the public pulls that item. So I'll start with Councilmember Narenheim. Do you have any items to pull from the consent calendar?
I have no items to pull, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Kalajarovich.
I'd like to pull H17 and H18.
H17 and H18. Okay, Councilmember Obaji.
I'm good, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Barrett.
H11, H19.
Okay. Okay, anybody from the public would like to pull any items from the consent calendar? Okay, can I get a motion then for all items except for H11, H17, H18, and H19?
Okay,
So moved to approve those items. And if I could just make the remark that I'm glad to see us allocating $25,000 to the animal sheltering services.
Okay.
okay, for, let's see, we have public comments, or I have e-comments, one for H6, with support, one for H7, support, H21, oppose. Okay, and then check Zoom, and none on Zoom.
Okay, great. May I get a second to Councilmember Obaji's motion? Okay, motion made by Councilmember Obaji, seconded by Councilmember Kalajarovich. All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, the motion passes 5-0. Is there anything you'd like to read?
Yes. Okay, so H9, adopt by title only resolution number CC-2311-111, a resolution of City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, declaring work associated with the Pier Structures Repair Project Job Number 70350 as repair and exempting it from bidding requirements pursuant to sections 19 and 19-1A of the City Charter of Redondo Beach. H13, adopt by title only resolution number CC-2311-112, a resolution City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, authorizing submittal of individual grant applications for all departments of resources, recycling, and recovery, Cal Recycle grant programs for which the City of Redondo Beach is eligible. Adopt by 4/5 vote, title only resolution number CC-2311-113, a resolution City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, authorizing a carryover of unexpected balance of Cal Recycle SB 1383 local assistant grant funds from the Intergovernmental Grant Fund and appropriate to the 2023-2024 fiscal year Public Works operating budget. Got one more. H22, adopt by title only ordinance number 3264-23, an ordinance of the City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, amending Title 10, Chapter 2 of the Municipal Code pertaining to accessory dwelling units in residential zone consistent with state law for second reading and adoption. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Okay, now on to item H11, Councilmember Barrett.
I just wanted to abstain. That's it.
Okay,
Motion to approve H11.
Second.
okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Any abstentions?
I abstain.
Okay, 4-0 and 1. Thank you. On to item H17, Councilmember Kalajarovich.
Yeah, I wanted to pull this item similarly to H18. This is for waiving the parking meter fees for Riviera Village between December 2nd through January 1st. This is a net loss for our revenue significantly. For H17, it's $125,000. H18 is $130,000. And given our circumstances right now, I can't in good conscience approve these. I think that we have to have a serious conversation about wants versus needs, and this is something that seems like a want, and we need to cover our basics first.
Anybody else like to comment on these items, H17 and H18? Okay, Councilmember Barrett.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So H18, H17, it's essentially the free parking meters for a period of time in Riviera Village and Pier Plaza, is that right?
That's correct.
And it's
And also the Pier Plaza parking structure.
Pier Plaza parking structure, okay.
And
$255,000 is our city manager's here, good. So how did we come up with the $255,000 of revenue lost as a result of this? What's that?
It's based on monthly projections for typical parking, and it's a rough estimate.
Okay. And I wasn't here when this, I assume this has been around a while. I kind of recall seeing that during the holidays.
It has. Yeah, it's been around for quite a while. We've been doing this as a matter of practice for many years. The budget that we have reflects the assumption that these 2 months are not collecting revenue. So in terms of approving this item, you're not harming the budget or revenue projections as adopted. But as we've noted, there is no denying the fact that there is a revenue loss by way of waiving the parking.
Yeah.
It's historically been well received by businesses in the two areas. Not all businesses. I'll say there has been over the years some discussion, at least in Riviera Village, depending on which type of operator you are. But generally speaking, as a policy matter, we have waived parking during the holidays. Many of our neighboring cities do as well. I believe Hermosa and Manhattan are still conducting that waiver. But it is a revenue impact. That is a flat out reality of this decision.
Thank you. Is the intent kind of to spread holiday cheer, or is this to increase traffic for the businesses? I mean, is there a potential upside financially from a revenue stream perspective for businesses, for the city, or otherwise?
I think that could be argued. There is data that would support, depending on the business type, that the only way we can drive turnover is to ensure that we're also, as part of this free waiver of parking, enforcing the 4-hour limit that exists down in Riviera Village. So that is something that we have to continue to stay mindful of. If residents use it to park and stay for an extended period, I'm not sure that's driving additional traffic, and it's not necessarily in the spirit of the holiday waiver. So it is, I think, predominantly a feel-good item for all parties involved. And it's really a pure policy call as to whether or not this is something we continue from a regular annual standpoint.
Do you know if this helps to get more people to come to Riviera Village? I mean, are we not filling up? My experience, and I defer in large part to our District 1 council person, when I go to Riviera Village, problem isn't paying for parking, the problem is finding parking. So.
Yeah, I think when we used to bag the meters in Riviera Village, I think it could be argued that it was actually obstructing parking access because there wasn't an ability to really indicate that 4-hour parking requirement was in place. Now we're able to set the digital message to say very clearly that is still being enforced. We have better technology to enforce that kind of requirement.
Yeah.
So have we had trouble finding parking during the holidays? In general, the Riviera Village has gotten a lot busier, and it's more difficult now than it ever has been to find parking down there. But I'm not sure we're at a tipping point yet where it's become problematic.
Did we, and I haven't looked at all the blue folder items, do we have any public comment in favor or opposed, in particular from the businesses down there where they're expressing, hey, this helps us, this helps the city? Because I'm sensitive to sort of brick and mortar nowadays, as, not having an easy time, so I want to support that. Did we get anything from anyone in the public?
I think the few folks I've heard from directly on this of late have suggested support for it. They prefer it. I'm not sure that qualifies as a unilateral survey. I don't know if Greg, if you could comment on what you're hearing from the harbor businesses. I believe they are generally supportive of it.
Yeah.
And when we have when we have discussed the possibility of ending this suspension of parking fees, we have had pushback from the business community in the past. It has been discussed a couple of times in my 18 years here. But typically at the end of that conversation, the council has continued the policy to waive the fees.
Before we go to Greg, thank you for coming up. The projections on the loss of revenue, when was the last time we did those projections based on actual holiday parking if it's been free for all of these years? In other words, could these revenue streams be actually higher than the 255K?
I think it's a moving target. It depends on the demand at the pier. I believe we are updating at least the village in real time as it pertains to current traffic patterns and certain parking revenues as they've occurred in the last, or at least the last 2 fiscal years. I can't speak to how we're adjusting the estimates for the pier structures. I think it's still based on actual data collection for other months of the year.
Okay. Greg, any quick comments on this?
Thank you. Yeah, Greg Kapovich for the record, Waterfront Economic Development Director. To speak to your first question regarding the letters of support, we didn't get any official letters of support, but city staff does meet regularly, monthly meetings with our tenants down there, and they do ask about this program in anticipation, and they do support it, obviously. So I know there's a want out there in terms of our tenants, specifically along International Boardwalk. With regards to, some of the anticipated costs, it is a projection. It's been done for the last 12 years.
Yeah.
So, it's, you have a good point about us,
And all the good work you've done at the waterfront with the support of the city council of really drawing more people there with the new places that are opening, the refurbishments. I wonder if this revenue stream may be even higher is kind of my concern.
Right. It could be.
All right. Maybe we open it up for discussion, kind of. I like the holiday cheer. I could go both ways. I don't feel particularly strong one way or the other. I am concerned about the revenue. Should we take a year off, see what the revenue stream really is, revisit it next year? I'm throwing that out there to the council members. I want to hear from District 1 and District 2 since that's right there, and I want to provide a level of deference. So what do you guys think, and members?
My own thought is it's built already into the budget, right? So, and it's been a tradition here. A number of the surrounding cities do it. Every dollar counts, but also there are things that we do to give back. It's our gift to the community and people that visit our community. I understand it's not a small sum of money, but it also is a gift to our business owners down there to get people to come down as well too. In a time that tends to be slower sometimes than other times, especially in the summer when you're talking about the pier.
Yeah.
I'm not sure it attracts people, but it's a nice gift for people. That's my thought on it. It's built into the budget. I don't know. I have Councilmember Obaji next, and then Councilmember.
I'm interested to hear from Councilmember Nair first.
So this has been done for a number of years, way before I've been here. Just thinking maybe it started under when Councilmember Aspel was here. I don't know where the idea is, revenue projections are falling weak or whatever. We have record revenues happening right now in Redondo Beach. So this is a part of the budget. It's something that we do in the Riviera Village because the Riviera Bid has done such a phenomenal job at getting patrons down there. Most important time of the year for these retailers, restaurants, tends to be Christmas season. Mm-hmm. And when Manhattan and Hermosa, who charge more than us, for parking and are even more impacted, we want to make sure and ensure that we stay competitive. We have the holiday stroll happening down there in the village, and it brings in a tremendous amount of people who would otherwise would only stay for a few minutes. Now they're staying for a longer period of time. Now they're shopping. Now they're dining. The businesses are some of them are unhappy about it because some cars tend to sit there for a longer period of time, and other businesses are beyond ecstatic about it because that allows their clients to sit and have a few more drinks and have a few more bites to eat, and they're spending more money and more holiday cheer. And if you were to take this away so suddenly, on a situation where there's no forewarning for this, you would have a whole lot of complaints coming down from members of the public and restaurants and retailers because The reason why you don't see it, people commenting here, is because it's something that's happening way before my time, way before others. And it's an expectation that brings people down to bring happiness and joy. And they find the ability to congregate there for multiple hours and not have to pay the extra $1.50 an hour. So it is a net positive for us at the end of the day, because it keeps us relevant and it keeps us competitive and keeps us lively down there when they have so many different choices throughout the holiday season.
Yeah. Councilmember Obaji?
I wonder if, because we're in negotiations with so many employee groups, if the happy kind of medium or compromise here is to shorten the period of time from the whole month of December to, let's say, the 10 days from December 20th to January 1st or so, and close it off. And that way there's still some revenue coming in, just demonstrates to the employees that, hey, we're pinching dimes and nickels here to try to put together good packages for y'all. And also obviously show that we support the businesses down there, or make it a half month, what have you.
I'm confused on this intent on showing one thing, and you're essentially now taxing or hurting the people, the businesses, and the visitors that are coming to these two areas. I can only speak for Riviera Village. That's who you're attacking. And trying to balance it out on the other side. And also the businesses down there have a certain level of expectation, especially for the Riviera Village, that put on the holiday stroll and cost them a tremendous amount of money. They just had the Halloween down there, and they paid for all of that, and they didn't ask for any resources from the city. So if we want to have this conversation, I think for next year, I think the proper way to do this is to have it part of the budget conversation, to let people know that this is coming, but I think to yank this out underneath everyone now all of a sudden, so suddenly, is a little bit a slap in their face, I think.
But just to respond to that, if I may, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah.
Sure, you may.
I'm not attacking anybody by not offering them free parking for a whole month. I am literally just looking out for where the city can maintain its revenue. And I don't think that our parking rates are cost prohibitive, that they're going to cause somebody not to come to the Riviera Village because they're going to pay or vacate a spot. I actually think it could help business because it causes somebody to vacate the spot. And nobody should be parking longer or needing to park past 4 hours because they need to have a few more drinks.
I'll just add to that. Remember Hanukkah, which is way before Christmas, starts on December 7th this year. So you're cutting out that time of year. And December 7th is when the Riviera Village has their holiday stroll.
I mean, that's why I said I was wondering.
Yeah, I don't mean to attack you on that. I'm just trying to say
We need to get
that.
moving.
Yeah.
Is there anybody in the public who'd like to speak to this item? Okay, please come up to the podium and announce who you are, please.
I'm Marie Peterbach. I just have a question. Manhattan Beach and Hermosa Beach have posted their annual report. Oh, you can hear me? Manhattan Beach and Hermosa Beach have posted their annual reports on their website. So for us to make an educated decision, the last annual report showed a steep decline in revenue. And we were told that COVID hit. So when will you post the annuals? Because you can't make this decision without seeing the money. You have people picketing that say they're not getting paid a living wage. So free parking is a luxury. I think these people deserve to get paid before we give away free parking if we can't afford it. But we can't know that because we don't have an annual report. So do you have any idea when those financials will be available to the public?
The annual budget is done on the end of June.
Right.
And Councilmember Narenheim is correct. There's more revenue than ever. Also, our expenses are higher than ever, so they balance out. But that's not accurate to say that we had a steep decline in revenue. That's not correct.
Well, they declined the last annual report. Like it was, we ranked.
2020 was a different story. Every government agency had an issue.
So do we have money to pay for this? Because if you can't pay these employees, why are we doing
It is
free
in the
parking?
budget.
Okay, so when will residents be able to see the annual report? Because Manhattan Beach and Hermosa Beach have a posted.
Annual comprehensive report is usually in November, December. This year, it'll probably be a little bit later.
Yeah, we'll do year-end carryovers, end of this month or first meeting in December, and then the report will be produced tail end of December or in January based on timing.
And why is that?
That's our normal cycle.
It takes
that
a
the
while to
normal
compile
cycle?
it, so, okay, thank you. Anybody else like to speak to it? Okay.
Eggs are higher too. Milk is higher too. Gas is higher too.
Okay,
Hi, council members and Mayor Pro Tem. I'm Carissa. I just wanted to say that since I've been here, which has been, I think, 25, 30 years, they've always had this. And I heard Hermosa Beach talking about it. And they decided, because they had the same kind of concerns come up, and they decided that it was in the best interest of the city and the residents and everything to spread the good cheer. And I think it's a holiday season. It's not just about Christmas. And if you take that away, I think the residents will feel like, can we cut it somewhere else? Because I don't know if this revenue is something like we're missing out on. It's never been there for years and years and years. This is not something we're taking away. This is something we're keeping status quo. If it were like this is the first year, I can see us moving forward with, hey, maybe it's not a great year, but this is something we're taking away. And I think it spreads good joy and cheer and festivity, and it's something nice that Redondo can do for the residents and the citizens. So I hope that you guys keep the free parking for the whole community. Thank you.
okay, anybody else like to speak to this item?
Hello, my name is Brad Waller. I live in District 1, and my office is in the Riviera Village. It's been in the village for 23 years now, I guess, so I've seen the free parking. I get the idea of enjoying the free parking in today's world of fiscal tightness that we've got. I actually support Councilman Obaji's idea of picking a 2-week period instead of doing the whole month, and that way you're kind of placating some of the people that are saying, well, what happened to my free parking? Well, it's just shorter this year because we're tightening our belts and we want to pay our employees. I think that's a reasonable compromise.
Agreed.
Okay. Anybody else like to speak to this item?
Hi, Vicki Negretti Mitchell, District 3. And it's always been a tradition, to have the free parking. It's a happy time of year. And as a former brick and mortar shop person, I had a really small little shop in Hermosa Beach. And my customers would come in really happy that they didn't have to pay for parking. And, when they're happy, they buy more. And so it's always for myself as well. And if Hermosa and Manhattan are going to be giving away free parking and Redondo is not, that's not going to be real happy. So anyway, that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else like to speak to this item? Okay, anybody on Zoom?
Bob Pinsler.
Good evening. A sale that is lost by not having parking is lost revenue. So if you are considering a revenue base of this, you might consider that a customer that might go to Manhattan Beach or Hermosa Beach is a greater loss of revenue than the loss of the parking. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else?
And that concludes public comment for Zoom. Any comment? None.
Okay. Councilmember Obaji, you still interested in speaking?
No, but actually, since you called on me, if I may, I'll say, I do recognize the point that the parking is very seasonal. I was down on Thursday at the International Boardwalk, and there's virtually nobody there despite the weather being good. So I could see that these businesses need as much support as possible in the winter cold months. So that's all.
Councilmember Barrett.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Just continuing the discussion, for example, the 130,000 from the Pier Plaza parking revenue, would you be in favor of reprogramming that for something in the Tidelands? Instead of having the free parking, taking that revenue stream, doing something in the Tidelands? Same question for District 1. Again, I don't have a strong feeling one way or the other, but just talking it through, that 125K, reprogramming that to something different in Riviera Village. I don't know how other council members think about it, but I put that out there.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Kalucevic.
Yeah, a few things where if it is free parking that is going to make a sale, then the point would be we should have free parking all year round then. And that's not the case. So, and then when it comes to spreading cheer, I don't think free parking is what spreads cheer. I think community spreads cheer. I think having, properly compensated workers that are taking care of picking up trash and maintaining our roads, that also adds cheer to the environment that people are shopping in. So I would be agreeable to amend this to make it, between whatever, 2 weeks. But I think, given the circumstances, I think we do need to make some changes, and tradition doesn't always mean that that's the right thing. We've never compared ourselves to Hermosa or Manhattan before, but now when we have free parking, we're going to do that. I think this is something that would be, it is nice, but it's an extra. So I think our residents would be happy to pay $1.50 an hour to have some employees that are happy to work in Redondo.
Are you wanting to make a motion to that effect?
Yeah, I will make a motion to amend the parking, the free parking meter time from, we can include the celebration for Hanukkah separately, and then just have December 22nd through January 1st would be my motion for both Riviera Village and Pier Plaza.
Okay, well, there are 8 nights of Hanukkah, so that's going to be a challenge, but, but anyway, is there a second to that motion?
Almost. Can I ask the city manager a couple very quick questions? I'll move
Well,
it along.
before you do that, I'm looking for a second or not. You'll have time to speak. Just gonna, okay, there's not a second. Councilmember Barron.
Thank you.
Sure.
Mr. City Manager, are there other city parking meter districts other than Riviera Village and the Pier Plaza that we have in our inventory here in Redondo Beach?
Yes, we have parking meters along Catalina.
Yeah.
We have parking meters at Veterans Park. We have parking meters on Francisca, Esplanade, our entry parkette at the south.
Of those, any of them have sort of a business district, business corridor, something
Not
similar?
nearly as directly as these two do, and that's why we've historically waived in these locations.
All right, and so the estimated revenue over 10 years is what, 2.5 million approximately? My math is right.
Between the two locations, yes. And I know there was a question about how to reappropriate potentially, and you can't do that as part of this action. The Pier Plaza money, it's not a Tidelands revenue source, it's an Uplands revenue source.
Thank
Yes.
you.
So
Thank you.
just for clarity purposes.
Yeah. Thank you. Are you able to, over this coming year, get a little more data on the revenue that we may be gaining, maybe losing, so we can make a more informed decision going forward and not wait and not blaming anyone? Wait till November, maybe look at this a little earlier. Maybe it's part of the budget and
Certainly.
get a better grip on this.
I mean, if you want to ask us to prepare a budget response report that's associated with these two programs and provide some more helpful, corollary information, we can do that. It's a challenge. I mean, I could quickly espouse sales tax data, but the problem is December's a good sales tax month for us anyway, so it's hard to know which one is potentially, is it causation or is it just time of year?
And to Councilmember Obaji's point about people staying 4 hours or longer, can we, without spending money through our public safety team, can we monitor that better? Is there anything we could do to control?
We will. The 4-hour parking.
It's real money.
Right. The 4-hour parking enforcement, that turnover requirement is something we're very aware of and something that we will work hard this year to try to enforce. We have, like I said, better technology to enforce that now than we did before. The bagging method wasn't very helpful.
Bagging method not working,
So we have to get going because we have a lot of business this evening. So.
I'll make a point.
I just wanted to thank Councilmember Kaladerovich for raising this issue because it's a big deal. So that said, I'm not sure if I'm ready to pull back just
Okay,
yet on this.
Councilmember Nierenheim.
All right, I appreciate that. So I appreciate the input, and I think the way to go forward with this is we want to start looking at all these expenses and start doing it during budget season. We ask for budget response reports, and I'll do that. And I'm more than happy to, because Riviera Village is always looking to improve and the way they do business down there. And I'll take this up with them, absolutely, and let them know for sure. So I'll make a motion to approve item H17 and item H18, and provide a budget response report and ask staff to provide a budget response report for the revenue that's lost in this for the budget season next year.
Okay, is there a second?
Maybe a friendly amendment, second that. Friendly amendment being that the discussion occur before budget on this item for next December, so that the interested parties have a heads up on what we're doing. The city manager knows for budgeting purposes. I can't imagine a budget response report is going to tell us much more than what we know already, since we never have actually charged for parking down there during that period of time. But at least we have discussion April, May, June, we'll know what figure to incorporate into our budget, right?
We could certainly have a standalone conversation to gather input and invite the businesses down to provide feedback. We could do survey work. We could, certainly work through our different business associations to understand specifically who is and isn't supportive of this. So we could do that in April of next year.
And then on the parking meter revenue, you could give a range. You could say, hey, if these were 100% occupied during
Oh, we can give you that, absolutely could provide you all that data. We can give you a
Get a
month by
range.
month breakdown of our parking gate
Based
in
on
every
current
structure and every location,
rates.
so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, will the person who made the motion accept that friendly amendment? Okay, any other competing motions on the floor? Okay, we'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Kalijardovich.
No.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
Councilmember Barrett.
Aye.
And myself, aye. So 4-1, it passes. Boy, I didn't realize this would be a hot item, but yes, certainly is.
It's serious money, serious revenue,
Yes.
and I'm glad
I'll
it was
read the,
raised by Councilmember
resolutions.
Kalijardovich.
Okay, thank you.
17,
Read the resolution.
adopt by title only resolution number CC 2311-114, a resolution, City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, approving the waiver of parking meter fees for areas of the Riviera Village, South Catalina Avenue, and Pearl Street for the 2023 holiday season from December 2nd, 2023 through January 1st, 2024. Adopt by title only resolution number CC-2311-115, a resolution, City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, approving free parking within the Pier and Plaza parking structures for 2023 holiday season during the hours of 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. from December 2nd, 2023 through January 1st, 2024. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for your patience, everybody. On to item H19, Councilmember Barrett.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. This is the candy shop lease. I think this is the latest and greatest state-of-the-art lease that's been created for the city. I don't know if our city attorney's office has or has not had an opportunity to no? Okay. There were a couple provisions in there I thought maybe could use legal review. I won't get into them here, but I would just add to any motion to approve directing our city attorney's office to take a legal review of that lease for us.
Can we do that?
I'm doing it anyway. So it's a question of, this is the new iteration. There's language in this that's contrary to some non-lease language that we have pertaining to attorney's fees. So I am researching. I just have not, from when we talked Friday, I haven't had a chance to get an answer.
Okay. Well, thanks for doing that.
Yeah.
Okay, would anybody like to make a motion on H19?
I guess the
Or
question is-
Councilmember Obaji?
Can we approve it subject to the city attorney making any changes to it?
No, I heard his motion different. And so if I stand correct, I heard him approve it, and can we direct the city attorney to do it? And I'm already doing the second part of
So
it.
maybe, should we wait? Do we have time to wait? Is time of the essence, Mr. City Manager?
Yeah, I don't think, the attorney's provision, I don't know how serious this particular provision question is. This is a template that we've been using in a lot of our short-term lease documents. It's been updated. It's not the old version that we used to have.
There's a specific question
Yeah.
as to whether the language we continue to use in non-leases is better, or
Yes.
if this is better, or is the fact that it's a lease the reason it's different? And it's more of an esoteric, but once it comes about, it can be an issue,
So
so.
what do you, Mr. City
Yeah,
Manager, what
we've
do you
got a
want to do?
storefront improvement ready to go here. They're excited to start
You wanna
operating their
get this
business. I
done.
think we get this one
All right.
going. We'll make sure the next one
Understood.
really incorporates the ideal version of this.
Motion to approve.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
And thank you for catching that. I
Okay.
didn't hear.
Anybody else like to speak to this item? Okay, there's a motion on the floor and a second. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Kalajarovich.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
Councilmember Barrett.
Aye.
And I myself. So thank you.
I need to read, and also there's no e-comments resume on this
Thank
one.
you. Thank you.
It's for H19, adopt by title only resolution number CC-2310-106, a resolution of City Council of Redondo Beach, California, leasing certain property to Isung Chong and individual a DBA Boardwalk Candy. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we are now on to non-agenda items, public participation. It is now 7 o'clock. We give 30 minutes for public comment on non-agenda items. This is your chance to speak to the council. We will not respond to you due to Brown Act regulations unless we have a clarification question. I have cards here. And so thank you. Kelly Garcia is the first speaker, and then after Kelly is Lena Carrillo.
Good evening. My name is Kelly Garcia, and I am the Senior Administrative Specialist in the Engineering Department. I've been an employee for 2 years here in the city. And what I do is I provide exceptional customer service to this whole organization, all these folks, the people that I work with, the residents, your constituents. My customer is internal and external, and I take great pride in providing great service. So I really want to just share with you that my family has helped shape the city of Redondo Beach. And some of you, a few of my friends here know, but not everyone. My family has been a Redondo Beach family for over 100 years. And over these decades, my family has been on city council, has worked for the city, and has been involved in many community services. Having been involved in the community for so long, I understand how a team, all of us are a team, we're all one, and we create a quality of life in the city of Redondo. Myself, my neighbors, my friends, my family, we agree that the employees and the residents are the force that work together to maintain the Redondo quality of life. And we love it. So what I really like about working for the city is that I enjoy helping the public first and foremost. No one can take that away from me. Most people prefer that I go to the counter first because I love greeting everyone and helping them find their way. That's my specialty and I love it. So I really enjoy being a part of a team that works hard to meet expectations. And I have 3 things that I ask what the city can do to help make it better. Number 1, I would like to surpass expectations, and I believe we can get there. We can fill these staffing shortages, and that will come at a cost, which is why we're all here today to talk to you about helping us bridge that gap. We want to keep the talent that we have. We want our talent not to be poached, and we know that it does cost a lot of money to attract good talent. That, you know, the city deserves good talent. I would like the wage gap closed. I should share with you that another city advertised the same position I have, and their starting wage is their bottom wage is the top of my pay scale. So it's a huge difference. So please show us that you see a future with top tier talent that provides top tier quality of life, because you simply cannot have one without the other.
Okay, the next speaker is Lena Carrillo, and after Lena is Carlos Rubio.
Please don't lose her to another city, please. Lena Carrillo, president of RBPSA. I'm going to keep it brief tonight. If there's one thing to take away from tonight, please realize how engaged your employees are in this particular round of negotiations. Years of minimal salary increases have reached a critical tipping point at which even our longest standing employees that have been through so many ups and downs with the city, they're feeling the most undervalued they've ever felt. We were told year after year over the last 10 years that the miscellaneous employee groups just needed to wait a little longer for the more substantial increases to come. We know we can't be brought to median overnight. We know the gap is too big. It grew too big over this time. But we want to give the city the 3 years to bring us to median, to the median average salary, and it seems like a reasonable request. We've made good progress in the last 3 months at the table. We're appreciative of the movement on the city side, but yet it still falls short of that median salary in the 3 years. RBPSA will continue to come to the table in good faith, and we really hope to bridge that gap. So council, we're close. Please give sincere consideration to the request to reach that median in the 3 years. Thank you.
Okay, Carlos Rubio, and
Good
after
evening.
Carlos is Peter Tucker.
Good evening. My name is Carlos Rubio. I am the president of Teamsters Local 911, proudly serving this city for 20 years now. I would like to greet the council. I want to thank you as well. I think this council understands the value of these workers. Sorry, my voice is almost gone. I was chanting outside. But at the same time, I think we're not there yet. So we don't want to, discourage anyone, but we want to report back that maybe it's time to step on the accelerator a little bit. Maybe it's time somebody comes and observes what's actually happening at these tables without having any direct involvement. Nothing stops you from doing that, to be able to observe the progress at the bargaining table. I really want to give it up for these city workers. They're awesome. I know many of them for many, many, many years. And they do an extremely, a great job. I want to thank the residents for their trust, for always picking up the phone, for saying, hey, here's an email. These folks did a great job. But somebody mentioned quality of life, and that's what this is really about. It's not only the maintenance of quality of life, but the development of quality of life that these workers have helped maintain past, 15 years plus of, Great Recession, a horrible pandemic, and all kinds of economic, fears. But let's do this for our community. We've made the sacrifices, okay, 15 plus years. This is a new era. If you ask a lot of these workers when they were hired, a lot of them were hired post-2012, post-pension reform. They're not going to receive the same amount of benefits than the other legacy tier 1 employees. So there's been savings incurred there. So let's keep the talent we have. Let's recruit great talent. But this is a new era. We need a legacy deal for all these workers. We need labor peace. We don't want to be like everybody else. We want to be the best, and some of these workers shouldn't have to leave this city to make a living. And somebody mentioned something really cool earlier. They said joy and cheer. I think they're sitting around this area. Joy and cheer. Thanksgiving's coming up. The holidays are coming up. And I think we should all work really, really hard in a collaborative fashion to get a deal for all workers before the holidays. I think that would be really, really powerful. So we'll respect the process. We'll continue to negotiate in good faith. And hopefully we can report back next time that we have tentative agreements. Thank you.
Okay, Peter Tucker, and after Peter is Michael Stark.
Good evening. I'm Peter Tucker. I'm the president of the RCBA bargaining group. We're 84 employees. Tonight, as you can see, the employees are here because we have a lack of a COLA over the last 15 years. Granted, yes, we got a 5% COLA during that time, but that hasn't kept up with the cost of inflation or the consumer index. I think this council understands that we have a problem here. We have a high turnover rate. We have no consistency in the departments. We're always retraining people. And as we retrain them, they go to another city or another place of work. We've had some people in City Hall move from one position to a higher position in City Hall. So it even happens at City Hall itself. So now we have to replace that person, retrain, no consistency. I'm out in the field every day as your senior building inspector. I've been here 22 years. And I hear people say, why does it take so long? I said, we don't have any help. We don't have the right help. We're constantly training. We're underpaid. This council has offered $1.8 million for this wage increase. Our union, I think, has been fair in our negotiations. There are a lot of things we were surprised that the council put in the package. And as you know, in negotiations, you're not going to get what you want all the time. We aren't either, but it's a collaborative effort to come together to try to make a decent settlement so we can move forward. Granted, it's not a lot. We've been waiting 15 years. And it's just, we need the morale in City Hall. If you really walk around City Hall and they come up to me and they say, are we ever going to get a raise? I'm having trouble making ends meet at home. You probably are too when you go to the store. One example, simple one, Halloween candy, up 18% this year. And that's just, you know, you think candy's that much? But, you know, you have to say, how many bags am I going to buy this year? Am I going to be able to pay my rent? Can I feed my children? Can we move on in our life and maybe buy a car and live a normal life like we really should, that we're entitled to? You want specific things done, but we don't have the manpower to do it. So what I'd ask you tonight is look at your employees and tell them that you will help. Because we deserve, the city deserves the services that you promise, but you are unable to deliver because your employees, even though they're here every day, and you know when the morale is down, your productivity goes down. So I ask you to please look at the agreements that we presented and try to come up with a resolution that I think is fair to all our bargaining units. I feel our offer is a good offer. We've collaborated back and forth with your staff, and I want to thank you for starting negotiations early that we've never done before in this city. And we met with Diane Stickfadden and all your bargaining group. And I think in our union, I think we've kind of come to an agreement that's maybe close, but I just want to thank you for your time. And just remember, without your employees, you do not have a city. Thank you.
The next speaker is Michael Stark, and after Michael is Nikki Negrete Mitchell.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council. It's nice to see you all tonight. Some of you may recognize me as a long-term member of the Reserve Program at Redondo, but I'm here tonight to talk about another organization that's really near and dear to my heart, and that's the Redondo Beach Rotary Club. I first became aware of the Rotary Club about 25 years ago. Most of you have been on Reserve Banquet. Well, that started by the Chamber of Commerce 37 years ago. And at the 25-year mark, the Rotary took it over. And I started meeting with them about our banquet and keeping it going. And then about at the 18-year mark, they said, let's make this a fundraiser. And they did. And over the last 18 years, they have contributed close to $100,000 to our reserve program at Redondo Beach Police Department, which is outstanding. Other things they do, domestic violence. And I'm going to tell you about some of these things because I want you to help us celebrate their 100th year next year. About 10 years ago, they were asking if we have any programs in Redondo Beach that was domestic violence. And I said, gee, we got Erica Sazo Gonzalez. Let me invite her to our lunch. She came to our lunch. It's a marriage made in heaven. Every year they give $2,000 to $5,000 to Erica, plus coats and jackets and toiletries and backpacks and all this stuff for the school kids, which really helps her do her job. And another big program that they started about 8 years ago was the annual police and fire recognition. The police chief and the fire chief of each respective department nominates a person. We have a luncheon for them, their families, the command staff, and we recognize them as the police officer and the firefighter of the year. And one more program I want to tell you about that I think is really important is Vision to Learn. Vision to Learn is a program where we go out to the adult school on Inglewood Avenue every year in August, and we bring in 150 to 200 school-age children in Redondo Beach and test their eyes and give them glasses if they need glasses. And I tell you, I've been there. I'm the guy that wears the uniform because I'm there for the police department, but they'll say, go see the police officer. And I have the thing and I measure their eyes and whether they qualify for glasses or not. And when they come out of that, the van, when they get tested and put their glasses on, it's amazing what they're looking around like they've never seen like this before. Those are just some of the things that the Rotary Club does every year. And what we want to do is incite you to help us celebrate next year. Next year is our 100th anniversary, next December, in Redondo Beach. And we want to do something special. We want to name a park after the Redondo Beach Rotary Club. And it's something we'll need your support on. We're doing some work on that. We've worked with a couple of you already, including the mayor. And we want to bring this back to you in a formal proposal later this year so we can get this going. We got plenty of time to do it. There's lots of parks. But to memorialize what the Redondo Beach Rotary Club has done for the last 100 years, I think they've qualified for that. And I hope we can get your support to do something like that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just a clarifying question.
Sure.
Mr. Stark, when you say name a club after the Rotary Club, name a park after the Rotary Club, do you mean call it Rotary Park or Redondo Beach Rotary Club Park? What is,
We're open at this point. We want the name Rotary in there, and we want some sort of a memorial, a monument sign that says this is because of the Redondo Beach Rotary Club.
All right, I have an idea for you.
Great. Thanks.
Thank you. Nikki Negrete Mitchell, and after Ms. Mitchell, Kevin Burnett.
Good evening, Nikki Negrete Mitchell, District 3. And this is most of what I said yesterday at the COG Steering Committee. We need open discussions to come up with a South Bay City's locally preferred alternative for the Sea Line. For some reason, meetings keep getting canceled. Why that is very unclear. As residents of the South Bay, we strongly urge the steering committee to encourage discussions so the COG, as our representing body, can take a position. The resistance and pushback we get to newer information and innovative ideas is not only counterproductive, but it makes the South Bay look bad. I've seen the fodder out there in cyberland, and I'm just trying to help. Our group has spent the past 3 to 5 years deep diving into this project, digging up originating documents, videos, discussions, attending public meetings, listening to Metro and the board, talk about other projects and everything else we could possibly get our hands on. We actually talk with Metro personnel and contractors, which seems lost upon, even with both local and non-local transit advocates who like to weigh in with long, outdated talking points. For the last few years, we've been asking Metro planners and engineers questions about those particular talking points, and we get real answers. The dissonance around us is crippling to progress. We are very familiar with the land our properties are situated on, so we owe it to the rest of you to bring awareness of critical elements that were overlooked in the beginning and now recklessly ignored. I then go on to dispel the overused talking points about Metro's cost estimates for our route options by sharing about the East Side Gold Line extension through Montebello. That's 4.6 miles long, which compares to our 4.5 mile long Sea Line extension. That East Side extension was just approved by the board for a whopping $7.9 billion. So the fear mongering about our own $2.9 billion cost estimate for Hawthorne Elevated can now be brought into context. And from there, I go on to say that the Metro personnel and board of directors place value on public engagement, and we're only trying to help everyone make an informed decision. I also shared Redondo's letter requesting support, and I say let's not wait for another document with flawed data to dictate to us what our locally preferred alternative is. We can and should decide for ourselves. And by the way, that $7.9 billion for Montebello is all tunnels and elevated. Only the last 1/10 of a mile is that grade. And further, it was refreshing to have Matucci call us out to support no build. I told the COG we need to air these things out in public. We need to have these conversations. So I can talk to anybody in private, but that doesn't help everybody else learn and come to a general consensus. So anyway,
How long was that line again near Montemelo?
4.6 miles.
So
1/10 of
cost
them.
per mile is quite a bit higher than,
It's all tunnels and elevated.
thank you. Okay, Kevin Burnett, and after Kevin, Danny Garcia.
Good evening, council members, ladies and gentlemen. As we gather here at City Hall, I stand before you as Kevin Burnett, a proud member of Public Works Maintenance 1 at the Redondo Pier, but also as a voice for all the hardworking individuals who keep our city running. We are the unsung heroes who ensure the smooth operation of our city, day in and day out. We work tirelessly even through weekends and holidays to ensure that our beloved city never sleeps. However, it seems our contributions have been overlooked. We're more than just a maintenance team. We are a lifeblood of the pier, the parks, the streets, the sewers, and the facilities. We are the electricians who keep the lights on. We seek fairness, not special treatment. We ask for wages that reflect the hours we put in, the sacrifices we make, and the value we bring to our beloved community. We ask for a prevailing wage that acknowledges the essential nature of our work, a wage that is competitive with our neighboring cities such as Los Angeles City, Long Beach, Huntington Beach, and Manhattan Beach. When you walk down the streets of Redondo and everything is running smoothly, remember us. When you enjoy your weekends and holidays, remember that we're here keeping things in order. When people visit Redondo, they marvel at its beauty and functionality. They appreciate its people, its infrastructure, and its heart, the vibrant Redondo Pier. But they often overlook that the fact all these are maintained by us, the lowest paid employees. Yet we find ourselves sidelined in every negotiation. This needs to change. We deserve recognition for our work and fair compensation for our dedication. We are the heartbeat of Redondo. Let's ensure we are remembered. Thank you.
Danny Garcia,
Very
and
well
then the
said.
last card is from Robert Moore.
Good evening, council. Danny Garcia. I represent, and I'm speaking for the local 9/11 Teamsters. I want to address our community and our city. First and foremost, this is the most important endeavor that we carry on as an entity. We're all family. And to that note, council, the mayor, the city attorney, city manager, the public works employees, everybody that has a piece of action in this city, we're all part of this community. And we're all one. We all represent this community. And I'm declaring tonight that we can do a much better job as servants to the city of Redondo Beach. We serve the city. That's our main function tonight, is to serve the community, the residents. We are very much a part of this community tonight. We come here every day, as the gentleman behind me mentioned. We come to this city every day and we sacrifice literally our lives, whether if it's streets, electricians, the sewer department, parks department, the pier. We all sacrifice and we all come here and do our due diligence each and every day. And what we're asking for, as you've been hearing, the narrative has been fair compensation for the work that professionals do in this city. I think it's fair and I think it's reasonable that we be compensated. And I'm speaking to our community. I'm speaking to our citizens tonight that pay their taxes. One of the things is that we're responsible for is finances and to be wise stewards over those finances. And I think I'm correct in saying that, to be good stewards over our finances. And that means to invest in our city employees. We're the backbone of the city. We've heard the narrative month after month that city council appreciates what public works employees do and all the employees for the city of Redondo Beach. And I want to add that appreciation, or to appreciate, is to recognize in full worth. Are we being recognized in full worth tonight? I asked that question. I asked the question to this community, to this city. Are we being acknowledged? And is the investment going back into the workers of this city? This community, and I don't mean to be redundant, this community deserves better. It deserves better service. And the only way we're going to get better service tonight is to invest in the employees, to increase our staff, and to increase wages tonight. I'm going to leave this podium by saying this. There's a question that gets asked. Where do we spend our money, or how do we spend our money? That's not the question. It's how do we invest our money tonight in this city? And I'll leave you with that. Thank you very much.
Are you Robert Moore? Okay, great. Robert Moore, and then one other card.
Robert Moore, District 3. I attended District 3 monthly meeting last Saturday, and I was introduced to a lady who worked on the proposed logo, and she went through a process really quickly, and it was all organized and everything. And I had a different point of view of their end result, and I just wanted to share with the council. She said that they wanted to have a logo that branded Redondo Beach, so if everybody saw it was Redondo Beach. Well, what I saw was a sail, or shark's fin, whatever you want to call it, in a circle. It was really pretty, but it didn't say Redondo Beach to me, because any beach I've ever been on, I've seen a sailboat out there. So it was very neutral. She brought up Nike, Apple, Pac Bell, Shell, saying if you see a simple logo, you know what it is. They spend millions and billions of dollars, and they're private companies. They spend all that money. They're on every street corner, the Shell gas stations, and so you know it. So if Redondo's not going to spend millions of dollars to get a sail to say, when you see that that's Redondo Beach, I think it's kind of crazy. I like the one you have. If it doesn't fit right, take the words off. They showed police patches and fire department patches. Put that on. Put a circle around it. I shared with the lady. She's a very nice lady, by the way. It was a very good presentation. I shared with the lady that there was a death of a friend, and I called his family in Illinois and Seattle, Washington, both, and they asked where I live, and I said Redondo Beach, and they both said independently, oh yeah, the pier. So I think the pier needs to be in the logo somehow, some way. She did great work, the committee did great work, but I think they got lost in their journey. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the final card of the evening is Matt Kilroy.
Brought that from the school district, 30-minute time limit. Well, we never did 30-minute time limit.
We've had it though.
3 minutes? Maybe we never had that many people speak at once. Anyway, Steve Deal said I shouldn't be afraid to just read, so that's what I'm going to do. Matt Kilroy, District 5, good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. So let me start by saying I am speaking tonight to lend my voice to the hardworking members, they've left, but of our city employee family who are asking for a competitive wage. These are the very people we all rely on to handle the business of the city and to provide essential services to our residents. They are the ones that make you guys look good. As purely practical and financial matter, it just doesn't make sense to constantly lose trained, experienced employees to other cities because they are able to offer significantly better wages. We need to be able to attract and retain experienced, qualified employees, and the current salary schedule doesn't accomplish that. It took at least 8 years to get to the point. 2 of you, unfortunately, have inherited that situation. You had no part in creating. but now we're asking you to be part of the solution. And how do we get here? I would suggest misplaced priorities. Yes, we need to balance budget, and as a former council member, I participated in 8 years of balanced budgets during one of the deepest recessions of the country has ever experienced. Yes, COVID took a financial toll, but we can't continue to blame COVID for everything. Where is the $4 million that the surplus from refinancing the PERS debt? Where was that spent? Where's the $110 million that most of you claimed was saved? That should have reduced expenditures by more than $3 million a year. So there should be plenty of money there. What's happened to it? As a council, you have made a decision not to collect money that is due to the landscaping and street lighting fee, and you're funding that at about $1 million a year. Not that you necessarily get all that, but you're not collecting all the money that you could. So it's coming out of the general fund to pay the landscaping and street lighting fund, money that could have been spent to the employees. These are choices and priorities that you have made at the expense of the very employees that you rely on to provide your constituents with the services they deserve. I suggest you look again at your priorities and do what's in the best interest of the city and its residents. Thank you for your time, and thank you for bringing up the pier parking issue. Hard pressed to believe that free parking does going to suddenly raise the sales enough to cover the loss of parking. I totally agree the idea of shortening it up, but obviously that's for another year. Thank you all very much. Sure.
Mr. Kilroy, clarifying question. What years were you a council member?
2007 to 2015.
All right. Do you know why our employees ended up so underpaid?
Well, I know we certainly had our challenges, and I know you've had your challenges also. I don't remember all the specifics in the employee negotiations. We had our challenges, I know, with police and fire. We ended up cutting employee staff quite a bit. And so I understand your point. Your point is that if I was here to 2015, that's part of the 10 years, 2 years into it, because the employees are basically saying that this has been a 10-year slow progression of falling behind neighboring cities. Fair to say? I would suggest that in the first 2 years being behind, I think, what's their number? Losing 1% or so a year, and they've added it up to be 30% behind or 3% a year. I guess I would argue in the first few years of that, we weren't too far out of whack with neighboring cities. We might have been a few percent low, but certainly not where we're at today.
We can't engage.
Remember, yeah, no conversation.
Just for clarification purposes, the budget is balanced every year. It is by charter. So, okay, on to item P1.
Mayor Pro Tem, I just wanted to make, there was one e-comment that was neutral, and then we had one in Zoom, just for the record.
For P1?
For J1.
Okay, got it. Thank you. Okay, it is now 7:33 and non-agenda items are over. We are now on to item P1, which we moved ahead of the other items. And that item is discussion and possible action regarding the Charter Review Advisory Committee's recommendations on possible charter amendments and the preparation of associated ballot measures. So I believe it's city attorney will be handling, or no? Okay, then that's a mayor and city council item. Okay, so I would like, if that's the case, I believe the chair of the Charter Review Advisory Committee is here. Is that correct? And that's Mr. Strutzenberg. So I would actually ask you to come up and address the council related to these items.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, Council. Ralph Strutzenberg, Redondo Beach Charter Review Advisory Committee Chair. Before you this evening are 3 items that the committee has come to a decision on recently. One is for the change of charter language for the city clerk. One is for a change of the method of having a city attorney, and one is related to the school board items that are in the city charter. If there's any one of those you would like to start with, we're happy to.
Why don't we start with the third one, which is the letter from the school board? Letter recommendation. Why don't we start with that, since you are a school board member as well, too?
Very good. Let's see if this come up a little bit. Yeah. So the school board met several times at the, I wouldn't say necessarily the request, but at the cooperation with the Charter Review Committee. The Charter Review Committee wanted to hear from the school board to see what their position was on the items that are in the city charter. The Charter Committee met on it several times as well. The findings were that having the school board items described in the city charter is extremely rare. It does occur. More likely, you will find a city charter that simply mentions that there is a school district and kind of leaves it at that. The Charter Committee discussion that was presented a year ago on November 1st was bringing forth a recommendation that the charter be amended such that the school board members were elected by a district, or probably better to call it a trustee area, instead of at large, as is currently spelled out in the charter. At that time, the city council, I'll remind you, sent back that item for further discussion for the Charter Review Committee with a unanimous support from the council members. There was no vote, but there was unanimous support to simply have the school board items removed from the city charter, which is certainly a plausible thing that we have found that not many charters actually have it. Our discussions then centered around the research of other charters and findings that really don't need it in there. Ed Code covers everything that you need. That's what most cities do. The consensus that we came to, I would say, on the Charter Review Committee was that to go ahead and remove the items pertaining to the school board, except for the native language, I believe is referred to as 16 point, which is the kind of the preamble that simply says there is a school district, Redondo Beach, and it is in existence. It doesn't go in, we were going to take away the further items that detailed the elections, the timing election is with the city anyway, but the at-large would fall to at-large as well under Ed Code. That wouldn't make any change with that. The term limits would come out because those are prescribed in the city charter currently. Native Ed Code does not prescribe term limits. However, Ed Code allows for the implementation of term limits by the school districts if they so choose. That was discussed at the school board that if it were to come out of the charter, that would likely be done. That has to be done by a vote of the people, similar to a charter change. The school board district or the school board can't simply change that and change election terms or elected member terms or term limits. So in summary, again, the Charter Review Committee consensus prior to hearing, but we still wanted to hear from the school district, was that to remove everything from the charter in agreement with the council that did not need to be in there. They can be in there, but did not need to be, and have it revert to Ed Code, which covers everything that's in there now. School board met on it several times, and discussions were a lot of gaining understanding of what it means, what the charter means and why it's in there, when it got put in there, and what the Ed Code would be if it fell to that. And in the end, the school board decided to put forward a letter that would recommend no action be taken. And that letter summarizes that.
Thank you. Okay, now on to the first item.
Okay, which is city clerk, I believe, in the order.
Correct.
So the city clerk item is far more extensive. We have a situation where over time, the items that are delineated within the charter for the city clerk, the duties that are prescribed as shall, are not being done by the city clerk. And there was language changed with regard to the city manager on a ballot not too long ago that added language to clarify that the items regarding financial efforts and accounting efforts that were under the city clerk would actually be under the purview and direction of the city manager. So over time, the implementation of a finance director, a finance office under the city manager has taken over the duties that were prescribed for the city clerk within the charter. And that's where it stands today. Now, several attempts had been made to modify the city clerk language. They were done most recently in 1979, 1982, and 2001. Those were to remove those duties of the city clerk that were no longer being done by the city clerk, or no longer in charge of the city clerk, as the charter says. There was an advisory vote in 1999 that asked, should we move to an appointed city clerk? Just anecdotally, it wouldn't recommend, it would have been a complete charter change with that respect. But so this has been attempted in the past, and it has consistently failed. However, what remains is that we're in violation of the charter with the way that the city is doing things today. That has happened over time. And the primary goal that I had as the chair of the committee was to try to correct that and bring the charter into alignment with the way things are truly operating within the city and have been for some time, so that we're not in violation of the charter. That is the language you see before you. I want to thank our city clerk, Manzano. We spent hours going through this language and hearing her voice of what she felt was important that did stay in there in some way. However, you will see a substantial change to it, especially with respect to paragraph F, which is the key duties relating to the financial matters. There were previously, there were items 1 through 6 under F that delineated the specific duties, and those were in majority not being done. So we weren't following the charter. What we have done is we have rolled appropriate language from those items 1 through 6 into the native F that gives the city clerk really the right and the authority to review the items, then to challenge financial items, which is expenditures in this, if they find some kind of irregularity, some kind of problem, some kind of issue. And we've written that it will first be addressed with the city manager, which would include the finance office as well. And then if that still could not be resolved, that it could go to the city council for final disposition. What we have right now in the language is it's written in a later 20.1, I believe, that's also part of this. It says the city clerk had to approve. And what we found in the committee in reviewing that language is the city clerk essentially had the authority to basically shut down the city. If they didn't approve things, things would not get paid. And that was allowed. So we have put in here also the final disposition needs to occur within 45 days. Not that this will routinely happen, but if it did, there is the stopgap to end that possibility of just stalling everything. Originally, we had written in 30 days. It was reconsidered that 45 may be more appropriate to get it resolved with the council, just for simple timing and getting on the council agenda, allowing for a time. Again, this is something that we anticipate would be rare, but we wanted the item spelled out in there, and we all agreed to that. So item F is really the key thing to get us in alignment between the charter and the way the city is operating and has been for many years, but still maintains that ability of the city clerk and the authority of the city clerk to check into these things and to review them and have a second set of eyes on them. Felt that was appropriate. Other things, at the very top, you'll see that we did add in language, the city clerk shall devote their full time to the duties of office. This is we felt this was appropriate. It is a full-time position. It simply wasn't in there. A little bit of cleanup in language in item B, a simple changing of numbers and said ordinance to ordinances with a plural. Not a big deal there. It's in there. You may not even see that necessarily. Under item D, administer oaths and affirmations, take affidavits and depositions pertaining to the affairs and business of the city. This language really wasn't appropriate. So we've changed, the city clerk doesn't take depositions, but could take testimony. What we found with that particular item, item D, is it came from language that is in government code 40801, 40803 or something like that. I've got the code in here, but it was in the government code that the city clerk may administer oaths. When it was brought into the charter, it became a shall. So it was a complete change. Changing from a may to a shall is a wholesale change. That's in there as well to clean that up. Clean up language of oversee all city elections. It wasn't necessarily that the city clerk is going to do the elections, but will oversee them. And one oversight of gender neutral language in item E, we still had a himself in there that was missed the first time through with the gender language, so we cleaned that up. Then towards the end, we have added language that the city clerk may appoint deputies to assist them or act for them, subject to the budget approval of the city by the city council. Deputies shall hold office at the pleasure of the city clerk. This is similar language to the other elective administrative offices. Appropriate to have in here. That's also spelled out in GovCode, but it just reiterates it here. And then with the requirements for eligibility of office, those were changes that were put into play, I forget which year, it's been quite a while ago, but that's been the one change to this section of the city charter since 1949, is that at some time the eligibility for office requirements were added. There's a whole interesting history to that. We won't go into that. What we've done is we've really simplified it, took out the passing grade of 15 units consisting of the following courses. It was all prescribing to the accounting aspects. We've simplified the language to say no person shall be eligible for office city clerk unless at the time of their filing their nomination papers. We've added that language because that is consistent with other areas. Person shall have a bachelor's degree from an accredited college or university. That's in alignment with practices of the city. That was heavily discussed, whether a bachelor's degree was really appropriate. Should it be something else? But that's the language that we agreed upon in the end. And then finally down at the end, we added a caveat that, so we have the education and 5 years of experience in a responsible position involving public or private sector financial accounting, private sector accounting, or in lieu of the bachelor's degree and that 5 years experience, we put in, or have 5 years of experience as a city clerk in the state of California. So if you've been a city clerk for the state of California for 5 years, we're good with that period. You don't have to have a bachelor's degree. If you don't have that, we're asking that you have a bachelor's degree and also the 5 years of experience in some kind of relevant area. Then on to 20.1, which is also related to the city clerk. We've added in the language to make it consistent what the changes we've made in item F of the city clerk language. Added language in there says, or if contested by the city clerk, by the city council. So this is the disposition of any contested items. And then finally, at the end of this, you will find a section 12.3 change. And this is the one I alluded to earlier, that this was put in some time ago, but it's a more recent change. We have struck the language that said, except as specifically provided in section 11F of this charter. That is that section F that I was talking about earlier. We have taken out and we've shifted the wording now such that the financial responsibilities and the financial activities are truly under the city manager. But the city clerk on the disbursement side has authority to basically investigate and to look into those. We'll get to the city treasurer later if you would like. That's on the income and the intake side. similar type of thing. We're still pursuing that language. We haven't completed that yet. So that's a summary of the changes to the Office of the City Clerk. Again, the key thing to accomplish here is to get us out of violation with the city charter.
Primarily roles and responsibilities and then qualifications.
Yep.
Okay.
So the roles are still there, but it's changed a little bit in the chain of command. We maintain the ability and the right to oversee and to call out things, but we haven't made it the exclusive authority of the city clerk. And this language allows for all that. This was also discussed between the city clerk and the city manager and finance office so that they all agreed that this worked and would be consistent with the way things are operated within the city today.
It is still an elected position.
It is still an elected position, yes.
Good. Okay, now on to proposed resolution calling election of charter amendment to provide for an appointed city attorney. Could you explain that?
Yes. So this was first brought to you on November 1st, 2022. And the recommendation of the charter committee at that time was to transition to an appointed city attorney. At that time, we were early in the discussions of how much detail needed to go into the charter and what I referred to as the modality. Would it be a hired attorney that would work directly for the city? Would it be a law office that's retained by the city? Would it be a law office and one primary individual from that law office? There's different ways to accomplish the implementation of an appointed city attorney. You asked to go back and look at further details on that. Our findings on that were that those things don't need to go in the charter, and it's better if they don't. Those can be written into a contract. You could do an ordinance if you chose to cover some of those things. But in the big picture, what we found with the charter language is, I would sum it up colloquially as less is more, less is better. You run into problems when you do more, such as the problems we're having with the city clerk and the city treasurer not in compliance with the city charter in the current form. So we went back and we looked at that further. We investigated, we looked at other charters. Mr. Pinsler especially looked at all the charters for all the cities and figured out that you really don't need to talk about that. You can just simply say there is a appointed city attorney. But we did put a little more prescription. So then there was further discussion that happened. I believe it was in May that the council requested that we consider other forms of city attorney. One of those has been referred to as the Long Beach model, which has an elected prosecutor, city prosecutor, and a separately elected city attorney. Long Beach is the only city that does that. We had discussed that quite extensively. The city prosecutor from Long Beach came and spoke to the committee. Quite a bit of discussion on that. And we all felt that we definitely had heard what was appropriate to be heard. And in the end, there was no member of the committee that wished to pursue it any further. So that did not go any further. So in this as well, we had worked with an outside counsel, independent of the city attorney's office, the elected city attorney's office, and he had refined the language. This is Mr. Colantuno. He refined the language that had been proposed to add other areas of the charter. It creates a new section of charter, which is appropriate. We hadn't done that before. And clarifies, and it goes through the whole charter, how to make everything change that would need to be changed. There were a couple of recommendations that he also made that have been brought into the language that's in front of you this evening, but basically it's the language that's in the charter now, switches it to an appointed position. There was one key thing in there I would point out, because you won't pick it up in the language that's presented to you, because what is presented to you from Mr. Colantuno is a new section. And it basically strikes everything from the existing 11 point section and moves it to a section 14. One of the things that was removed though in, let me get to it, paragraph, I believe it's still paragraph B. I'd have to look at the current language. In the existing paragraph B, it reads that in any and all actions proceedings in which the city or such officer or employee or in or by reason of his official capacity is concerned or is a party, that's covering what is under the purview of the city attorney. And then it goes on to say the city council, comma, at the request of the city attorney, comma, may employ other attorneys to assist any litigation or other matter of interest to the city. We had originally questioned this is this appropriate for an appointed city attorney? And the recommendation, we offered different language that could solve that, to take away that what is essentially an exclusive authority to pre-select the outside counsel. It is subject to approval by the city council. However, the city council at present cannot select any attorney that is not brought forth by the elected city attorney. So we looked at different ways. Mr. Colantuno's recommendation was make it simple, just simply strike that language. So now it reads, the city council may employ other attorneys to assist in any litigation or other matter of interest to the city. And this is what is found in other charters. It's very similar. We don't find the language that's in there at present in other city charters. Some of them just simply don't address it. One city charter actually says that the selection of outside counsel is strictly the purview of the city council, period. And they have an elected city attorney. However, the council maintains full authority. So that's a change that is within this language, but you won't see it as a strike through there. Because again, that's what's presented as the section under 14 is considered all new language. But I wanted to point that out to you so you're aware of that.
I want to make sure that we open it up to the council for questions.
Absolutely.
So why don't, would anybody like to ask any questions on the council to Mr. Strutzenberg? So please, if you would like to, I've got Councilmember Nierenheim first. Okay. I know which one you will call. All right. If anybody would like to speak? Okay, Councilmember Barrett.
I did have a question to a point that was raised by Mr. Strutzenberg regarding city manager and the city clerk agreed and were in approval of the proposed changes to the city charter with respect to the city clerk's duties. Is that so?
Yes, the city manager and I spoke, we went through it, because for me to support, the checks and balance still needed to be on there regarding finance.
Okay.
So,
So you're okay with all of these changes?
yes.
All right. And then just, maybe it's a typo, maybe I misread it, but under the proposed language to the charter with respect to the city clerk regarding the eligibility for office, it ends with involving public or private sector accounting, period. And then capital O, or have 5 years to ensure that having 5 years of experience of a city clerk is in reference to its eligibility to be a city clerk. Should there be a comma after private sector accounting, comma, or have 5 years of experience?
If you put a comma, it could be interpreted as being an option to only the latter of the earlier recommended requirement, that it be a bachelor's degree and. So what we decided was to make it a period.
Okay.
So the bachelor's degree and the 5 years of experience in the basically accounting do go together. However, in lieu of that, that's why it's a period.
Yeah.
The or is 5 years as a city clerk.
5 years of city clerk makes a person eligible for the office?
As a
Okay.
standalone.
Should
that's why
that
it has-
sentence,
That's why it has
just to
the
be
period.
crystal clear, and so it reads grammatically or otherwise, should it, be, in the alternative, a person shall be eligible for the office of city clerk if they have 5 years of experience as a city clerk in the state of California. It's a matter of charter drafting.
Certainly, you could do something like that.
Yeah.
And I agree, there's ways to potentially clarify
Make
that.
it clear. Yeah.
No objection to anything like that. We just didn't go into that discussion.
Right. Okay.
But we wanted it clear that it was truly a
Yeah.
wholesale option.
Wholesale option. Thank you.
You don't have, if you were, as I said before, if you've been a city clerk for 5 years, you don't need a bachelor's degree to qualify. You don't need the other accounting sector experience.
Thank you.
So yeah, would certainly, that's up to the council if they want to do something like that.
Thank you. Councilmember Obaji.
Sorry, does deputy clerk, if you just work in a city clerk's office, does that count towards experience?
No, and we had that discussion.
Wait, so you need to have been the city clerk for a city to be the city clerk of Redondo Beach?
In lieu of bachelor's and the,
Oh, in lieu of bachelor's.
yes. And that's why, again, it's a hard period, and we could clarify that language, as Councilmember Barron has suggested, to make it absolutely clear that that is
I
a,
guess that's the problem I'm also having with all the recommendations. You don't put any of your recommendations in writing, right? This is just your oral report as to what the Charter Review Commission is recommending, right? So on the school board, the only piece of writing I have is the school board's letter saying, don't change anything. What is the Charter Review Commission's recommendation?
it was summarized as send it to the council and let them figure it out.
Thank you for that. Okay.
It was, I'm being honest here. It's just-
And what was the conclusion of the Charter Review Commission as to splitting up the city attorney position to a prosecutor and a civil attorney, irrespective of whether elected or appointed?
That's an interesting one because we didn't find that in existence.
Except for Long Beach, you said.
Well, that's both elected.
Okay, fine, but in any form. So what was your guys' conclusion as to whether we should split up the position here?
We didn't come to a conclusion on that because we didn't find that in any other charter. However, the city of San Diego is currently considering something like that where they are going to move to a appointed city attorney and keep an elected city prosecutor. That
Well, let me tell
doesn't
you.
exist elsewhere.
Let me tell everybody that is what I favor, very much so.
And we can certainly look at that.
I mean, do you guys really want to keep having discussions? Because I understand that the discussions are long and take a long time, and so, apparently after many of them, you also don't reach written conclusions or conclusions maybe at all. So our last direction to you guys was to come back with a conclusion as to splitting up our city attorney position into prosecutor and civil city attorney.
Yes.
And we didn't get a conclusion on that. So I wonder if we should just kind of have a discussion here and make a decision as to whether to put that on the ballot. I would favor that. And then and then these changes as the city clerk. That's all my questions. Thanks.
Okay. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So a couple questions. If we're having this now. Thank you, Commissioner,
Committee member.
committee member, board member, committee board member. So when it comes to the city clerk's position, you mentioned you're taking out, yes, the city clerk, Madam Clerk, you are not currently doing all the items that are being taken out, such as assemble the expense budget, capital expense for the city manager, right? 1 through 6 under item F, right?
Right, I'm just reviewing accounts payable and doing financial analysis using the information from the financial system.
Right.
So reports.
Right. So board member, did you go over all of these questions with her? And when was the last time you found the city clerk was doing these functions?
He didn't get into that level of detail in the history was there an exact time when those duties shifted away from the city clerk? There's been some anecdotal, especially with regards to the city treasurer, that it may have been around the timeframe of 2008, 2009. I haven't looked back to the history to see when the office of the finance director came into play, because again, the city clerk's language has not been changed since the original charter in 1949, with the exception of the eligibility for office addition that was done at some time. The other language is all in there. Much of it relies upon native government code language. So we didn't go into that detail to find out at what point did we move away from the charter and to what extent. What we looked at is the history's fine. We understand there is history, but really the important thing is where we're at now, and we need to get where we're at now corrected.
So the city's acting in a different way than our bylaws currently state. Charter bylaws, corporation bylaws state. We're doing
City is what again? I'm sorry.
acting differently. We're performing these duties in a different way than what's being
We're not
prescribed.
following the charter, is the way to sum it up.
Right.
So can I make a comment about that? Is
Yeah.
that, I think before I became city clerk, the finance department was under the city clerk. The whole finance department was under the city clerk. So the city clerk oversaw because the director was under the city clerk. So that's why the city clerk is not doing those specific things. They never were, in a
Right.
sense. They were overseeing.
Overseeing.
Yes. And so when it went to finance, when they created finance under the city manager, the council did a resolution to move it over,
Yes.
Was there a resolution?
a resolution. And it's because the election had lost to remove these functions and put it in a city manager. So
So
the
they did.
council went ahead and created a resolution.
Do you know when that resolution was? Was it after the election?
It was
sometime?
before, I think it was, it must have been around 2001, right? When I started with the city in the accounting manager, in the county, as a county manager in finance.
Okay.
So right around that time.
And there's no way to interpret under the direction of the city manager. So the city manager says, okay, you're doing this, but really I'm going to have my financial services. So it's not that the city hasn't been following the charter, it's that it is indecipherable what it means to have an elected official under the direction of the city manager. And I found the actual edit in the vaults that William McFadden, the then city attorney, wrote in, and he wrote in that phrase, under the direction, but there were no explanations of it. And so it was just, and there's a public discussion when John Parsons was on the council, and we worked out a situation where both the clerk and the then city manager, Bill Workman, were comfortable that they were able to complete their duties, because up till that point, the city clerk wasn't getting the materials she felt she needed to get in order to do her duties.
Right. And so at that point is when I got access to the financial system. Because I've been the accounting manager and set up Munis, I knew how to manage the financial system.
So I wouldn't characterize it as not following, because there is no way to interpret that. It is coming up with a clear and concise where there is check and balance and everyone is clear who's responsible for what
So you helped
duties.
facilitate that?
What?
That change that you were just talking about?
No,
No,
I
he
didn't.
wasn't-
No,
he
no.
wasn't
The
city
McFadden
attorney.
change or the different? or the-
McFadden was years before. No, I found it in the vault. I was trying to
Oh, this is the
interpret
old
it.
one.
So I was stuck with the city clerk saying, I can't do my charter duties because I'm
No,
not.
the portion that you were talking about regarding Bill Workman.
That's what I was just saying. We were faced with the situation where the city clerk was saying that she didn't feel she could do her charter duties and brought it up to the council. And the city manager felt that there was a reason that needed to happen. And so I was tasked with researching it, and they were able to come up with a compromise that they felt where they both could perform their charter duties.
At that time, when I didn't have access, the budget didn't tie in. And there was a big O. It was in the papers. It just didn't tie in. And then the city manager told an analyst, just fix it. And he freaked out and he had nowhere else to go. And he came to me and then he went to the press.
And so there,
And that's how I got the things I got.
and so that's how I got asked to look at what does under the direction of the city manager mean for a city clerk that has the duties? And there really isn't a definition. And so I was looking at McFadden, what did this mean at the time? And that there isn't. And so they were able to work out something where the clerk felt she could perform her charter mandated duties, and the city manager felt that he had oversight over the clerk.
And
So-
there was never use my newfound word, there was never a charter resolution to harmonize these changes.
Well, it's not so much harmonizing changes. That may be what comes to you in the city treasurer. It's coming up with a understandable, intelligible charter section. There just is no answer to how you have an independent city clerk acting under the direction of the city manager. Because if financial services doesn't act at the direction of the city manager, he can replace him or her. He cannot replace the city clerk.
Okay. So let's see here. Councilmember Baji just asked about the city attorney stuff, about the bifurcation of roles. He asked last time about you guys investigating all of the other different choices. How much time did you guys spend, other than the Long Beach model, looking at elected prosecutor, appointed city attorney?
We really didn't. It's been, I believe it was referred to as a possibility, but because we found no existing examples, we didn't take it any further. So now there is what I would call a potential example for that. So it's considered to be in existence, that it certainly is, and it could have been an option before, but it wasn't brought forth. We could do the same thing where we have an elected city attorney and an appointed prosecutor. There's multiple things you could do, but what we looked at is what have other cities done, because we always wanted to have some basis of were they even successful or not. And we didn't find that particular one in existence that has.
Right. It actually, I don't think it really does, because it's ubiquitous around all counties in California. All the counties have elected prosecutor, and then they have county council.
We did not look at counties as reference. We strictly looked at cities.
Right.
Primarily charter cities, but in some cases we would look at other cities. So I believe there's 128 charter cities in California, something like that.
Yeah. So you guys had, I looked at your last agenda, keeping up on some of your agendas, you guys had a conversation on moral turpitude.
We did.
Did you have an answer for that, a solution for that? Did you just move on and say, okay, it's good enough as is?
It's under an item that covers residency, moral turpitude, and other things that could be modified in some way. Moral turpitude, the conclusion we've come to, but we weren't ready to bring it forth in a actual amendment form. Recommendation was that moral turpitude is about the best you're going to find right now, and it has been defined through different case law. It is something that continues to evolve through case law, becomes common law. So we didn't find a better solution for that, because if you get into more detail and try to outline, well, felonies or a certain class of crime, it gets really complicated, difficult, and really not appropriate for a charter. So turpitude, at this point, my recollection is we would be bringing forth, when we do that, leave it as is.
Okay.
With that respect.
You also had in that same agenda item, residency, definition of residency.
To talk about, would there be a better definition of residency.
Better definition the state of California has.
Well, we did look at multiple aspects. There's election code, there's government code, 544, I think is one of them, and the election code covers, there's various definitions, and then some of them call out domicile and what is domicile, and then you have recent cases where someone living in a car within the city can qualify. We haven't fully landed on that, but we're not finding necessarily a better solution other than residency and then letting it refer to other aspects of government code or election code. We could bring those in. One of the things we question, we have to put in language in government code as is now or forever may be kind of thing. Okay, allow it to change with the government code if it needs to. One of the findings we did talk about, and I believe we will be moving forward with, is to make the residency requirements consistent for the different elected office. For example, city council has to maintain residency, mayor does not, per the charter. So we're looking at what areas of the charter would we want to refine to make those consistent. It feels right that they should be consistent. Yeah. They may have been done at different times. I know some, between the city clerk, the city attorney, and the city treasurer, language has been done at different times through history, so you see differences that evolve, and the other ones weren't all brought up to speed with the with the latest one.
Okay.
So residency we're getting closer on that one.
Yeah, and you guys had a brief discussion about publish. I don't need a long answer on this. You guys are going to go anywhere with this? Is there any legs to that?
What we're waiting on is there overriding government code that, state code that we would not be in violation of if we were to change it within the charter.
Okay.
So we're not completed on that item either.
Okay. And then the last item here, school board expense. You sent me an email regarding school board expense. You getting paid $250, which is outside the ed code of $240. Did you get a response from, I didn't see a response, maybe I was left off of it, from the city attorney. And did you guys maybe want to look into that more or need to look into that more?
It's been proposed that, yes, the ed code does not support a $250 cash payment. Ed code only supports payments for travel, necessary travel, and it specifically is actual and necessary expenditures. There is a similar situation with healthcare benefits that the question was posed to the Attorney General, could a school district pay a cash payment in lieu of providing the actual healthcare benefits? The answer was no, you cannot do that. It's not prescribed by code anywhere, so you cannot do that. Somewhat similar here, the only thing that's allowed under ed code is that it has to be actual and necessary expenses while on duties performing as a board member. And there's two different sections of the ed code. One refers to travel expenses only, and the other one talks about actual and necessary expenses performing duties.
Okay. Just a quick comment to the council. I agree with you, Councilmember Bocci. Maybe we should make a decision on that or send it back to them regarding bifurcating the roles for using the recommendation of their current one that they moved up, and then the bifurcation, have them look at an elected city attorney and appointed city attorney as was discussed. We said earlier they didn't talk about that. I see some issues with the treasurer coming up, some issues with, or updates, updates with the treasurer's office that needs to get moving forward. I think you guys have talked about the treasurer's office, but you need more time, correct?
We've had the early discussions on that. We've gone through the current charter and said, no, we're not doing that, we're not doing that, we're not doing that. We're sort of doing that, kind of getting us started. The plan is to do a similar methodology as we did with city clerk, is to resolve those things that we're not in compliance with and clear them up, and then we'll bring forward charter language that would bring it into compliance with what is truly happening right now.
Really define compliance and get us back up to speed. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Kaljurevich.
Yeah, we had
extensive discussion about when potentially this could be on the ballot. And I think we had been advised by our city attorney that it had to be on a November election. I see here it's a March election.
Yeah, it does not need to be on the November election. If it
According
were
to
to
who?
take effect during a term, it would need to fall to a November even year election.
Whose opinion is that?
I'm sorry.
Whose opinion is that?
It's written in the election code, and then Mr. Colantuno also wrote the opinion.
So the other attorney gave you this opinion. There's also, I think we had a
Yeah,
discussion
and he
about what the
actually wrote
scope
this
of work.
resolution.
But I think we had a discussion about what the scope of work of Mr. Colantuno was, and it was about ballot language measure, or writing the ballot language. But that seems like outside the scope of work that we were
It's
talking
in the
about.
resolution that he wrote this resolution.
Right, but he picked the date?
The date was discussed at the city charter, and he agreed that it could be in the March 5th of 2024. And he made that amendment to the language.
Okay. Mr. City Attorney, do you have a different opinion about if it is allowed to be on the March election?
Yeah, neither of these are allowed to be on the March election. They have to be pursuant to 1415 of the election code. It's the change in status of an employee. And so, although when I was gone, questions were asked of Mr. Colantuno, and the city will get billed, which are outside the scope, and I was very clear about that. He said the more conservative approach is to put on the November. If, however, the city attorney is not an employee, it wouldn't affect the status of an employee. Now, he doesn't know because he didn't research it, nor should he have. But I'm sure all of you are aware that all of us as elected officials are designated and have been for more than 2 decades as executive level employees. It's why we get the level of benefits that we get pursuant to the charter. It's in the definition, the term definition in the pay and benefit plan. Specifically, in addition, you were clear that any modifications to the clerk or treasurer should be on the November ballot. And in this case, because of language that was added to it, it would have to be November, and not because it changes the status of the city clerk, but it changes the status of the chief deputy city clerk. Right now, she's protected as a civil servant, can only be fired for cause. This makes her an at-will employee, and therefore it would be illegal to put it on the ballot. So it would be illegal to put either of these on the ballot in a March, anything other than a November general election.
I don't have any further questions.
Okay. Before you go to
Mr. Colantuno's opinion was different from that.
Okay, before you go to Councilmember Baji, I'd like the public to get a chance to comment on this, so thank you very much, Mr. Stretzenberg.
Committee member.
And committee member and board member, thank you. So I don't have any cards in front of me, so.
Cards are right here.
Oh, now I do.
And then I have a Zoom from Bob Kinsler.
Okay. Why don't we go to Zoom first, and then we'll go to the cards.
Yeah, after the cards.
Okay, Mr. Pinsler.
Okay, Bob?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. There are 482 cities in California. 473 have an appointed city attorney. Of the 100 top safest cities in California, only one, San Francisco at number 95, has an elected city attorney, despite the fact that part of their stated rationale for electing the position is enhancing public safety. They have clearly failed. 2 of the remaining cities with elected city attorneys are seeking solutions to a problem that most members of the public don't see, whether or not the opinion of that elected official can be trusted. In one city, the council is seeking the opportunity to hire their own legal advisor because the elected city attorney is injecting his own political opinions into his advice to the council. This specific issue was the reason San Bernardino voters decided to change from an elected to an appointed city attorney. In the other, another elected official is seeking the opportunity to hire their own legal advisor because they do not believe that the advice that they are given is in the best interest of their department. In both of these cases, the city's charter has to be changed because the city attorney, as it is here, is the exclusive means by which legal advisors can be hired. Thus, the decision of the one trying to influence a policy in determining which lawyer the city can use is making that decision. Where is the supposed check and balance in that? We actually elect two attorneys to represent us, our city attorney and our district attorney. Considering the feeling this council has had for the latter, it is a wonder that they would want that decision to be left to political whim. Beginning in April 2025, we will have a new city attorney. To gain that position, campaign contributions will need to be solicited. Private groups, which may or may not be required to disclose the totality of their contributors, will chime in. But despite the public not knowing their identities, the next city attorney will. How will that knowledge affect decision-making? How much information will be kept from the council when it might adversely affect one of his or her supporters? We will not know. We will just suffer the result. Our city clearly has not benefited from having this position elected. It is time we joined with nearly all of our colleague cities and appoint our city attorney. And if I have any time left regarding the situation with the school board, we didn't just say we leave it up to you. They said we don't want to do anything, and we then said, okay, let's tell the council that and they can decide what to do.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I've got 3 cards in front of me. First is from Diane Lewis. After Diane is Vicki Etzel.
Good evening, City Council members. After listening to I'm sorry, I couldn't get the gentleman's name that was up
Mr.
here.
Strutzenberg.
Mr. Strutzenberger, and I'm more confused than ever. But I had written something before I started listening to everybody's talking about it. I'm Diane Lewis from District 4, and I'd like to speak on agenda item P1 concerning the either appointing or the electing of the city attorney. I understand this is coming about due to the committee that updates the city charter. It was brought up in 1999 to do this. It was rejected by voters then, and I believe it's a smart move then and now. I don't believe it's a political position, but to me, an appointed attorney smacks of possible cronyism. And as a retired teacher from Inglewood Unified School District, I'm quite familiar with the term. Keeping an attorney that has been voted in is a way to keep maximum control to local voters and not the leanings of the council's interests at the present time. There would no longer be any check on the power of mayor and council. I feel that it would be more costly to have the position appointed. Also, there is a risk that we could lose Redondo's prosecution attorney and have George Gascon in charge. This would impact Hermosa as well, as they use Redondo's prosecutors. And I do know that Manhattan Beach was trying to get on with our prosecutors, but George Gascon denied them access to us. As to the higher cost for appointed versus an elected official, I read about some figures. You're being billed $395 per hour. That's, I'm going to mess up his name. Mr. Conantuo. That's his reduced price per hour. And at an 8-hour day for only 126 days, it's over $400,000, which I believe is the present or approximate pay of our attorney at the present time. Again, the Redondo Beach City Attorney acts as a dual function officer, representing and advising the City Council in legal matters, including civil litigation. Secondly, they prosecute misdemeanors and some felony cases sent back from the LA County District Attorney's Office. So I guess my question here would be, how many consultants or appointed people would we need to take the place of one elected city attorney? I'm a little nervous. Thank you.
Okay, next speaker is Vicky Edsel, and after Vicky is Ron Morocco.
I'm going to make it a little bit shorter because I'm with Miss Lewis there. I'm a little bit more confused after having listened to all of the information. But hello, City Council members and Mayor Pro Tem. I am Vicky Edsel. I have been a District 3 resident for more than 31 years. I am contesting the proposed city charter change of the city attorney from an elected position to a city-appointed position. I understand that this change would have to be voted on now in November by the citizens of Redondo Beach if approved by the city council to go forth. I have a problem with this because I believe that the mayor and city council majority would appoint someone who would only work in their interests, not the interest of all citizens, and to have the power to fire the city attorney if he or she doesn't want to do what they demand. The mayor has said in city council meetings that he only wants to surround himself with those who do agree with him. That's his prerogative if they are appointed positions. That is why we need to have an elected city attorney. Someone recently posted the following comment that I'm going to read on Facebook in response to this city charter review recommendation. And I think it says it succinctly. People don't generally hire the best person for the job. They hire someone that can do the job that best aligns with their beliefs and values. Changing it to an appointed position allows for more of an echo chamber and fewer alternative perspectives on issues, and maybe the law. That's it.
Okay, Ron Morocco, and no additional cards unless there are any outside. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. I'm Ron Morocco, District 3. I'm also a member of the Charter Commission. It's not as cut and dry as Mr. Stolzenberg represents. I'm the dissenting vote on 2 of the 3 things that you have before you today. So we, on the city attorney, I'll start with that because I'll probably use up most of my time. When we proposed the change in October, I was the sole vote against it. It is now at a 4-3 vote. And so it's the emphasis is shifting with regards to how it goes out. Mr. Pinsler points out, and he's also on the commission as well, that most of the cities are in the state of California have switched over. And once you give an appointed position to a group, they're not going to give it back. We as a city initially were appointed. Up until the point we had a charter, we were appointed officers. And we've had 5 elections where the issue of appointed versus elected has come into play, 3 with direct impacts on it. And what's really interesting from the 1947, 1957, and 1999 elections, there was no precinct in the city of Redondo Beach where the voters said, yes, we want to have an appointed city attorney. The last time this came on the ballot, and it's an advisory vote, so it did not have legal impact to change the charter, 4,490 people said, no, we don't want to change it. 1,359 said yes. So from a cost perspective, you also have to look at it. There's a history along the way over here where when this comes up to the ballot, that it doesn't get approved. And I would encourage you to look at the 1999 ballot language. Mr. Pinsler actually did the proponents on it. And when I examined it, it was like, what's changed since 1999 other than the time? The issues for me are, who is the client? And the citizens of this city currently have a person who's accountable to them. If you make it an appointed position, the citizens of this community do not have any accountability. He doesn't even have to, the city attorney doesn't even have to communicate back to us. Who's the city attorney accountable? Right? If you do it as an appointed, it's going to be the council majority. And we've seen that changes over time. If it's elected, the people have an opportunity to be informed, learn about the person, and pick the best person in it. One of the arguments in the ballot language was a power grab. And the proponents of having an appointed said, if you have it as an elected, it's a power grab. Well, my definition of power grab is you're taking away something from a larger body and you're instilling it in a smaller group of people. So actually having an appointed city attorney is a power grab. So I think it's a waste of money to actually do that. I do want to mention something on the city clerk, because again, I'm the lone dissenting voice on it. And if you can extend me at least a couple minutes on it?
30 seconds. We have a lot of business.
I think everything is fine until they redefine the qualifications of the city clerk. I think that it works with the accounting background, bachelor's degree. We have El Camino over here that has associates that actually have qualified people. So I think you're limiting the pool of people qualified that could be running to become a city clerk. So I think the first part you're fine with. I think the second part where it talks about the qualifications, that it shouldn't be on the ballot. And I think you need to wait until the city treasurer part comes up here, because I think that makes it a more rounded situation.
Thank you. I have a quick question for you. You talk about being able to qualify for the city clerk's position, right?
Uh-huh.
And you say you don't want too many, you would rather have more qualifications on there?
No, I think that the way it works now has worked fine. We've had, I think, one election where you actually were elected, there was like 5 people on the ballot.
The first one.
What?
The first one.
The first one, yeah. And if somebody does a good job, the last time we had the city attorney being challenged, this was the last election.
Let me ask you, a citywide race.
Uh-huh.
How do you expect someone to pay for a citywide race in Redondo Beach for 70,000 people? Isn't that in and of itself a disqualifier, the inability to raise funds?
Actually, that's an interesting question you raised, because that actually applies to the city attorney. You have a city attorney that's a citywide thing. Why would the person want to have that much money raised when they can just seed it into 3 different districts and have that person elected as well? So I think if somebody's motivated and somebody wants to run, they should be able to run. And I think you're limiting your pool when you kind of cut down with certain of the qualifications. And whether it's $70,000 for the city clerk, whether it's...
So to that point, qualifications, we talked about qualifications for city clerk, talked about qualifications for the city attorney just now, right? 2 very important positions. And yet the city treasurer, who's in charge of $115 million worth of funds, that person's qualifications is living in the city, 18 years old, and qualified to vote. So you can have somebody who is an 18-year-old high school dropout and living in a car running for city treasurer and win.
Yeah, so you can have the same person run for city council and win.
But these are not professional positions.
Ultimately, you expect...
Well, to that point, we had somebody living in Torrance, right? Living in Torrance or District 3. And to that point, these council is temporary positions, right? Or not temporary, are part-time positions, and they're not professional positions, right?
I don't know. What's your salary now? I assume
$927 a month.
What?
$927 a month.
Okay, well, it's still a salary. But I
that's
think...
$5.43
it's actually,
an
it's
hour.
a stipend because it doesn't even qualify as minimum wage.
Yeah, it doesn't even qualify for
And I
state
don't-
law, actually, for
Okay.
exempt employees. So regardless of all that, if the qualification, you're looking at qualifications, the city treasurer has no qualifications. It manages $115 million worth of assets for the Redondo Beach, right? run a citywide campaign. It doesn't seem to me that that is very congruent with each other. It's all very incongruent with each other.
I will say,
I think the electorate is smart, and if somebody is running against them, those kind of issues will be brought forth to the public. So what you're proposing is the people in the city
I'm not
do not
proposing-
actually study.
I'm not proposing
their
anything. I'm
candidates.
just asking a question on your fault. So that's it. I'm good. Appreciate it.
I will say that the recommendation to strike the language about having 15 units in the following courses: elementary accounting, intermediate accounting, advanced accounting, auditing, cost accounting, and municipal and governmental accounting. These are at a collegiate institution. Those are very limiting. I have a lot of business experience. I have an MBA. I don't have all those classes. A lot of people, I think the fact that they struck that language, you struck the language, a bachelor's degree from accredited college or university with 5 years of experience or being a city clerk opens up the possibility to a lot more people than before. From what I understand, it was written years ago to shut people out by a certain individual.
1964 is written, and it wasn't designed to shut people out.
Well, I'd be surprised because I heard a different story. So, that could be right, but it does.
It is right. It's in the
It does
minutes.
eliminate a lot. It does eliminate a lot of people. A lot of people. And so.
And so does the part about the city being a city clerk.
Time.
It's a lot of people.
I'm sorry.
Time.
Yes, time is up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other speakers in the public that would like to come up and address the council?
Hello, I believe I submitted a card, but no big deal.
It is not here, so.
Brad Waller, District 1. I see this as a solution in search of a problem. An elected city attorney has the crucial latitude to make independent and unbiased legal decisions without concerns they will get fired by the mayor or city council members who appointed them. The citizens of Redondo Beach deserve someone who will fearlessly protect the interests of the people of Redondo Beach and not just carry out the wishes of the city council and manager. When it comes to public attorneys like a city attorney, the identity of the client in the public sector varies with the context. The client can be the council, a member of the council, city employees being sued over how they did their job, or the public in general. An elected city attorney rather than appointed city attorney is more likely to provide good legal advice in the context of the many hats that an attorney must wear. Some key reasons to maintain the system we have now. Accountability. The current system directly ties the city attorney's role to the electorate, ensuring accountability to residents. This connection is fundamental to democratic governance, allowing citizens to choose their city attorney and have a say in this important position. Independence. An elected city attorney is more independent, less vulnerable to political pressure, and more likely to provide impartial legal advice. Appointed city attorneys could be seen as influenced by the city council or mayor, potentially compromising their independence. Checks and balances. The separation of powers are essential in democratic governance. An elected city attorney acts as a check on the city council and mayor by offering independent legal counsel and potentially challenging questionable decisions. Appointing the city attorney could weaken this system. Expertise and qualifications. Elected city attorneys must demonstrate their qualifications and expertise to gain public trust. This results in a higher level of scrutiny and more competent candidates. Appointed city attorneys might not be held to the same standards, potentially leading to less qualified individuals in the role. Flexibility. Elected city attorneys have the flexibility to take positions that may not align with the city council or mayor when it's in the city's best interest. Appointed city attorneys might feel pressure to conform to the appointing authority's views, limiting their ability in the city's best interests. Maintaining an elected city attorney in Redondo Beach preserves democratic accountability, independence, checks and balances, and ensures qualified individuals hold this crucial legal role. Changing to appointed city position may compromise these principles and weaken the city's governance structure. Redondo Beach should retain its city charter with the city attorney as an elected position. Thank you.
Clarifying question, Mr. Waller, what, is that from a website? And if so, which one?
Pardon?
Is that from a website?
It's mostly from my public comment that I made.
Oh, got it. Okay. That's all your original work?
Yes.
Okay.
Are there
There might
additional?
be some excerpts from news articles I read.
Got it.
Okay, any additional speakers?
Yeah, Robert Moore, District 3. I mentioned earlier that I attended our monthly meeting for our council person. And we learned a lot. And at the end of the meeting, a question was asked and our council person said, this is going to be on the agenda. She didn't tell us how she felt or how we should feel or anything. And we were all kind of surprised. And unfortunately, I couldn't hear a word you said. And I tried. I moved up the sound system. You got to get it like the Zoom. You can hear that. But the meeting was adjourned and we all looked at each other and we talked, and the consensus of the group was we want to have an elected city attorney. That was the feeling. We felt we voted on it before, and here we go again. And then the question was November or March. Does it cost more to have an election in March than November, vice versa? We didn't know the answer to that. So we don't want to spend more money than we have to in the city. We want to keep an elected city attorney because we feel it's checks and balances, as the gentleman said before. Who knows? Would you have fired this attorney if he was appointed? We don't know. We like the checks and balance. We like the honesty in the information given. You can take it or leave it, and you can go your direction, and then we'll hopefully, he'll keep us straight, you'll keep us straight, and we'll have a good city. But the opinion of the group was, we want to elect a city attorney.
Okay, thank you. To that effect, well, a couple things. One is if this, yes, sir. No, this is a question for you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's
I thought
okay, no
you
worries.
had-
So I'm going to ask City Clerk Manzano about cost, but also I just want to remind people, if this does go to the ballot, you will have a chance to say whether or not you want an elected official appointed. This is not a decision about having an appointed or an elected official. It is giving people the option to say one or the other. So I just want to clarify that. I think everybody knows that, but I think people are lost in, well, we don't want one. Like, that's what democracy is about. If this decides to go, if we decide as a council, as a group, to put this on the ballot, that's all this is. Question about cost. I know you sent us an update earlier today.
Yes,
So
so,
could you go through the cost if this does make it to the ballot on either, I believe it was either March or November?
okay, so the LA County Register Recorder has an election estimate
Okay,
calculator. So what I did is they have it already up for 2024 March and November.
okay,
So what I did is I put in there for 3 measures and 15 pages, because usually 5 pages for each measure. And
Okay.
it came out to $267,000.
67
Yes, 267,000
for 2 or 3 measures?
for 3 measures.
Okay, how about for 2 measures?
So for 2 measures, it was 252,000.
Okay, and how about for November?
Okay, so for November, 3 measures is 225,000. And again, these are estimates. And then for 2 measures, 208,000.
Okay, interesting that it is smaller in November, it's a
Yes,
larger voting universe.
Because you have more agencies putting in for that ballot.
Okay. Okay, so I'll repeat it for the audience and for us. If this were to go to a March ballot, it would be 267 for 3 measures, 252,000 for 2 measures. If it were a November ballot, it would be 225,000 for 3 measures, 208 for 2 measures. What if it was just city clerk?
Well, if you could tell, there's like a $10,000, $15,000 difference.
So not much
No.
difference, okay.
Well, the one thing I would add, if it were just city clerk, if it were slightly amended, it could go on the March 2025. Because if you didn't make the deputy at will, if you took out that language, it's not changing the status of the city clerk. It's not turning her into appointed. And I think it was like $5,000. So if that's not worth so it's $5,000 to add it to our already scheduled.
So if we leave her as.
So if you leave her, you take out the language.
It would only be $5,000. How much did we spend last?
Well, for an election, it's 225, but to put a measure, it's, again, 5 pages. So
So
about
we have to have the
5,000.
November election. So that's the one
FYI.
thing. And I don't know if that late edition is worth 200-some thousand dollars.
Okay,
If
thank
it is-
you. Anybody else like to speak to this item?
And I have some Zoom.
I'd like public, and then we'll get to Zane, because I want to give everybody a chance to speak before we do second rounds.
Thank you. Jim Light, District 1. So I'm caught in between on this one. First off, I do support going away from an elected city attorney. I mean, out of 482 cities, only 10 have an elected city attorney, and that number's been dropping through the years, not climbing. So cities are moving away from elected city attorneys. And I think it's a farce to think that an elected position doesn't have politics associated with it. I think that's a naive position. But my bigger concern with an elected city attorney is the eligibility requirements. I mean, you have to be a resident of the city. You've got to be, well, hopefully you would want a qualified attorney that has experience with government law to include things like land use and government contracts and elections and Brown Act, which you don't get off your average street attorney that works for a corporation or in a legal perspective that hasn't had government experience. And third, that attorney, when you find meets those 2 criteria, has to want to run. And I think there's a reason that in the last 30 years, we've only had 2 city attorneys. And I think the number of qualified candidates that are willing to run is very limited when you limit it to must live within the city limits of Redondo Beach. So I would like a different system. However, I also agree that appointed by the city council does make it very political. And, you know, what I would hate to see is we have a great city attorney, and just because we change in an election, you oust someone who's been effective just for political reasons. So, you know, what I'd like to see is something that's kind of a hybrid where the city manager gets to run a hiring process, recommend somebody to the council, and then the council votes on that recommendation of the city manager. And that should reduce the politics in the whole thing. So that's what I would like to see on this. The cry that we voted on this before, that was 1999. There's been over 8,000 people added to this city since then, and people have moved in and out that make the percentage of people who were there in 1999 much smaller. So I think I don't think that's a valid reason for not putting this to a vote of the people. As to the claims of whether the ethics of an elected or appointed city attorney would be compromised in either position, there is a code of ethics that the state has produced for city attorneys. And whether you're appointed, elected, or hired, you have to live up to that code of ethics. So I don't see that as a big deal. In what I'm proposing, if the city manager thinks that they've been influenced that way, they can recommend getting rid of one. Right now, I didn't see how you get rid of one other than it's an appointed position. I think under what I'm recommending, the city manager would do the performance evaluations and make recommendations. So in closing, I agree with the thought. I think it needs a little more work on how it gets implemented. But I do think you do, yes, thank you. I'm wrapping up. So I do think it is right to give the residents a voice in this and put it up to a vote of the people. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the public?
Good evening, Paul Moses, District 2. I'd like to thank the Brown Act that gives me the right to come up here and speak and say what I want. It was a pretty amazing presentation put on by the chairman that seemed to bury the big issue of the last check on the mayor's power being put out to a vote and see how we could screw with that. And that's just horrible, but it didn't get brought up until the people brought it up. They've spoken about this time and time again. Don't put this on the ballot. They don't want to, they voted against it. Every 20 years this comes up. They vote against it because it's a good idea. They re-elect Mr. Webb because he's a great city attorney. It's unbelievable. That's what it is. You guys talk about this stuff. You just waste our time and money like it's fun. This idea didn't even come from the community. It came from that clown show called the Charter Review Advisory Committee. And even then, they split on it 4-3. No one wants this. No one wants this in the city. It's just ridiculous. North Redondo residents overwhelmingly don't want this. The Redondo Police Officers Association doesn't want this. School board members don't want this. No one wants this. And you guys are trying to molest our charter for God knows what reason. But listen to what the people are saying. No one wants this on the ballot. Don't put it on the ballot. If you do, we'll remember. You guys got elections coming up. We'll remember. I'll make sure everyone remembers the stuff you guys try to pull. Thank you.
We'll remind you that each member up here had a vote on appointments of people that were on the committee, and they are representative of the residents of this community. Mr. Craig, you are next.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem Council, Wayne Craig, resident of District 1. I want to sidetrack a little differently and actually talk about the school board letter, which I thought was kind of interesting because during one of the meetings that I went to with the Charter Review Committee, I brought up a point saying that if we continue to allow the school board to have at-large elections, as opposed to districts, which is what you guys are all elected under, we might be exposing the city to potential liability. So I think we're gonna have to change that at some point anyway. So my suggestion would be the school board really has nothing to do with the city council. You're two separate fiefdoms. You don't interact. Doesn't really make sense to have them combined. I think it makes a lot more sense to split them up. And you know, the other excuse they had in here is that if we have to split it, we're gonna have to pay school board members money. Well, I don't know. That's a real problem that you need to be concerned about. So anyway, a couple of other things here didn't really make a lot of sense. My recommendation is to split it up, keep it simple, clean. You know, why do we have a document that has all this other stuff that doesn't really relate anymore? But I do have a question we heard a lot tonight about integrity, accountability, direct access and such. So the two attorneys we have up here, I have a question. If I retain either one of you to handle a case for me, I could probably call your office anytime and say, hey, how much money have we spent on our case so far? How long would it take you to look that up? Minutes? Maybe a little more time, maybe to check with accounting. Probably not too long, right? And I said, hey, you know, I'm kind of concerned about maybe 3 or 4 items like, you know, how much have you paid for an outside counsel? How much of the transfer fees, things like that. I'm just curious, you know, how much my bills are running up. You'd be able to answer that right away, I think, right? I think actually even the bar requires that you do that. So my question is, back in April, we settled a big lawsuit. Actually, several of them. There's like 5 total. I think 4 were settled with our former harbor developer, Redondo Beach Waterfront, or Center Cal Properties. So that was back in April. So in June 4th, more than 5 months ago, I asked the very same question to our city attorney. What did we spend on all this? I have yet to receive an answer. Now, the Public Records Act usually says you have to respond to these things within 10 days. I understand it takes time. I'm not trying to be a pain in the neck. But we're always talking about ways to avoid lawsuits and how to figure out costs and such. And I just figured it'd be important to know how much it actually did cost us, because none of you were on the council at the time. And maybe we can learn from the mistakes of the past and understand how much our total costs were involved. Right now, that cost is well over $20 million. And with the legal expenses, it could be even higher. So I just ask that, you know, 5 months, I've gotten letters every month saying why we can't get the documents. I'd like to see them at some point in time. I think the public would like to know. Thank you.
Thank you. I will say, let me make a couple comments and then we'll get to Mr. Kilroy. It's funny that the school board would like to stay with the city, where years ago there was a lawsuit to keep them away from the city in terms of term limits, if you recall. Mr. Zeidler So that's quite interesting how that's changed. Another thing I want to point out is there's been a number of comments about the city attorney's position being a political position. And I want to point out, and I think Mr. Webb would agree with this, that his main responsibility is A, to represent the city, B, to offer sound advice to the city. He's not a check and balance. This is not judicial, executive, and legislative. He does offer sound advice quite often. In fact, when there's something that he would agree with or disagree with the majority of the council, he says, my opinion is this, but you can vote however you like. This is my opinion. That's what a city attorney should do, no matter if they're appointed or they're elected. Also, two of us will not be here when this would take effect. Even if it was voted in, we would not have a vote on this. There will be hopefully 3 people unless somebody doesn't get reelected in District 4. So I want to remind people that this is, from my view, an opportunity for residents to have a say, but I'm not 100% sure I'm still on board with it because there's cost issues involved as well, too. I don't know if you have any comments.
So the only thing I would add is in general agreement, but it is a check and balance on if someone violates the charter, it can be filed as a misdemeanor. So there is no other position if council members violate the don't interfere. That is the worst case scenario. When the council decided to investigate allegations against the city manager, they directed me to. To answer your question, I didn't respond to the charter because, to the comment about expenses. I'm not on the school board, but I did do what I've done previously. I reached out to the school board's attorney, and we're looking into that. I want to understand the rationale for that, and certainly the person who sent you the email can make a motion to change the bylaw for the school board. So there is a real check and balance. We had a council that fired a former assistant to the city manager, not during my term, but that is direct violation. And the only one who can enforce it is the city attorney. The city manager can't defend it because he can be fired by a majority of the council. Only the elected city attorney can provide that oversight to make certain that no entity of the government is exceeding their bounds. And conversely, I can't hire anyone I want for outside counsel. It's the council that does that, but only at my direction. So the council can't just go find not this council, but a council can't go find a convenient, second opinion. So I agree.
You do represent the city in that aspect,
right,
in terms of enforcing the charter.
Right, and so that's what I'm saying is
Yes.
it is the one position. It's the same like.
I think we're talking about policy more than actually.
It's not mine.
Right.
We may talk about that, but so it's up to you to do policy. I will point out some practicalities, which we're encouraged to do by the League of California Cities, and city councils can interpret it that, oh, you're just saying that because, this is your policy call. But ultimately, it's the city council that determines policy.
Determines policy, yeah. Okay, Mr. Kilroy. Thank you. Sure.
Matt Kilroy, former council member, District 5, 40-year resident, 32 years, 6 commissions at least, serving the city. I'd like to clarify a few things. First of all, with regards to city clerk qualifications, it was something that was discussed. Oh, and I am on the Charter Review Committee. Thank you, Councilmember Barrett, for nominating me to that. It is filled with some really smart people who have done a tremendous amount of work, and they've drilled down on all these issues quite a bit.
Right.
And we've discussed them to all hours. The city clerk qualifications was one of those things, and it's a balancing act, I guess, for you to decide as to how much you want to limit the pool by raising the qualifications, how much you want to let the voters decide who's qualified and who's not. The same issue with regards to qualifications and how big the pool is with regards to the city clerk or city treasurer or city attorney, all basically the same kind of an issue. And I do believe the city of Redondo Beach has a great pool of attorneys to draw from. The fact that we haven't had anyone oppose City Attorney Webb, I think speaks to the job he's been doing as city attorney. I didn't exactly appreciate the characterization by former committee member, by committee member Pinsler with regards to not having any, what was the word, benefit from having an elected city attorney, because I totally disagree with that. And I've disagreed with advice when I was on city council from city attorney, and we actually voted against what his advice was with regards to building a hotel down by the harbor. We built it anyway and it worked. So he's always been very forthright with regards to his opinions and his advice to us. One of the things we talked extensively with regards to, you asked a question about how much we discussed the two splitting the offices. We did discuss that. It wasn't really mentioned a lot, but we did discuss that at length. The biggest issue we had about splitting the offices was cost. We felt, and you can go back to the minutes of the charter review, we felt it was kind of discussed that the additional cost wouldn't be justified in splitting the two offices. So I will say that was something that was brought up, and that's why you don't see it in front of you as any kind of a recommendation with regards to that, because the committee felt that it would just add additional costs without any additional benefits. What else do I want to say? I do appreciate what other residents have said about wanting to keep it an elected position, because I think the voters deserve that. I think it's been beat to death. And we started this meeting tonight talking about costs, and I think it's really important to recognize that our elected city attorney is a lot cheaper than having an appointed city attorney. And so I think you get back to where we started tonight with making sure we are spending money wisely, and that's the wisest way to spend it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from the audience?
I have
Anybody on Zoom?
Zoom.
Okay.
Marion Butler.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I hope so. Okay. So Mr. Maroka and Mr. Walker, Mr. Waller have already stated what I want to say very well, but I'll piggyback. The people of Redondo Beach have already voted on the issue of city attorney being appointed versus elected 4 times and voted no to having our city attorney appointed each time. Adding this item on the ballot costs money that we don't have. Our current elected city attorney, Mr. Webb, just spoke to the cost. Right now, the people have an opportunity to vote out the city attorney if we don't like what they're doing. We have voted time and time again that we don't want to lose that right. If Redondo were to change to city attorney being appointed, there's a risk we could lose Redondo's prosecution attorney and have George Gascon in charge. This would impact Hermosa Beach as well, as Hermosa uses Redondo's prosecutors. Manhattan Beach tried to contract for Redondo's prosecutor, but they needed George Gascon's permission to do so and were denied. So why would Redondo want to diminish our power? Right now, our attorney is elected by the people and therefore is beholden to the people. If appointed, they would be beholden to the people who appointed them. This results in potential bad decisions being made due to fear of being unappointed, which places our city at risk for liability and lawsuits. The current city attorney serves as a checks and balances to mayor and council, as Mr. Webb intelligently explained. He is also on payroll, which saves us a lot of money. It has been working exceptionally well for us to have an elected city attorney. Mike Webb has done a great service with his homeless program, to the point where other cities in the state want to copy it. The current mayor and council, with the exception of Paige and Scott because they're new, have demonstrated over the last few years that we can't trust them to do the right thing. This has resulted in multiple and costly lawsuits, declining revenues, and has put us at risk for losing our beloved fire department. Stop wasting time and energy on unnecessary items on our ballot that people have already voted on 4 times, maybe even 5 times, and start working on improving our city economy and giving some much needed attention in North Redondo Beach, namely improving and beautifying Artesia Boulevard. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else on Zoom?
Brianna Egan.
Hi, City Council, Brianna Eakin, District 1. I won't speak specifically to the charter amendments because I joined the meeting late. I didn't hear the full presentation, but I do want to speak to the larger issue of voter participation and elections in our city. The city of Redondo Beach continues to have municipal elections in March of odd years. And I want to ask, is this in the best interest of our electorate? Does this do anything for turning out higher voter turnout and greater civic participation? So there was actually a bill in the California State Legislature that passed in 2015, SB 415, that prohibits local governments from holding elections on dates other than a statewide election date, if doing so in the past has resulted in a significant decrease in voter turnout. The law went into effect in January 1st of 2018. So again, I ask, why do we continue to have off-year elections in March? Moving from odd year to even year elections has been studied, and we've seen that a study from the Greenlining Institute, that's a policy research think tank that works on racial and economic justice, found that odd year elections are associated with substantially higher costs per voter, substantially lower voter turnout, and adds to voter fatigue with having too many elections. The March 7th, 2023 election in Redondo Beach had a 22.4% voter turnout. The March 2nd, 2021 election in Redondo Beach had a 27.8% voter turnout. And these values I got from the city clerk's office on the Redondo Beach website. These numbers are unacceptable. Voter turnout in the low 20s. And so I just ask that as we are paying attention to things like charter amendments and elections, that we also ask that the city of Redondo Beach looks into SB 415 and moves to even year elections, because people pay more attention to elections that are statewide, that are federal, and they do vote up and down the ballot. So I ask that we support civic participation, we support voter participation and voter turnout, and that we move our elections to even years aligned with state and federal elections. Thank you.
Thank you. Just for clarification purposes, the city is very well aware of SB 415. We actually sued the state and won on SB 415. That's why our elections are still in March of odd years. So, Zoom?
Okay, so there are no Zoom. I have e-comments. They're all related to the city attorney position. There was 18 of them. 14 were opposed. 1 was neutral. 2 were support, and 1 was just didn't put anything.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now we're back to council since we're, I think, exhausted of we've exhausted all the people that want to speak. We're not exhausted, but we've exhausted the people that want to speak. Unless there's anybody else here that would like to speak. Okay, so back to city council. Ms.
Okay.
No, okay. Councilmember Obaji.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Sure.
Madam Clerk, for November 2024 election, when is the time that we need to have ballot language or ballot measures finalized?
I think it's right, probably the first week of August.
Okay. And Mr. City Attorney, to split the responsibilities of City Attorney to City Prosecutor and City Civil Counsel, is that a change in the responsibilities or sorry, the change of employment that would necessitate a November election?
If you don't change, so the Long Beach model would not be. That could be on a March election because the charter currently for the city attorney specifically says the council can remove prosecution. So the council could choose to end prosecution and go to the DA's office. Changing either position, either the split position that the city attorney to appointed, yes. But you could put on the March municipal election. You could put on the Long Beach model and split it if you want to do it that way.
Got it. All right, thank you for that. So just for the people who think we're wasting money, wasting time, whatever, so far this council, or at least the three here, Narenheim, Lowenstein, and me have put, with others, 5 measures on charter amendments on the ballot. Each one of them has won by a supermajority, if not more than a supermajority. So not to say that that's, the past is always going to predict the future, but we don't recklessly do things here. And declining revenues, Ms. Butler? No, I don't think so. All right, moving on to, I do favor the split model for reasons I'm not going to get into right now, because I don't think we're going to take final action here right now. And I don't really care. I don't see a benefit to having the civil attorney be elected. The public is not seeing the advice that the civil attorney is giving in closed session. And there's, I would like what Jim Light said. I was already thinking on those lines, to have the civil attorney appointed by the city manager, confirmed by the city council, because a new council member who comes up here who isn't an attorney has no clue how to select a city attorney, a civil counsel for the council. So I do favor splitting that. I do favor having that on the ballot in November 2024. What you also don't appreciate, folks, we're talking about the costs, is Mr. Webb or anybody in his stead cannot possibly oversee every single civil case we have and manage, he's doing it, and manage every criminal case we have and advise on every law we have to pass, especially as the state sends down new housing requirements and the like. And that's why we've had situations where an ordinance has arrived here and it's not fully baked. It hasn't been reviewed by the city attorney's office. Fortunately, we've got on top of that lately, and we have outside law firms reviewing matters for us and advising us on it. Because again, a single person tasked with all that responsibility cannot possibly do it. The public would not necessarily know that or see that. I do agree. City prosecutor, absolutely elected. We want the biggest gangbuster out there, the toughest guy or gal on crime. Absolutely. So here's what I'm inclined to do. What I'd like to do, I'd like to just basically have 3 separate discussions here, if not more, on these 3 different subjects and putting together ballot measures at a later time, not necessarily tonight. So referring them to come back maybe by, individually by June of 2024. That way we can get everything fully baked by August, to the extent it's going to be on a November ballot. And I would also, I'm not exactly satisfied with what I'm seeing out of the Charter Review Committee. I don't know if, I don't know what kind of direction we can provide that's going to give us different results, written or written advisements. Councilmember Barrett and I had discussed whether we should task the Charter Review Committee with analyzing, extending. Have you discussed extending city council member limits to match what, for example, Manhattan Beach has, where you could have a break and then people like Mr. Kilroy, Mr. Pinsler could come back to city council or anything like that? Okay, but no conclusions, I take it. Okay, so that's something I'd like us to consider, and if we have it agendized here at council, we can kind of let the public know and get their input and the like as well. I understand there are issues with the treasurer. I don't know that that's best to go to this commission. That's a committee that's going to get us, so should we just have a discussion here on it? Well,
I think they're pretty far in depth with it. They just need to clean up the conversation. Sorry, my mic's on. They need to clean up the conversation and get it in a written form from what I've been following on them. I was going to make that, I can bring up the treasurer. I can talk about that as soon as you were done.
Okay, and
to clarify, it's not the person who's the treasurer, it's the position of treasurer.
I was going to bring him up. Yeah, what are they?
I'm just saying we have no problems with the current treasurer.
Oh,
I'm kind of agnostic on the school board issue. I kind of, for the same reasons why we wanted to increase pay for city council members after, this term, and why you guys aren't getting it, is we wanted to make the position more appealing. I feel like to a certain extent, I am curious whether school board members are not paying school board people because they want less interest in that position, but you can't pay the school board?
It's by ed code.
Got it, okay.
Yes.
So our charter just reflects what the ed code has?
Yes, it also, no, our
I see
charter
the
is
city
not.
attorney not.
It's based on the size of the school district, I believe, the
its
town
head.
that it serves or the area that it serves. And, yeah.
Right.
So in terms of the reimbursement.
So our charter is consistent with the education code then?
No, it trumps the education. That's what we're on.
Yeah.
If they were out of the charter.
Your mic's off.
Our charter prohibits them from getting paid. If they weren't part of our charter, they could get paid under the education code.
Okay, so somebody just said the education code prohibits them from getting paid.
I think she was saying, she just said they can't.
They can't get
They
paid.
can't get paid.
Right.
Because you could just take that sentence out of the charter and they would allow to be paid.
Okay. So I'd favor having this discussion in 4 different subjects at a later time, separately.
Okay.
With specific, with notice that the discussion will be in part, at least in part, about splitting the city attorney position responsibilities into city prosecutor and civil city council, or
So
whatever the
if I
appropriate
can
name would be.
say one thing, there is, because you recall, you had indicated that the consensus was not to put it on the ballot until November 2026, taking effect March or April of 2029. The reason for that is if you put it on the November 2024 ballot, one, you don't know if you'll have a result before the filing period for the upcoming city attorney closes. And I think the mayor was concerned at the time that you'll diminish the number of people running because they're not going to want to fundraise and gear up a campaign and not know, even as of the date that they file their nomination papers, if there's even going to be an appointed city attorney.
Okay, so I wasn't going to have, I'm not favoring removing the city prosecutor from being elected, but even then, we could have a discussion as to when the effective date of that ballot measure should be, including putting it out to 2029, I guess.
2026, I think.
Well, 2029, the idea was
Effectiveness, but the
effectiveness
election is what you're
2029 and the election 2026.
Yes.
Sure.
So, and it does impact, and we'll talk the next item. We're still short an attorney when the council chose to put it telling the charter review, we're going to put it on 2026. I directed HR to start advertising it. When it became clear the charter review committee was looking into a March election, I put it on hold. If I can't hire someone if this office could cease to exist in 15 months.
Why would the office cease to exist?
It could, because if the city attorney is appointed, the way it is written, a future council could get rid of it and just contract with a firm. That's one of the reasons it was specifically written without choosing a specific, as the chair uses the term modality, not saying it's an appointed by the clerk, or it's a firm. They decided to leave all those options only. So open. So if this continues, that's okay. That is a policy call for the council. But it means I'm going to run a third short, and I'll have to go back for that period of time where we weren't in charge of homelessness for the city other than the legal part. We'll have to make that permanent for the last 1 year, 5 months, and 25 days of my term.
All right.
Okay.
So,
Are you finished?
yeah, I mean, I can make a motion. You have one in mind.
It's up to you.
Let me speak to that real quick. So when it comes to the November.
You're next, so
Okay,
you can speak.
thank you. Thank you. Measure CT in 2014, when the city treasurer was moved from a full-time to part-time position, we had the same issue, and we still had person running for that position. So, I think the Charter Commission, they're taking their time with what they're doing. I get it. I understand it. I know we want to move ahead. I think they have some ideas to fix the city treasurer's position. And I see some issues that they are going to come up with for the other issues that they have on there, possibly the school board issue with regarding expenses. And so I think it'd be wise to put it all in the November election. And when it comes to applicability for timing, the first Tuesday in November falls before when our filing period even starts in Redondo. And it's 30 days from, elections have to be certified within 30 days. So as per state law. So, we can deal with the effectability on that at a later date. But if we're going to put everything on, if we're having an election in November, I think we should wait for the Charter Commission for the current stuff that they're currently waiting on, and then direct them. We can have a discussion here regarding directing them for the specific option that you're talking about on appointed city treasurer and elected city prosecutor. That option would have to go on to the 2029, effective 2029. Because the position wouldn't be created until after the election would be called. So I would make a motion to have the city charter commission come back with a full report and all items that need to be on the November election by the first city council meeting in May for any remaining items that you have, so the city treasurer, residency school board, publishing, whatever you guys have on your resolution that you're currently discussing. And for us to, you want to have us discuss on the council or pop it to
Yeah, but we should
to
have,
council, to the charter commission to have them deal with the splitting of the roles, and they can deal with Mr. Colantuno, the third party attorney.
They can't deal with Mr. Colantuno only for the limited purpose of
We can amend that contract.
changing the position for,
just the actual charter amendment and anything else in the charter that needs to be amended.
do you have a conflict with splitting the position responsibilities between prosecutor and civil?
No,
Okay, so
ju-
in that case, we don't need Mr. Colantuno to be involved in that, and I'd ask that they work with Mr. Webb to come up with the language for that type of ballot amendment.
So if it were just that, and you could, in the future, decide the separate city attorney to make it appointed
Appointed or
versus
elected,
elected, I can do all of that.
Okay.
And that could be on the March election, because so if you split them, just split them, and they're both elected initially, and then you, in the future, try to change the civil side only, that's not a change in status. If you remove the at-will firing of the deputy city clerk, that's not a change in status. And I don't believe they're talking about any change of status for the treasurer. And so you could save
It's all-
200,000 by putting it all on the March 2025 election.
If we're going to do these charter amendments, I think we should do them all at the same time like we did last time, all five of them last time.
With
If
the municipal election in March.
and if there's any equivocation as to when election needs to be on, we should just put it on the state election November, keep it clean and simple. And do you want to have the council discuss the appointment of the city attorney and the elected city prosecutor, or put that off onto, they didn't discuss that in depth at the city. And if we have them come back by April, and then we can, if they don't have it done by April, then we have a discussion on it. You want to do that?
Sure, that's fine. And what I'd recommend is that they change, rotate the chair, move the chair. And no, nothing against you, Mr. Strutzenberg, but you've been doing it for a year, 2 years, and it's time for just switch it up a little bit and hopefully give other people opportunity to lead the committee. But that's, yeah.
You have any other items, number 3, or for each of you 3 items?
Term limits.
Oh, term limits.
Treasurer issues, clerk issues, so that we
Clerk's
don't
done.
change any employment stuff, or sorry, clerk issues, so we don't.
Well, if we put it on the November election, it's fine.
Okay, realize that in a November election, it will be at the back of a very thick book of a bunch of state, federal, county, you name it, water district stuff. So I'd rather, as much as possible, have stuff in March or May, whenever our election is March. And then, pick up the rest of the stuff the next.
Why don't we
next
discuss
November.
the timing?
Well, wait, why don't we get it all
I
done
really
now?
need to know because it's going to affect whether P1 is my last report or it stays the same. And that is, we can't keep operating a third short and still do something that is not at all within our purview, but seems to be working.
Scope of the charter.
It's something that we agree, that I agreed we'll do, but it's not, like homeless court is a legal thing. Everything else, finding grants for temporary shelters is not, but it seems to be working. And I really need to know, is there going to be the possibility of having a November election taking effect April 2025? Because then I can't.
I don't think there's any urgency to have anything in this November.
We need to agree on this tonight.
Right. So let's push it, this stuff for discussion for us by May, right? Charter Review Committee finishes up April, get us your recommendations. We start discussing it in May to put it on our ballots for March 2025. And the subjects are splitting the city prosecutor, civil attorney role, doing the revisions for the clerk, revisions for the treasurer, any school board revisions in the charter, and any term limits discussions.
Okay, that's the motion then. You second that?
Yeah, I second that.
Quick question for the Mr. Strutzenberg.
Who seconded that?
His motion.
I made a motion.
Oh, got it.
Regarding the city clerk and the removal of the deputy, did you guys have a discussion on that?
We did not. It's never come up.
Okay, that's it.
It was only brought forward by the city attorney this evening.
Okay.
Well, okay, well, they had a discussion because they copied the language that was from the city attorney and city treasurer. And so the city clerk, it's the one position where their deputy is, and that's come up in the past, not with this, this has come up in the past with a former city clerk, where it's civil service protected. It's not at will. The city treasurer is, my attorneys are at will, and they copied that.
I have a question for you related to this measure, or sorry, this potential measure. So the measure would be on the March of 2025.
Any measures that we're discussing right now.
Okay, let's say it was the city attorney measure. And and when would it take effect if it passed?
We could discuss it at that time that we have the discussion. I mean, the question is, what's the measure? It's to split the position.
Put multiple on
It
the
could
ballot
be,
anyways.
we can figure out a date that works and talk to the city attorney about that. If it's make one not elected, well, it can't be on the March ballot.
Right, so for example, if it were to split as an initial step, you could have that effective, depending on whether you wanted to separate the election dates, you could have that effective April 1st, 2027. So you could have a separate city prosecutor 2 years later.
I was going to say, because, and an appointed 2 years later.
And then, right, you could have.
Somebody is, let's say it fails. Somebody is running
As a city attorney.
as a city attorney, then that's fine. But if it passes,
If it passes, that person,
Effective 2029.
2027, would lose half their responsibility.
Right, exactly. And that's not a change in status, because right now it provides the council can remove the prosecution and essentially give it to the DA. So it's not a change. Or you can make it all, 4 years later. But I'm just saying,
I'm just curious about when it would take effect and what if.
you can decide. But you could, as soon as in March 2025, you could say, hey, in April, the next municipal election, we're going to elect a separate city prosecutor.
Right.
And that would be okay. And then thereafter, you'd have to have April 2026, if you wanted to make the city attorney appointed, you could. And I won't.
Because it's a possibility if it takes effect, somebody gets appointed elected in March of 2025, they could be doing it for 2 years and then realize, unless they're going to be a prosecutor, they're out.
That is true. Or they could choose to leave city attorney and run for the city prosecutor job.
It's true. Okay. All right. Just wanted a clarification on that. I know that unless you wanted to talk, Mr. Barrett, did you have any comments?
I did.
Okay. Because I'm not to cut you off, but we have to get rolling.
Can't cut me off if I've never even spoke.
Right.
Brown Act.
Yes, that's right.
Thank God for the Brown Act.
Mr. Barrett, what have you to say?
All right, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. First, I wanted to echo Councilmember Obaju's kind words for Committee Chair Rolf Strutzenberg. I think he's done an admirable job. Anyone who's been around the city and this room knows he's been everywhere all the time, and that's in addition to everything else he does. But I do agree, as part of any motion, we should have a rotation voted upon by the Charter Review Committee so that we could rotate that and get a fresh look.
Can I, just real quick, I think it's up to the mayor.
Okay.
It's not the charter review. I think the mayor, Chair Strutzenberg is Councilmember Nierenheim's appointee, and the mayor chose
2 people, right?
and a backup, and I don't remember who they are, and I don't frankly remember if the mayor, you changed it so each of you can remove your members. I don't know if the mayor can remove the chair, so I'll have to
Not
look at that.
remove the chair, but have someone else act as chair, or that's
Like the vice
exclusively
chair.
within the province of
Yeah,
the
I
mayor?
don't know. I'd have to
Look at the
pull.
rules of the committee.
Okay.
Circle back.
Circle back. On the substance, and maybe we save this for later, but I mean, I would like to, and maybe we're queued up now for it or not, hear from the city attorney himself. Do you favor the Long Beach model? Why or why not? And if you do, should the city prosecutor be elected or appointed? And should the city attorney under the Long Beach model be elected or appointed? Why or why not?
So I've come to favor the Long Beach model because the job of the city attorney is becoming more difficult on each end. We're having to sue the state multiple times, and we'll continue to have to sue the state multiple times. In your blue folder, I included the PowerPoint that I gave to the Charter Review Committee. And I talked about all the special projects that we've done. Homelessness is the latest one. And I think that a future city prosecutor is going to have to do that. The challenges in LA County, irrespective of the DA, they're talking about getting rid of men's central jail. You have the new bail schedule that's gone out. I think you're going to have almost ongoing special projects. And I think it makes sense to split them. You'll also have a wider pool. You'll have civil attorneys in Redondo who can run for the civil job. You have plenty of prosecutors, deputy DAs who can run for the city prosecutor job. I'm of the opinion that the strong opinion, after working almost 30 years in the city and seeing plenty of councils and seeing plenty of dynamics, they both should be elected. It just, there isn't, one, it's very important for prosecution because they don't represent the council. The council doesn't have interaction a lot with them. They represent the people of the state of California. And I really strongly recommend that the city attorney also be elected because you don't have a check and balance. And we have a council manager form of government. And you need someone who can step up. There are plenty of times that councils don't follow the opinion of the city attorney, but you need someone who can speak out. And worst comes to worst, if you were to, fire a police chief or public works person or assistant city manager because they wouldn't do something that a council did, the attorney's the only one that can do that. But I as strongly as I feel about both, I feel perhaps even stronger on the city prosecutor. I don't know that it will cost more. My fully loaded, and this is all benefits, and I'm a 30-year employee, so that's all the longevity, is slightly over $207 an hour. We pay all our outside counsel in civil matters way more than that. And so I think you could set it up where if a separate city attorney, you'd have the check and balance, and they could bring more of the simple litigation where you don't need particular expertise, the slip and falls that we get all the time. I think that can save us money in addition to maintaining the check and balance and making certain that both positions are responsive to the residents. So as I've studied it, the Charter Review Committee, I think, you'll see my PowerPoint when you look at what's the right number, and they look at the number of cities in California, the number of charter cities. Well, there are only like 13 or 14 dual function cities. Our residents don't want average. They want better than that. And we've been able to do things that other cities don't do. And that's because of the unique structure that we have. And I think that can be enhanced by splitting the role. So I do favor it. They were looking at just the size of Long Beach. Well, we're not going to have ever 15 attorneys on the civil side and 15 on the prosecution. But the reason I think population is bad, and I've given these numbers before, and it's in the PowerPoint, we file more cases than the DA's office, more misdemeanors cases for the DA's office in the Torrance Superior Court, and they have a much larger population. And I think our residents are safer because of that. I think it's a better system. So,
Guys, we have 3 long items to address tonight.
Yeah.
So it sounds to me like the movement is to move it, this discussion later. So let's move the conversation along real quick.
All right, I'll move as quick as I can right now.
Yeah.
Well, I was looking into this and I pulled up, and I want to thank Council members Lowenstein and Nierenheim for directing me to get more involved in the League of California Cities. But I did take a look at their literature, and they have a 2022 very comprehensive, wide-ranging analysis on the city attorney, city council relationship. And something that really resonated with me was going to this very point of, should it be appointed, should it be elected? And they say appointment by the city council may create a more traditional employer-employee relationship, and at times loyalty and reporting obligations may become blurred. Elected city attorneys are likely to have a greater sense of duty to the public who they serve and who elected them. The relative independence of the elected city attorney from the city council, who after all cannot fire them, can also lead city attorneys to be more direct and emphatic in communicating their legal advice. Although the elected city attorney is accountable to the public through elections, the city, and not the public, is the city attorney's client. And so all of that really resonated with me, and I look forward to continuing the discussion on this topic. That's all I have for the substance. And on the motion, I had a couple clarifying questions. If we're going to have the Charter Review Committee report back, can we get something a little more fulsome? I thought Chair Strutzenberg did a really good job orally presenting it, but it was like a 3-page. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, to that point, I asked for a report.
Yeah.
In the August 1st meeting.
Yeah.
It passed 4-1. It's supposed to come back in the first meeting in September, and we're not getting it until now, the first meeting in November.
Yeah, well, it's 3 pages. I mean, I
asked for an oral report. We
It's a
can get
big
these
deal,
updates,
too.
so along the way, we can get, ask for a report, so. Yeah.
Or in lieu
We're
of
going to
the,
discuss a lot of this at the meeting that in terms of the deadlines, in terms of other rules we have for this
I
committee.
just need something a little more substantive than.
Well, we have 3 very long things tonight. I think we need to wrap this up quickly because we've been at this for 2 hours.
All right.
Councilmember Keller-Charovich.
Well, I'll see
Is
the
it something
floor.
that would keep you from voting or not?
Well, I could wait when we talk about fashioning this motion. So what's going to be the report? And then also on some of these other items, we talked about term limits. What is that? Is that open-ended? Is that for them to consider broadly? What are we going to do with that?
Open-ended. They
Okay.
can extend term limits, they can.
Yeah,
eliminate
those are
them,
very long questions.
Require Manhattan Beach break, whatever.
Yeah.
Okay.
Councilmember Keller-Charovich, I think we have to.
All right.
Sorry, Scott, but.
Fine.
I just wanted to be clear with the motion. It is not, the motion as is not prohibiting you from hiring who you need to continue the homeless effort that we have.
If all the measures to be brought are going to be placed on the March 2025 general election, then it doesn't, because then I'll know that the office won't cease to exist until after the next term. And that means I can hire somebody.
To be clear, that is the motion, yes?
That is, yeah, nobody's threatening to make the office not, cease to exist.
Well,
We're in agreement then.
Okay, never mind.
Good. If there's.
Right, Mayor
Yes.
Pro Tem.
Yes.
I just want to make the point that the report from, as far as I'm concerned, from the Charter Committee could be bullet point conclusions and a statement of what the vote was. We don't need the whole ordinance written out or the resolution written out with the ballot language. We'll take care of that. We've got staff and the city attorney's office who can prepare ballot language for us. So that's it. Just the recommendation, please.
Yeah. Everybody fairly clear on the motion?
I'm fairly clear. I would like to have it articulated back. What exactly is this motion? Can somebody do that?
What, you want to give it a shot?
Sure. Shall I?
Go for it.
All right, so that the Charter Commission will come up with conclusions, and then the City Council will consider and agendize separate discussions, placing on the March 2025 ballot numerous charter revisions, including whether to split the duties of the city attorney for civil prosecutor and civil counsel. Make revisions to how the clerk is addressed in the charter. Make revisions to how the treasurer's responsibilities are addressed in the charter. Address term limits of city council. And what was the fifth thing?
State Treasurer's Office, School Board.
Oh, school board, and then revisions to the school board, if any, how they're addressed in the charter.
By what date?
By May.
May, the beginning, first meeting in May?
They'll have a report back to us by May, and then we will make our conclusions by August or whatever date we need to.
Before you second it, just to correct, you said civil prosecutor. I assume you meant criminal prosecutor or
Sorry,
city prosecutor.
Criminal prosecutor
Okay.
and civil counsel.
Got it.
So
You
the other,
just
the
rescind
other
it.
thing is if it's going to be on the March 2025 election,
Doesn't have to be back
then
to.
it's due the
Don't
first
give
week of
us-
December.
Don't give us
Okay.
the time.
Okay.
Don't give us
Yeah,
time.
Okay.
We just,
Time.
we want it by August so we can get the ballot language.
Yeah,
the
we want it
opinions.
by May.
We want the report by
Okay.
May.
Exactly.
Okay. Okay. So there's a motion on the floor and the second.
I just want to be clear. So whatever they come back with has to be on the March 2025 ballot?
We will have a discussion.
No,
We'll
we're
decide
discussion.
what to
We're
send
not
to the
deciding
ballot.
anything tonight. We're just-
Yeah.
Okay,
just
now
what
wait a
I'm-
minute.
that's what
See,
I'm
that is very different. I'm not going to hire somebody if there's possibility of putting it on the November 2024 ballot. So,
He just said,
No,
You
it's
just said-
okay, any of the matters that we're discussing are for placement or
On the March-
non-placement.
Placement, okay.
On the March
2020.
2025 ballot.
Not
he's
November.
Charter
saying
revisions
they may
for the
not,
March
you may not
2020.
choose to
As
put
in, we
them
may
on
decide no
March.
change
But
to
if
the
you're
school
going to have
board.
anything, it has to be
It has to be
March.
March
Right.
2025,
Yes.
and that works? Yes,
Yes.
functionally, okay.
Yes.
And then the last item, if permitted and not precluded by our charter or any other ordinance, to have the Charter Review Committee elect to rotate a new chair.
It's,
We can't,
Circle
it's
back.
not,
It's
it's
under
under
the
the rules for
resolution
the
on that.
creation,
No.
yeah, it's under the
It's
rules.
definitely in there?
So
yes.
if you
It is.
want,
We
you
just
could,
never
you
vote on
could
it.
direct
All right.
us to bring back the
Why don't-
resolution.
why don't
If
you
you
let
want to,
you-
if you want to do it, you can have a conversation with the mayor, or you could direct
That's
us to
fine.
bring back the resolution.
Yeah, or not, the issue was raised, I'm asking for a finer point, that's fine if it's not in there.
I think we should leave it out for right now.
Leave it out. Okay.
Okay, so there is a motion on the floor. That's been clarified. There's a second. I'm going to do a roll call vote because we are running out of time.
Aye.
Councilmember Nierenheim, aye. Councilmember
Aye.
Kvaljorovic, Councilmember
Aye.
Raji, Councilmember Barron.
Aye.
Thank you. And I myself, 5-0. Whew, 2 hours. Thank you.
All right, motion for a 5-minute break.
We're really short on
Go
time.
take- Everybody take individual
break.
breaks.
I need a break and we're presenting next.
Okay.
Oh,
All
okay,
right,
all
5-minute break.
Second.
5-minute break, 9:55. Thank you.
It really should have been 8 minutes. How you're dropping the ball.
Back in session. May I get a roll call, please? Yes.
Okay, great.
We're back in session. May I get a roll call, please?
Okay, Councilmember Nierenheim,
Currently absent.
Councilmember Kolujevic,
Here.
Councilmember Obaji, Councilmember Barrett.
Here.
Okay, so Mayor Brand absent, Obaji and Nierenheim are absent, and Mayor Pro Tem Lowenstein.
Here. Okay. Thanks for waiting. Back to the agenda, public hearings. We need ex parte communications on the public hearings. And when they return, I will ask them for ex parte communications. I will tell you that I have talked to the mayor about this, I believe. And I think Councilmember Nierenheim, who have you talked to related to ex parte communications?
I have
L1.
L1, I've talked to staff briefly for a moment in time, the mayor, and that's it.
Okay. I have only talked to the mayor, I believe, about this. And I don't think I've talked to staff. Councilmember Kolujevic.
I've spoken to staff.
Okay. And Councilmember Obaji.
I've talked to staff and Councilmember Barrett.
Okay. Councilmember Barrett.
I've spoken with the mayor, Councilmember Obaji, staff, city legal advisor, members of the public.
And Mayor Pro Tem, if I could, to interrupt on a sort of point of order question, if the council is interested, perhaps, given the lateness of the evening, in pushing the capital project item N to next Tuesday, it would be good to know that now, so I could cut our staff who are kind of hanging around for that specific item.
Yeah.
The reason I would recommend
that
it.
we do that. We get an earnest discussion.
Because it's an important item, and I think we need to give it true bandwidth. You've still got public hearing, you've still got the homelessness item, you've got the mayor appointments for commission, we've got an adjournment, referrals. I just think you need to give that cap project item proper deference.
Is everybody okay with that?
I'll make a motion to move the capital improvement project item N2
To the 14th.
Next week, Tuesday.
Next Tuesday. Perfect.
I'll second. You'll second that. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Let me go cut them loose.
Okay, thank you.
Sean, you got it.
Okay, can I get a motion to open the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, Sean.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the City Council, Sean Scully, Acting Community Development Director. Thank you, Eleanor. And let me cue this up here. So I apologize in advance. There's quite a few slides here. It's a detailed ordinance, but I'm going to try to hit the highlights and move through it as quickly as we can. I want to also let the council know that we have with us tonight, and we've done a lot of work together and are available for discussing the item further, as our legal outside counsel, Diana Verrett. She's on Zoom, I believe. Yes. And Cheryl Park as well. So this public hearing item is for introduction and first reading of the ordinance to amend the municipal code pertaining to the implementation of Senate Bill 9. So just real quick, some summary items about Senate Bill 9. It was signed into law by the governor in September 2021, became effective January 1st, 2022. It essentially, and this is really high level, requires ministerial approval of a proposed subdivision of one lot into two parcels. That's an urban lot split. So there's two types of these, the urban lot split. The other is the ministerial approval of adding a second home on a lot, and it's termed 2-unit projects. Although it does also allow objective standards by the local jurisdictions to be applied to these projects. However, these standards cannot preclude the development of 2 units of 800 square feet on a lot or resulting lot. It removes public noticing and public hearing requirements and exempts SB 9 projects from CEQA. They're still required in the coastal zone to get a coastal development permit. They are just exempt from the public hearing requirements for that. So here's just how we've addressed SB 9 to date. I'm just going to hit the highlights literally here. December 21st, 2021, the city council adopted the initial urgency ordinance. That was just ahead of the actual effective date of SB 9. That was effective for 45 days. Then on February 1st, the council extended the urgency ordinance for 22 months, 15 days, for a total of approximately 2 years. Now, I have here this current urgency ordinance is effective until December 21st, 2023. It's actually, I think Cheryl had done the numbers and counted the days, and it's December 19th. Yeah. So it's a little bit before. So skipping ahead, just to let you know, we have the introduction and first reading tonight. We have a second reading. If we have it on the 14th, that'd be the next meeting. 30 days after that, there would be no gap between the urgency ordinance and this ordinance. If we have the second reading on the 21st, there might be a day or two gap. And then I wanted to note the multiple hearings by the Planning Commission, and particularly their last meeting, September 21st, 2023, they made their recommendation, which is before you tonight. So the next couple slides this is the city council direction we've had to date. There was a number of items. The council at the time was interested in a rigorous review of applying objective standards as much as we could, a very conservative approach. So this is just a list of what those are. And most of them are reflected in the proposed permanent ordinance. So acknowledging Redondo Beach is not dominated by single-family housing. And that's a common theme for us, and that's in the recitals as well. Examine a tree planting requirements, and that is in the proposed ordinance. Incorporate applicable items from the climate action plan. Example, cool roofs and solar panels, et cetera. That's not authorized by SB 9, and similar provisions were tried by another jurisdiction and found to be inconsistent with the housing element law, so they're not in the proposed ordinance. Evaluate the individual ownership requirement to properly address corporations. That is in the ordinance in both parts, the urban lot splits as well as in the 2-unit projects. It's a little bit different in both of those, and we'll go through that when we walk through the ordinance. Consider an option of requiring owner occupancy, not just addressing intent to occupy. And that's, again, it's a little bit different in the urban lot split versus the 2-unit. And we'll walk through that when we get to the ordinance. Consider provisions exhausting the option to build out to the rear and side setbacks, essentially prioritizing the front yard setback, and there is a provision for that in the ordinance. Review objective standards being considered by other similar municipalities, and we've done that. We looked, essentially the initial ordinance was built off of a combination of other jurisdictions. And then Temple City turned out to be kind of the bellwether for what cities could do with the ordinance and how HCD would review it. So we looked closely at HCD's letter to Temple City about how their ordinance was out of bounds in terms of its compliance with SB 9. And then evaluate an affordability requirement, and we've done that as well. And again, Temple City tested that, and we really aren't allowed to put in any affordability requirements into SB 9. So urban lot splits, again, this is very high level. We kind of went through it before. These are just a little bit more details. It's the urban lot split. They essentially have to be the same size, the two lots. They could be as far apart as 60-40. Minimum new lot size, 1,200 square feet. There's provisions that don't allow it to be a historic district or landmark property. Site not previously split, so you can't do it twice.
Each lot can only have 2 residential units. That's really important, and we'll stress that when we get into the ordinance. And ADUs and JDUs can be counted toward those 2 units. So what, again, this is just more detail, and I think what I'll do is when I actually get to the ordinance, it's more of a line item breakout, and I'll just run through that so I can skip ahead on this.
Okay.
State advisories to consider here, just kind of an FYI. HCD is very involved in all the housing bills that are coming down, of course, and they actually have enforcement authority over a number of the recent laws. However, currently they don't have enforcement authority over SB 9. However, that's going to change with the new round of bills, and effective January 1st, they'll have enforcement authority specifically over SB 9. So here's where we'll just start rolling through the 2 types of SB 9 projects, and this is in our proposed ordinance. So they're broken down by section. Application is the first one. Only an individual property owner can apply, not corporations or corporate persons. The next section, approval. It's a tentative parcel map, final map, approved ministerially. This is the urban lot split. The requirements, it must comply with the MAP Act. We can't take any dedications or offsite improvements like we normally would with the tract map. The zones that it applies are R1 and R1A only. Lot location, there's like 10 categories of prohibited locations. Wetlands, hazardous waste sites, flood hazard areas, stuff like that. Requirements, so again, not historic, no lot split on historic property or within a historic district, no prior urban lot split, no impact on protected housing as well. So if it's affordable housing, Section 8 or something, can't be a lot split. And housing occupied by a tenant in the last 3 years is another prohibition. The lot size has to be originally 2,400 square feet or larger, and the resulting lots must be a minimum of 1,200 square feet. The easements, there's easement provisions, lot easements for public services and facilities on each lot, so we get the easements. Lot access, each resulting lot must adjoin a public right-of-way. It must have a minimum of 20 feet of frontage on the public right-of-way. The unit standards, these are very kind of the critical elements to it. Lots created by urban lot splits. And right now, and I have this in red, this is the language. We blue foldered an item to you, and it's an amendment to this particular section, because the way it's written now, it says if you do an urban lot split, you shall develop each of the resulting lots with a 2-unit project. And state law doesn't mandate that. So we're going to be more permissive in a sense and allow, or more flexible, and allow each one of those new lots that are created by the urban lot split to be developed also, if the applicant wants to, with just a single family residence as well. So we've worked the language into the ordinance, and that's the blue folder item that you have. Separate conveyance, there's prohibitions against separate conveyance. The primary dwelling units created by an urban lot split may not be conveyed separately. You can't do condominium divisions. Fee interest in lot and all dwellings on the same lot under the same ownership. And again, separate conveyance. However, when you do an urban lot split, you can sell off the other lot. You just can't sell off the units, individual units on each of the lots. Urban lot splits continued. There's regulations of uses, no short-term rentals. There is an owner occupancy requirement.
and this is where it's a little bit different in this type of SB9 project versus the 2-unit project. The language is that the applicant intends to occupy one of the dwellings as their principal residence for a minimum of 3 years, and they must sign an affidavit to that effect. And we'll see in the next ordinance a little bit different. It just outright requires owner occupancy, not the intention. Deed restrictions, again, no short-term rentals, expressly prohibits separate conveyance. That has to be recorded on the deed. And then grounds for denial, it's very difficult to deny an SB9 application. There has to be significant, quantifiable, direct, and unavoidable impact based on objective, identified, written public health and safety standards. And those would be very challenging to come up with. We don't anticipate having those conditions here in the city. They're usually kind of geography-based or, slope-based, stuff like that, fire hazard-based. And then coastal regulations apply in full, except the city cannot hold a public hearing for any coastal development permit. So that's it on the urban lot split. Now we're going to go to the proposed 2-unit developments. Again, there's a purpose, and this is just the line items of each of the sections. There's a definition, the application. Again, only an individual property owner can apply, not corporations or corporate persons. Okay, the approval shall be approved or denied ministerially. Approval does not take effect until everything's been recorded. The requirements, MAP Act compliance. So someone comes in with a 2-unit project, we have to certify that lot was legally created. That's what that MAP Act compliance refers to. The zone R1 and R1A. Again, lot location, there's those same prohibitions on categories of sites with wetlands, hazardous waste sites, flood hazards, et cetera. Again, not historic and no impact on protected housing. Unit standards. So the quantity in this category, no more than 2 dwelling units of any kind on a lot resulting from an urban lot split. So that's kind of a key distinction. It's basically you do an urban lot split, you can have 2 on each lot maximum. And that could be a single family residence and an ADU or a JADU, that's 2. So we're very strict on that application. There's a demolition cap for no more than 25% of an existing structure on the wall. Existing walls of the structure for the demolition cap. Floor area ratio. So now these are all the zoning development standards we have for the R1 and R1A are listed here, and they apply to the 2-unit development. And each one of them, though, has a caveat that essentially allows us to deviate from that standard if it precludes the development of at least 2 800-square-foot dwellings. And those are outdoor living space, floor area ratio. There's tree provisions and tree replacement provisions as well. These are outlined here. There's and again, you have the same caveat if applying these tree provisions or tree replacement provisions result in them not being able to develop the 2 800-square-foot units. Unit size, and this is an interesting requirement here, and we think it will avoid, let's say, further scrutiny in terms of allowing for the full maximum capacity that the existing lot has now. So we're limiting only the second unit at 800 square feet. If you have a certain building envelope for your property, the second unit is limited to 800 square feet. You can build as much as you can build
per current standards on the remainder. So we're not reducing the buildable, let's say, intensity of the property. That's the intention, and it's by design. Temple City got tagged for this particular issue as they capped the maximum of both units at 800 square feet. And you could develop a lot, you could develop homes on a lot currently in their R1 zoning standards that would allow you more than just 2 800 square foot. So it was a reduction in the development intensity for that lot. And we avoid it by having this provision. Height and story for the second unit, we essentially have said if it's attached, it just falls under the same zoning standards as the underlying zone. So it can be as high as 30 feet, 2-story. If it's detached, then we limit it to the 16 feet in height and 1 story with an allowance for 2 additional feet to match some roof pitch. And then again, this is to the maximum extent feasible. Setbacks, we have this prioritization of setbacks. So you try to build out, it doesn't preclude you from building in the front setback, but we would be looking at the project to be designed to build out close to the side and rear setbacks as we can before we move to the front setback. Parking, each new primary dwelling unit must provide at least 1 off-street parking space unless it's located within a half-mile walking distance of high-quality transit corridor or major transit stop. We've only got a couple of locations where that exists in the city by the transit center and up by the Marine Avenue Green Line station. So in those cases, we can't require an extra parking space, but everywhere else we can. Utilities, each primary unit on the lot must have its own direct utility connection. Building its safety, all structures built to building codes. Impact fees shall be charged for the second primary unit. And then if it's an ADU or a JADU, there's like a prorating of an impact fee based on its square footage. There's other standards as long as so other standards in the municipal code that apply as long as they don't conflict with state law and preclude the development of the 2 units. Affordability, all applicable affordability housing standards apply to the extent they don't conflict with state law. Architecture, we added this, and essentially the only requirement we have for architecture is that you use the same materials and colors as the existing primary residences. Separate conveyance, again, there's a prohibition of separate conveyance. And then regulation of uses, no short-term rentals, and owner occupancy. There is something for 2 units. You have to notice your construction to adjacent property owners 30 days before starting construction. And the notice does not confer rights to comment on the project before permits are issued. It's essentially just to promote neighborhood awareness only. The deed restrictions, no short-term rentals, expressly prohibits separate conveyance. Again, that's deed restricted. And then if not created by urban lot split, requires owner occupancy in one of the dwelling units. So this one is a little bit more direct in owner occupancy requirements than the urban lot splits. Specific adverse impacts, the same ones in order to deny it. And then there are remedies here for the city to take action if a 2-unit project violates any part of this code. So this slide is just telling us the exact, the urban lot split provisions are within the city's subdivision ordinance, and they apply to both inland and coastal. And then the 2-unit development requirements, they're identical for the coastal zone as they are in the inland. And that's the end of the presentation. Again, we've got Diana Verrett here by Zoom and Cheryl, and we're available for questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Very, very complicated ordinance.
Yeah.
So, let me go back.
Motion to open the public hearing?
We
We already have that?
Yeah, we did that already.
All right, cool.
Thank you. That's okay. Would anybody from the public like to speak on this item? No Zoom, shocking. How about council? No? Pretty straightforward?
I do have just one question.
Yes.
For, which one was it? Not the lot split, but the other one, it limits the demolition to only 25% of an existing dwelling unless the site has not been occupied by a tenant in the last 3 years. Can you break that down for me a little bit?
Yeah, sure. Let me go back to that. And lot location, hold on here.
Bottom.
Okay, yeah. No demolition of more than 25% of existing exterior walls unless the site has not been occupied by a tenant in the last 3 years. Do you have that provision? We might want to pull up the actual language because this is just a summary and these things are very, so I can, here, let me do this. I've got
So the actual law itself, it's Government Code Section 65852.21, and Diana will correct me if I'm mistaken, but under subsection A5, it says the proposed housing development does not allow the demolition of more than 25% of the existing exterior structural walls unless the housing development meets one of the following conditions. 1, if a local ordinance so allows. B, if the site has not been occupied by a tenant in the last 3 years. So we basically just pull that out of SB 9 legislation and put it into our ordinance.
Essentially, like, you're not removing a renter.
Correct.
Correct.
Okay.
That's my only question.
Thank you, Mr. Obanji.
I just wanted to say that I met with Councilmember Barron first this morning. He raised some concerns. I met with the council, outside council, Cheryl Park, and Acting Director Scully. And we got comfortable with what the Planning Commission and staff had recommended here as complying with SB 9 and balancing the interests of surrounding neighbors and the like. So I appreciate all the work and the thought that went into it, and realize, Acting Director, that you're handling two jobs right now. So thank you for your hard work on this very complicated subject.
Thank you. Anybody else on Zoom? Okay, nobody in person? Okay, can I get a motion then to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Okay, would anybody like to make a motion on L1?
Yes. Goodness. Motion to approve by title only ordinance number 3266-23, 3267-23, and adopt by title only resolution number CC-2311-116.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, second. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay.
Is that including the blue
Oh,
folder?
yes, including, sorry, let me make that clear. Including the change here that we received by Blue Folder.
I think that's
Striking out the word only from 10-1.1508A, subsection 11, the word only, and then the words "and all other applicable provisions of the code," and inserting in the alternative, comma, lots created via this Article 15 may be developed with a single-family residence pursuant to RBMC Section 10-2503 or 10-2504, or Section 10-5.503 if in the coastal zone, which may be combined with one accessory dwelling unit or junior accessory dwelling unit per lot created, which shall be developed in accordance with RBMC Section 10-2.1506 or 10-5.1506 if in the coastal zone.
Okay, do you accept that?
I accept it.
Okay, why don't we do a revote? I think that would be a good way to do this. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Okay, great. So I'll read. Introduction by title only, ordinance number 3266-23, an ordinance of the City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, amending Title 10, Chapter 1, subdivisions, and Title 10, Chapter 2, zoning and land use of the Redondo Beach Municipal Code pertaining to urban lot splits and 2-unit developments subject to Senate Bill 9, SB 9, and determining such amendments as exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act. Introduction by title only, ordinance number 3267-23, an ordinance of the City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, amending Title 10, Chapter 5, Coastal Land Use, implementing ordinance of the Redondo Beach Municipal Code pertaining to urban lot splits and 2-unit developments subject to Senate Bill 9, SB 9, and determining such amendments as exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act as amended. Adopt by title only resolution number CC-2311-116, a resolution of City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, forwarding to the requesting certification by the California Coastal Commission of amendments to the Coastal Land Use Plan Implementation Ordinance, Title 10, Chapter 5 of the Municipal Code pertaining to urban lot splits and 2-unit developments subject to Senate Bill 9, SB 9, in single-family residential zones in the coastal zone consistent with state law, which is intended to be carried out in a manner fully in conformity with the Coastal Act, and providing that the amendments to the city's local coastal program will take effect automatically upon Coastal Commission approval pursuant to the Public Resources Code Section 30514 and Title 14, Section 13551 of the California Code of Regulations. Thank you.
Thank you. It's amazing how things that you think are going to take a long time to discuss don't, and the things you don't go fairly quick.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, for catching that.
Thank you. Okay, on to item N1, discussion possible action on enhanced response to homelessness. Joy, I guess, is it Mike Webb or Joy?
Well, I'll give a brief, it's not going to be Joy. It's, so first we have we had a census, and we've had one for each of the last 3 years because the point in time was canceled during 2020 because of COVID. And this year they didn't release individual cities because the point in time isn't accurate for smaller cities. They make some assumptions and they make demographic assumptions, and they're just not accurate. And we wanted to have workable information to be able to make strategic decisions. So Matt Bates, the Executive Vice President, who's been very patient, is here to give the results of CityNet. And the 3 things we're going to do is get the results, and they're continued to be positive from this year's census. We have an agreement to extend the MOU with CityNet through the end of this year. That was budgeted, and we have some additional grant funds. And then finally, Ms. Ford will give an update on what we've learned in response to the direction from the council to look into the viability of expanding the pallet shelter homes. So
thank you for waiting.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. Believe it or not, I actually have a few hours to go to set the CityNet record for longest city council meeting. So my colleagues have that record, and I'm not going to pass it tonight.
We can keep you here.
I was going to say, do not challenge.
Don't challenge us. We're good at that.
We need to take another
McDonald's
couple.
opens at 5 a.m. and we know that we've been here till 4:15, so no problem.
So that's when the other meeting went till 4 o'clock in the morning.
There you go.
In Santa Ana. The city staff sent my colleagues home at around 1 because they weren't going to get to the vote until 4. So it won't take that long. what I want to share with you is just an overview of the census that we did in 2023, and we prepared some comparisons to the data from 2022 and 2021. The full census report has been delivered to the staff, and so these are just some of the things that stood out to me as we looked at the census. So as an organization, we're a nonprofit established in Long Beach in 2003, kind of a full service organization. If you go to the next slide, we operate in 40 plus cities across 7 counties, we're kind of a full service organization. We operate shelters. We do a lot of street outreach and engagement. In addition to the censuses, and that's kind of how we got into doing homeless censuses, is because we were doing so much outreach and engagement. We were engaging lots of people, and we had staff that were able to make the approach safely, get the information, and then compile it back to the cities. So these are the censuses that we've done. It's over 50, if you count all 50 different projects. And then in the total number of people that we've interviewed is over 13,000. So many of these are multiple cities. So we're the contracted agency for the Orange County point in time count, which is 34 cities. And we've done that a couple of times for them, and are scaling up to do it again in this fall. If you go to the next slide, I'll talk about the census. Just as you go to the census goals on the next page, one of the things that the census, that differentiates the census from others in LA County, we're trying to identify a baseline number of people. We're trying to determine the demographics, but it's also this, it's what HUD would consider a survey-based count. And so what that means is we try to survey everybody. We try to interview every person that we encounter. We ask if they're willing to engage in an interview. So all the people that we encounter, it's not just a point and count. It's a full coverage of the city as best we can. And we try to interview everybody that's experiencing homelessness. So the point in time count in Los Angeles County uses a statistical sampling methodology. It really has to. The county is so large, so many people, and HUD only gives you 1 day to count. And so to mobilize volunteers to do a survey-based count across a county as large as LA County, with not only its geography, but the number of people, is just an impossibility. And so the point in time count relies on statistical sampling. They'll count some people, they'll interview some people, and then based on characteristics like poverty rates and population density and population rates of cities, they'll establish a formula and use statistical sampling, which is perfectly legitimate from HUD's point of view. But as the city manager or city attorney mentioned, it's not as accurate the smaller the sample size, and that's true of any kind of statistical sampling. So if you talk about elections and election previews on a national level, they're more accurate than if you work down to like the state level, city level, the smaller the sample size, the more it's not accurate. So what we try to do, and what we've done is try to give you data that's much more precise and much more accurate. So in 2023, we went out in April in the early morning and late evening. We divided the city up into maps. We sent our teams out. They covered the same maps on both days, and most of the maps were covered twice during each shift. So we went back to the high density locations on multiple occasions throughout those days and nights because there was different people move around during the census. We collect first name, last name, date of birth, and so we can deduplicate the count. And we also, as you can see in the pictures, we go out with local law enforcement so that very often they know who the homeless neighbors are and are familiar if we have interviewed that person before or not yet interviewed that person because they've got that local data or local knowledge. So the big headline number is 71 individuals. You'll see on a slide later that's down from the previous years. If you go to the next slide. This is kind of the 2023 geographic distribution. Every encounter is captured on a cell phone application that uses GIS technology, so we can map it this way and kind of show you the density of where all the interviews occurred, and then that gives you a kind of a picture of how homelessness is spread throughout the city, and in this case, concentrated in certain key areas. viewed as a composite. Every homeless individual is an individual, and their stories are different as people are different. But there are some consistent trends. So the Redondo Beach composite is a white male between the ages of 55 and 64 who sleeps here in the city and has been homeless for 3 to 5 years. 45% of the overall respondents were what are termed as chronically homeless. That's a HUD definition, which essentially pairs length of homelessness with a disability. And so you've got people that have been homeless for a long time and that are facing disabilities, and so generally have barriers towards getting them connected to shelter and to housing. Homeless seniors is one that really stood out to us. So the second most frequent age recorded in Redondo Beach was those that are 65 and older. That's the highest total that CityNet we've ever recorded in any of the 51 survey sets that we've done. In any data set, this is the oldest, not only the 65 plus, but when you take that 55 plus, 45% of all the respondents were 55 years of age or older. So that's something that really stood out to us. Looking at so many city censuses now, if there's a statistical outlier, it really starts to stand out. And this is one that we wanted to highlight for you. In terms of the other thing, another thing this doesn't stand out, it's pretty common, but it's worth noting that we asked people about their openness to resources and their desire for resources. On the left of the screen is the interest in shelter. And we had about 40%, which is actually a little bit higher than what we see in LA County cities. LA County cities, other counties in the state, you'll have a higher number of people that are interested in shelter than in LA County. Case management, is a much higher number, which is to be expected. Both of these numbers for your city are relatively strong compared to other cities that we find in this county. So we compared the data from 2021, 2022, 2023, and we've got a few slides that we'd like to share with you on this. The first one is the number, of course, which I mentioned earlier is down, 92, 85, 71. There's a consistent trend there. The other thing I would point out to this is that, what most cities are experiencing is a increase in homelessness. And so even if these numbers were static, if the number was the flat line, from our perspective, analyzing lots of cities, we would suggest that that you're doing well. But to see a decrease when other cities in California are typically seeing increases, I think that points to the success of interventions here in the city. And I think this is a really positive, the most positive takeaway from the overall data set that we see is this downward trend. Here we overlaid the 3 different censuses to kind of give you a look at the movement over time. And so I know it's a little hard to see that the dots are different colors representing the 3 different censuses. And obviously there's areas where there's a consistent concentration in North Redondo at that northeast corner up by the freeway there, and South Redondo down by the pier, of course. But there's also some areas where you don't see the 23 representation as strongly as you did in the past. And so this is just over time, you can look at this and engage changes within the city.
People in the pallets are not considered homeless for purposes of the census.
They're not considered unsheltered homeless, right? So this is all unsheltered. According to HUD definition, they're considered homeless, but sheltered homeless. And so all 3 years we have done an unsheltered homeless survey, and we can compare that with the sheltered data to make sure that there's not a overlap of kind of people that might be out and about during the day. This is an interesting slide, and this is fairly common for us when we do these create a Venn diagram of when we've got multiple censuses. We always do this slide. So what you're looking at is the 3 census data points where we had first, last name, and date of birth from within the data set, and then how many people appeared in multiple censuses. So the one in the middle, there's only one person that appeared in all 3 censuses, and I think general perceptions about homelessness is that, there's homeless people that we see in our cities or our communities, and maybe we even know their names. They're homeless 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. But a more common reality of homelessness is actually that there's a lot of migration, not so much in and out of cities, although that does occur, but in and out of homelessness. It's a very dynamic population, and I think that's one of the things that this slide points to, is that the reality that homelessness is a function of poverty. There's people experiencing poverty, and they're insecure in their housing, and they're falling in and out of housing. And if you talk to homeless people and you do longer form kind of interviews and conversations, you'll find that lots of them have housing plans in place. It's just very tenuous. And so they may fall into homelessness part of the year if something doesn't work out. Other times they're housed. And so it depends on who happens to be homeless in the times that we're doing the surveys. But this is also common across lots of cities. And you saw in the chart earlier, there's many cities that we've done these kind of multiple censuses. And we always do this Venn diagram, and it's very similar. There's a very small percentage of people that appear in each census.
Can I ask a question? Sure. So for example, there's 2 people who appeared homeless, unsheltered in 2021 and 2023, but not in 2022, right? And do you ascertain from those people whether they were also homeless in 2022 and you just didn't capture them?
Yeah, that's what I was wondering.
So we don't ask that question because this is all prepared after the fact. So during the census, we do ask like length of homelessness. So there's data in the report on length of homelessness, but whether they were surveyed previously or not, we don't ask that question during the census because we don't, we're just trying to capture, we're trying to go through the questions that are prepared. And then afterwards we can look and see who appeared in multiple censuses.
In the questions that are prepared, do they include a question as to where did you live when you were last housed?
Yeah, there's lots of questions about that fall into the category of community ties, and one of them is like where were you living when you fell into homelessness, or where was your last permanent address? I'm not sure how we asked that question, but that's a very common one that we asked. In the full report, we've got a list of all the questions that we asked, and the responses by each question in the appendix.
And the census report is an attachment to the
agenda.
To the agenda.
Oh, good. I'll take a closer look. What percentage of the unhoused in Redondo Beach have a connection initially to Redondo Beach as opposed to a transient connection?
Yeah, so I don't know. We asked lots of questions in the full report on that. I didn't pull anything out for this particular presentation because it was fairly common. So in other words, when we reviewed the data, it felt consistent. The community ties felt consistent to 2022 and 2021, and with other data sets that we're used to looking at.
If you can look at pages 18 through 21 of, they'll have city of last high school or primary school attendance. There's a whole section on community ties, last permanent residence, high school, and then community ties to Redondo, family, employment, last permanent residence, school, grew up here, faith-based organization, pallet shelter, no ties to Redondo, and that floats between 31 and 40%. And so you'll have that in the report, but it's pages 18 through 21 is the community ties section.
It's I will say it's a very, very common concern. HUD does not have a standard definition to establish community ties, or another way of saying that, to tie people experiencing unsheltered homelessness to a community. There's no national standard that would say, if you meet these criteria, you're tied to this community, and these criteria over here, you're tied to that community. And so, so what we try to do is we can't answer the question necessarily like, are the homeless neighbors people experiencing homeless in Redondo tied to the city? We can't necessarily answer that question because there's no standard, but what we can try to do is illuminate the reality by asking those kinds of questions. What high school did you go to? Do you have family in the area? What draws you here? And I would say just from a meta standpoint, like across, all 13,000 surveys, it's fairly consistent, which is that people tend to stick close to where they consider to be their hometown. And it's about, there is some migration, as I mentioned earlier, between cities. So there are people that they have ties to a different county, to different states even. But it's a small percentage. Usually it's about 70 to 75% of people that we survey, they're tied to that community or a neighboring city in all the different ways that we ask that question. So just some brief recommendations. Again, this is kind of high level stuff, and it's from just us looking at lots of these surveys. One of the things that we've seen here, given that your numbers are going down, is that the investments that you've made have yielded results. The police department, homelessness training and focus, our teams were impressed. They work with lots of police departments across the whole state, and it's clear that you've got officers that are trained, they're compassionate, they're knowledgeable, they're engaged.
Yeah.
They're doing a good job. The pallet shelter has made a difference. COVID-19 investments, even though we're for the most part out of that, there was lots of resources that flowed from the state and from the federal government to provide interventions for homeless neighbors during COVID-19. Because of COVID-19, and the reality is there are people who are housed tonight that wouldn't have been housed otherwise if it hadn't been for COVID-19, and the resources that came out of that. Again, we'd suggest seeking out regional partnerships related to shelter and housing. When we look at a city like yours that has a relatively small number, but you're in a county with a huge problem. Our experience and our recommendation would be just to seek out regional partnerships and continue to make the investments in the long-term need, which is housing, and then explore interventions tailored to seniors and to those experiencing chronic homelessness. Again, given that those were such high numbers here in the city. And that's increasing as we look at this data and we do these censuses. That's the senior population is one of the fastest growing populations in homelessness. And in many cases, in all cases, it's tragic, but in many cases throughout society, we have tailored interventions for seniors, even house seniors. So healthcare, housing, social programming, there are opportunities, and we recognize that seniors need particular types of interventions. And so in homeless services, I think that's an area where, as a homeless services provider, that, speaking on behalf of my colleagues in this space, that we can really improve, which is to tailor interventions towards seniors. Because I think sometimes the interventions that we put out there are kind of one size fit all. They're generic, and they're not tailored to that group, and that group is not accessing the interventions that are available to them. And I think it's incumbent on us to figure out ways to create interventions that are tailored to that group before it gets bigger and before we're faced with a more overt and obvious tragedy on our hands. So that's just something I think is worth thinking about long term before that problem gets worse. And with that, I think that's. Oh yeah, we just wanted to thank the city, all those that participated. This was a group effort. Obviously, our team, we work hard to be good at what we're doing, but we can't do it without the help of the city and the police department, and then also the homeless neighbors. It's worth mentioning that this is voluntary. We can't force anybody to take advantage of to participate in the survey, and so all of the information that was given to us was given voluntarily, and I think with the kind of the assumption in the social contract that it's that hopefully will pay off in additional resources and more tailored interventions and resources to help people who are really suffering on the streets to get connected to services. So we're grateful to all the homeless neighbors that participated. And with that, if you've got any questions, I'm happy to take them at this time.
Okay, Councilmember Rabaji.
Thank you. That was a really excellent presentation, enlightening. Thank you, Lila, by the way, for being here as well. Thanks for all your work in homelessness, of course, both y'all. Question for you on the, have regional partnerships and the like. What we get from our neighbors is, hey, some of our neighbors at least, is we have money that was granted to us by the state. We just don't have space. and, you know, Redondoans aren't exactly inclined to take on more than our fair share of homeless. We have a significant number, especially coming from the new transit center and from the metro that exists, as your map showed. A lot of them are up there in that corner. How much of our homeless, unsheltered homeless population are coming from Hermosa Beach or Manhattan Beach, as far as you can tell, or as far as you deduce, if at all?
Yeah, I mean, again, I direct you back to the full report. I think we report on that, and we ask what cities people come from, in particular to those cities. So I think that's, it, in terms of the regional conversation, it's worth, communicating with those city partners. And then I think also here in LA County, the other big challenge, and we've experienced this in other places that we work here in the county, is between the county and the cities. Because the county of LA will often have funding, but if they extend that funding to you and you avail yourself of that funding, then are you committed to accepting referrals from all over the county? And we've had, we work in Whittier. Whittier has a shelter now, but before they had a shelter, they were asking us to refer clients to the county shelter in Lancaster, because the county's so large. Like, that was the closest regional shelter, and that wasn't a good. I can't imagine Lancaster was happy with that arrangement. And we tried to tell the city that, that the homeless neighbors from Whittier weren't going to go to Lancaster because it was too far and they didn't know anybody there. And, this was also close to COVID, and we talked to the individuals themselves who were experiencing homelessness, and they said, look, I had a job here. I lost my job because of COVID. Because of that, I lost my housing, but my old boss wants me to come back, and they're trying to, as things open back up, they're trying to build up their business. They want to hire me back. If I'm in Lancaster, I lose that connection, and then I lose my ability to get back into housing. So that's another reality of Los Angeles County, and I think this is something that the general public is frustrated by, because they see, and I'm an LA County resident. We voted on county initiatives to release funding to go towards homeless solutions. But in the implementation of that, I think that's also, that's something that the cities need to be attuned to, which is how to negotiate with the county to be able to do what most cities want to do, which is to take care of their own population, but not become a magnet to others, and not inadvertently sign up for problems that they didn't intend by trying to do the right thing. Then all of a sudden people are flooding into their cities because their neighboring cities aren't doing their fair share, and people learn that all the resources are all over here, and that's where they're going to go. So that's the other. I think what I was thinking when I put that recommendation about regional partnerships was, yes, with the neighboring cities, but also with the County of Los Angeles, and we've seen some success for that. Some success from that out in San Gabriel Valley. We work with the Baldwin Park, and they've got a couple of shelters, and they've made an arrangement with the county to be able to receive some funding, but also make sure that they're serving their local residents who are experiencing homelessness in those shelters.
Okay, any other questions? Councilmember Obaji?
Oh, no, thank you.
Okay. Anybody on council have any questions for Matt? Anybody in the audience have any questions for Matt, or on Zoom? Okay.
There are no other questions. The second item, which also involves the net, and we'll talk a little bit about our county partnerships. We wanted, and you may recall, we hired CityNet in part because the point in time count wasn't going on, but Mayor Brandon and I were looking at a lot of places. We talked to Bellflower, and they did the census for Bellflower. And when I first got tasked as my office in July 2019, I looked at the. I'm a big metrics person, and more data, the better, and it was useless. And so we wanted an objective outside party to go through and do this. This contract will continue through the end of this fiscal year. It uses the budget, the amount that was budgeted to continue for $170,000 plus some additional grant funds. We're changing it in that we're going to have them focus. You can talk to Lila or Joy about that, but have them focus on people living in their cars. It's a different type of outreach. We did not focus on them because there wasn't the same urgency. The number has remained static, but the percentage has gone up as our overall numbers have gone down. I think it's a great report. It's down 16.5%. And that was on top of the point in time reduction of over 44% at the time when the county and our service provider area around us was going up. So it seems to be working. So we'd recommend approving the agreement. It was a draft agreement in your package. They agreed to the draft agreement, so no changes. It's changing from past agreements in a big way, in that it doesn't include a census for this year. And that is because we want to use every dollar towards outreach. Census is still important, but because it's so valuable, other cities are talking about joining together to hire CityNet to do individual census within the South Bay. And so we're working with the COG to perhaps, have so that the other cities, as well as we, can have workable information. So that will be something we'll bring back to you. And then,
What will we do without a Venn diagram this year?
and then, as long as it keeps going down and everybody's going up.
Everybody's happy. It keeps going down.
Exactly. And it helps because then you have to, consider what changes or what you're doing, whether it's working. And then Councilman Obaji made a direction. The council as a whole, incorporated in the budget, wanted to see if we could find money to expand the pallet shelter. And there's a budget response report, which is attached, budget response 12 for your, as a reminder. And in essence, it conservatively will cost a little over 1.5 million. And we've identified 800,000 of that. And the 800,000, and I don't want to be too specific because I don't want to steal anyone's thunder, but it's coming from Supervisor Mitchell. And it's a substantial part of her monies allocated for, and I think it's a recognition of everything this city has done so far on being a leader in addressing the homelessness crisis. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Ford to talk about where the money and the partnerships we have. Like, for example, our pallet shelter, to get the county money, we have an agreement that says if we leave it vacant for 90 days, then we have to open it to the county. But in our agreement with the county, it also gives you the right to cancel the agreement upon 60 days notice. So if we ever get to that happy day where we don't have enough homeless to justify maintaining the pallet shelter, we can end the pallet shelter. And so it's a way around having to be a shelter for other locations. And so there are different ways you can address that. With that, Ms. Ford.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, Mayor Pro Tem. Joy Ford, Quality of Life Prosecutor. Here is our pallet shelter. That person entering the pallet shelter is a special person. She is one of the early residents that Lila helped permanently housed, and she got a job, and now she is employed by Harbor Interfaith as one of our housing navigators for the city. So Valerie Campos is a very special person. So I just wanted to highlight her in this presentation. This is a Google photo of the pallet shelter, not current, obviously. I believe Public Works is using that lot for their equipment. But that lot to the right of the pallet shelter is the vacant lot we are talking about tonight, where the potential expansion would go into. Mike Klein has done a rough diagram. He thinks it needs a lot more work, but this is kind of what we are looking at in terms of the expansion to 45, if that is what the council votes to fund.
From our
And
current number 21,
20,
20.
yes. And this was the budget proposed in BRR 12, over 1.5 million. And as Mr. Webb mentioned, we were offered $800,000 to go towards this expansion. So that leaves a balance of $768,000.
Can I ask a question about
Yes.
that real quick? You may be getting to it. If we just took the county money and didn't put in any Redondo Beach money under the formula prepared by Public Works, what would that come out to? About 10 pallet shelters we could buy if we just used county money, if we included that 25% contingency and all of the other engineering and related costs remained? Has there been any look at what could we get for 800,000? And you may have a slide on that later.
I don't,
Okay.
but I
was wondering the same.
Yeah.
I can
okay.
tell you that the pallet shelters are about $8,000 per cabin.
Right.
So reducing it doesn't change the figures that much because of the infrastructure that we have to,
Oh, here's the man himself.
yes.
Yeah,
Coming up there.
and part of the issue you'll see is there's timing because pallet is increasing marginally the size of the smallest units and dramatically increasing the price. We were an early adapter, and now lots of cities are seeing the need for it. And so they haven't given a date exactly when it will go up, but certainly by the beginning of the year. And as Mr. Klein can tell you, there's some costs that if we put no units in, but maintain the pallet shelter, we're going to have to put in, such as the SE is going to make us put in the, what is it, $250,000 for electrical. So do you want, this as a, our request, and now next week when you take up the CIP, you can decide if it's a priority. We had no money allocated for it during the budget. There was no money. We got 800,000. There's a healthy contingency of 313,000, which, the county didn't make us take it out, whereas we had long negotiations when we first put the pallet shelters in. And so our suggestion is to allocate up to that amount, hoping that we won't spend it. This is more of a, not to put you on the spot, but a very general back of the envelope
Very general.
budget.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Mike Klein, Deputy Public Works for Operations. When we were given this project, it was done as an interim project. It wasn't done as anything permanent. And it was on a very expedited schedule with a lot of challenges on it. And so we built it that way. We were lucky that we did have contractors in town that we could get the engineering that we needed done. But there's quite, in the other lot, there's quite a significant portion of the engineering that would have to still be done. In the meantime, we've added another 5 units onto this, making it 20. We've maxed out the electrical, and Southern California Edison has told us that we do need to permitize the electrical that's on site. That's for the entire shelter. So there's a lot of infrastructure that would have to be done. We did put in a new sewer system that was paid by the county. And so we could get more showers, a little bit more comforts onto the site. But the infrastructure is going to be quite significant to do. We ended up having, when we did the first portion of the pellet shelter, we had to shift about 4 feet of soil in elevation from the front to the back to level it out the best that we can to give them the most comfortable feel that we could with the pallet shelter. We ended up having to put in ADA ramp quite a few other things. In the meantime, we built the transit center, and part of the transit center project was to put in automatic gates in the front of it. That could work, but there would have to be significant engineering to lay down a new blacktop, new electrical that would all have to be underground. We can't feed this stuff from up above. I'm sure there's going to be some planning issues that may end up coming up. The amount of people on this the amount of residents on this site may end up going into a different, and that would be a building and safety and planning issue. So it'd be something that would have to be taken a look at.
What about operations cost?
The county has told us that the operations cost won't go up a lot because they're very, the county has become very focused on the per bed cost, and they don't want it to be higher in a more affluent area than it is in other impoverished areas. So for example, they've originally we were renting the administration building, and they helped us give us money to be able to buy it. We have to give it back if we close down the pallet shelter, but they were driving the cost down. One of the big costs that was not contentious, it's too strong, a product of a lot of extensive negotiation was most shelters don't have 24/7 security. And I was telling the county that I can't recommend it if we don't have it, because it's the only way to keep the community and the residents safe. We won't need to increase the security if the architects can make certain that there can be one entrance to the whole location. So we won't need to add.
So there's some economies of scale.
Yeah, there really is. We were, it's what we had money for. It's what we could get approved. It was originally 15, then 5 more, 25, and Lila can speak to the need. And I don't know if we can get 25 onto that space. Part of me is thinking it may become only 20, just because of, depending on how the design works out. But, if we've got 71 homeless and we'd have 45 pallet shelters, and now completely paid for by the COG, we have 18 single room occupancy apartments in Wilmington within Spot 8. We have, that's a total of 63. And there's going to, if Project Home Key opens later or early in 2024 as expected, we may be able to house all our,
As expected.
as planned, as expected.
When is it going to open?
To be completely late by a year and a half, 2 years?
Okay.
Like that? Government run program? Say. Not that I'm complaining, because listen, the residents are quite happy the fact that it's delayed.
If you had the money
Hey,
to
you should be happy. You saw the lack of blue dots everywhere in District 1.
I'm just
You
making
should be
sure.
really happy.
Keeping it honest with the expectations
Okay,
here.
expect it as much as you can expect anything in it. So there really are economies of scale, and we have to do much of the work. And doing quick math, if you took all 25 shelters out at $8,000 a piece, we can't get anything built for with the 800,000, and the 800,000 is not for us bringing our current up to speed. It's for capital improvements for expanding our pallet shelters.
How long would it take if you had the money tomorrow to build all this? 3
By
days,
the
4 days?
specifications would probably take, depending upon how we do
Months?
that would be, I would say at a minimum 4 months, because there's a lot of engineering, there's a lot of mechanical that has to be done, sewer, water, and the electrical is the big one. That's a huge one. And if you were to write me a check tomorrow, we would also need to have somebody with all the other CIPs that we have on schedule. We would need to hire somebody on to bring this project on board.
Oh, that little thing.
Pardon?
Oh, that little thing.
And we'd have to prioritize this over all the other projects.
But the first thing we do is write a check to Pallet for the 65 units. And then I've made outreach for USC Architecture. They have done some, they designed and built a tiny home out of discarded materials, which ironically didn't turn out to be up to code, so it couldn't actually have someone live in there. But then they worked with a shelter in the future, and that was back in 2017. So I've contacted people. I have some upper management at SC. If the council gives the go-ahead, then we'll reach out specifically to the two names I was giving and hopefully eliminate or reduce the 75,000 allocated for plan design. You know, we recommend it. The need is definitely there. We can get people off the streets immediately and get them into housing or easier once they're stabilized. But it's a policy call for the council. But the thing is, it's kind of penny wise, pound foolish if we don't do it, because then I don't know where the money is coming from to do the work we have to do to bring it up, to bring up what was going to be there for only 6 months originally, and has turned out to be very successful to have it up there longer, as long as the housing emergency, which is declared in the county and city, is still in existence.
So the way I see this, everything is listed. The pallet shelter units, restrooms, and general use unit are all 550. We've gotten 800,000, so we'd have to cut the 550 out and another 200,000 just to bring it up to everything until we get the money for the rest of it.
And that's the reason it was designed, held from last month to this month, was so you could pair it ironically with the CAP, which is now getting moved. And so if there are things that can't get done this year, whereas this can get done this year and it's needed, but it's a call for you. Can you go on the slide, Joy, go on to, so these are the grants we've received so far. And it's 2.5 million. And that doesn't include the 800,000. And so we've been largely paying for this with grants that my office has found and gotten.
Have we talked to Senator Allen yet? Ask him.
We've, not about this. I've been unsuccessful when I've talked to him about homelessness. Assemblyman Marisucci has been very responsive.
He comes with a big check, so I don't know if you noticed.
The first one he ever gave was our 500,000, because he said he'd never given a big check away. But it's more a call for you. But, you know, we've used largely, and, you know, to Matt's point, we've used largely, you know, outside grant funds, and a lot of it's because we're prepared to do it. So we got, I think that our staff report, the total for the local solutions fund allocated to transitional housing was like 280,000. We got 235 of the 280 in the COG because we're the only ones ready and able to use it. And so, you know, I think you have to find the money. It's, you know, I don't think it will be the whole 769, but you have to make a call of whether this is a priority. I think we can make a real dent, an even further dent, in the amount of homelessness and the number of people on the streets if we have those, but your call.
Okay. Do you have a question?
Yeah.
Councilmember Abaji.
Yeah, where would the 768 come from? Like, what projects are we thinking we could pull this from? But I thought I heard you say something about the COG totally paying for it, or COG contributing.
The COG paid for all 13 additional SROs in Wilmington.
Okay, which
So
we've occupied now. Have we
I
filled
don't
them?
think they're all occupied, but you approved it 2 weeks ago, 2 meetings ago.
They're not occupied yet. It will
Right,
be
well, you
occupied.
just approved the leases, so we got to get it.
We have
And so-
some people moved in.
Right, so we started, it's a process. So I think that will be your item that was continued till next week, and it will give you some time to think about it. And the only thing you need to decide for this item is receive and file the report, and then hopefully approve the agreement, and then postpone. And if there are, and I don't want to suggest, because I do not want to I don't want to inadvertently pick someone's, favorite project, but I would say if there was things that are allocated for this year that can't be built this year, that may be whatever projects, this can get built this year. And so, and can serve people and get people off the street. I don't know if you want to hear from Lila as to the need or.
Yeah,
The city manager looks like he
Well,
wants to.
yeah, this is how I sort of look at this. I'm still optimistic that we're not going to need to spend the full 1.5 million. I believe there's a healthy contingency in there. There are known costs that will likely drive some of it. There are some costs that we'll be able to support through other enterprise resources, wastewater fund, et cetera. So what you first have to decide, is this a project we're committed to? If the answer is yes, then that's, I think, your absolute worst case scenario, but probably something far less than that. I would not recommend appropriating any additional money until we know the final costs, but I would recommend us being prepared, and in a sense, you would be trusting our recommendation on how to find whatever resources are ultimately necessary as part of a 4/5 resolution to close the gap of that project when we actually know what that delta is. There's a couple of ideas that I have potentially that would be, I think, like for like from an investment standpoint. Public Works facilities, maintenance infrastructure, we set $268,000 aside last year, or as part of this budget this year. Some of that would be appropriate in this context. Some of this work would potentially be carry over to whatever our future use of the space is for maintenance purposes. So it wouldn't be a lost cost. It would be an investment in the maintenance yard down the road. There is potential, like I said, for wastewater funds to close the gap for portions of it. The electrical costs are valued, I think, on the premises with or without pallets. So you could make a case that there might be some transferability of that money. But I wouldn't want to give you that list until you have your capital project prioritization discussion next week. And B, I wouldn't want us to set aside or reallocate a full 768 if we don't need it, because I don't want to cannibalize a project if it's unnecessary. So it starts with you deciding as a policy matter, is this a CIP we are committed to funding, knowing that at least half of the monies are going to come from this outside grant. That's what you have to decide first. We'll solve the funding problem later.
Are you, okay, Councilmember Obaji?
So I'm just looking at the pre-designed projects. I'm not seeing a whole lot of them that could be cannibalized. They seem kind of, important, especially the street resurfacing and the like. But we allocated 1.8 million for negotiating with the employees. We're almost halfway through, and we haven't signed a deal with any of them yet. So that's 6 months that we haven't expended, or 5 months that we haven't expended. Could that be a source of money?
I would not recommend that as a source. It could be a source. It would be eligible. It's general discretionary funds. I would not do that. I would recommend we hold that for future year in costs, right?
Okay.
We are going to have carryover designations, likely first meeting in December. There will be roughly, I believe, when the final numbers are in, about $1 million left that would be typically assigned to our CIP. That is money that we would set aside and then appropriate for projects in the upcoming fiscal year. I don't know if you want to necessarily tap into that. So it's going to come down to, are we talking 300,000? Are we talking 768? I'd like to see us get a little closer to actual execution before we decide on final fiscal.
Does Hermosa Beach still have significant homelessness money that it needs to spend or would like to spend?
They have money, and it wasn't ready, so I didn't make it part of this project. It's getting closer to getting ready. They have money for mental health.
$1 million.
Right. And so, and they have to spend it by next year. And so far, they don't have
Project Heat Up.
a project. We've exhausted our outreach to the county except for possible overtime for Met employees. And so we still need to decide whether to allocate some of the money for hiring a mental health clinician or partnering with Hermosa Beach on that. But I think that's the more productive potential partnership with Hermosa.
And we were thinking of the vast majority of these costs are one-time sunk costs, not ongoing recurring costs.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, and I'll just say last point, if I may, Mayor Pro Tem.
Sure.
Is when I did bring this up, my goal was to prioritize the homelessness that we're experiencing near the Ralphs. That's the number one problem area, and generally North Redondo. But obviously, with the homeless numbers that we have, it seems like we'd be able to try to address all the homelessness that we have, especially with the additional beds. So I do favor moving forward with this, but I, share the city manager's concerns about where we're going to get the money for this, and would like to see our outreach to our state legislators and anybody else who could give us more money for this.
We have $2.7 million. I would say that's more than. Yes. So I think we're doing very well. We continue.
Yeah, no, you're doing great. Thank you, by the way. Thank you to the city attorney's office. Thank you to, everybody who's doing the great work that's warranting the additional money that we're
I just
getting.
meant to say, we're trying everybody.
Right, no, I
And
get
so I was thrilled because initially the conversation with Supervisor Mitchell's office, they have a different area of their district that was a priority. And initial talks weren't that promising. I thought we were going to come back and just say, well, there's not money. And it turned around, and I don't know when you got the call from Supervisor Mitchell, you and the mayor, but it was, that day, later that day, her chief homeless deputy called back and gave us the announcement of the 800,000.
Yeah, it's a nice,
which was huge.
Huge win. Councilmember Barrett.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I had two questions. In the admin report, it says this property was originally intended for use by Public Works for citywide maintenance purposes. So I would like to hear from the Public Works representatives as to their concerns, if any, about this. Where would you have your maintenance? We need you to have your maintenance. So I want to hear about that.
We can arm wrestle.
Okay, we're not building it.
Right now, the yard that is adjacent to the pallet shelter is used as we call it basically a laydown yard, either through our staff, through materials, gravel, bulk items that we have. Sometimes at one point, the whole pallet shelter was stored light poles and equipment. If we don't have this yard, if it were to turn into a pallet shelter, we would lose that yard. There is some talk about maybe possibly using a portion of the transit parking lot as a laydown yard. When we have projects that are coming into town, paving, things like that, Light Pole, Grant Avenue, they're using that yard to store light poles, gravel, equipment, so that they're not encumbering somebody else's property. Makes it a lot easier. It's a benefit to the city to have the contractor in one place, then we can control it. If this were to change over to the pallet shelter, we would lose that yard. We would have to find someplace else.
And our hope, and this is a hope at this point, but I think we have pretty good arguments here. We have a very vast and underutilized parking area immediately above this site. We are, for all intents and purposes, temporarily occupying for several years, but still temporarily occupying the maintenance yard for the pallet shelter program. I think it's reasonable to argue and perhaps utilize temporarily a section of the underutilized park and ride parking lot for the lay down uses that Mike describes. I think if we were to screen that from a fencing perspective and store materials, we might even want to protect the asphalt with some treatment before doing that, but store materials, use it for the purposes Mike describes. It actually would be a more functional space, given it the egress, ingress, and the location. I think we have an opportunity to perhaps relocate most of those functions up top. That's the short answer.
And this spot is ideal in terms of not causing the operating costs to go up, because it's, as I mentioned, it can operate efficiencies of scale.
And how soon could we get a determination as to whether or not Public Works can use the park and ride property for maintenance?
Couple weeks, probably.
Couple weeks, okay. Okay.
Certainly long
That'd
before
be
we would
great
have bought
to
anything.
find out. 'Cause yeah, that'd
Yeah.
be great to find out
Yeah.
when we're there, because that weighs kind of heavily. I mean, you need a place to have this lay down. We need Public Works. We're talking about CIP and everything else. So I want to make sure we get that. All right. So hopefully we will have an answer in a couple
That is
weeks.
a question. That's a question that we'd have to have answered from,
Yeah.
and I'm not sure what entities we'd have to.
Yeah, we'll be reviewing our old grant agreements. I don't think there's anything in our reciprocal easement agreement with the Galleria that would prevent that type of temporary use. I think the temporary staging, we're not building anything permanent on the parking lot for the uses that Mike describes.
Okay.
It's not like what we're doing down at the Paladin Shelter where we're adding
Yeah.
electrical, sewer, we're making cuts into the space that are our own. Up top, we're laying down.
Got it. Let's not cannibalize the maintenance area.
It'd be temporary fencing, a place for contractors to come in, lay down their equipment,
Yeah.
park their trucks, make sure that they're environmentally safe, number one, by not leaking oil all over the place. We
Absolutely.
make them do something
Right.
like that.
Yeah, okay, let's
And
find that
I
out.
mean, right now, we've got several acres of asphalt that just looks pretty.
Yeah. Okay, hopefully
So-
we could close that deal. And then the second question, I would like to hear from our police chief, Hoffman, and, specifically find out his thoughts on his duties and obligations as the chief law enforcement officer for our city. Any challenges he sees if we were to go all in and add another 25 units here? Any thoughts on that, or anything else you've heard about today or been thinking about with respect to this pallet shelter?
Well, what I can tell you is that from the analysis that we've done, we've seen very few calls for service related directly to the pallet shelter. I know that there's a concentration of homeless in certain areas as identified by that map, but there's reasons for that, where the bus lines end and feedings are and things like that. But what I've personally seen with the pallet shelters is the resources and the services that are being offered to everybody that's in there. And it's constant. And people want to be there, and they have to accept the services, and they have to follow the rules. And we're seeing a lot of success with that through all the different programs and services that we have to offer them in there. So I think that, look, homelessness is a serious issue. And there's a lot of factors as to what makes somebody fall into that category. And the more opportunities that we have to help a greater number of them is only going to improve the quality of life in the city of Redondo Beach and remove those from other areas and put them in a position to where they're going to get the services that they need on a more regular basis. So if there's a reasonable and realistic way for us to add additional pallet housing, I think it's going to benefit not only those individuals that are there, but the entire community of Redondo Beach, including the police department, because we're averaging, I pulled some stats earlier for our transient report. We're averaging about 15 calls per day that are transient related. So that runs the gamut. That's all kinds of calls for service. However, once they're into a pallet housing type situation where they're being offered the resources, there's going to be less need for those types of calls for service. And when I'm looking at the trends, it's a significant drain on resources, and those are resources that could be better used for other types of situations in the city.
Okay. Well, thank you, Chief Hoffman. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Welcome. Thank you. Councilmember Narenheim.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So as we are essentially permanentizing this program up here by doing, if we were to add this, we were truly permanentizing this program with this infrastructure we're putting in up there, right?
No, we're not permanentizing. We have to be careful. For it to go there, it would be going there under the auspices of the declaration of emergency passed throughout the county. So we would not be permanentizing. The infrastructure that would be going in would be things that would support whatever permanent uses of that, the permanent uses of that location will be. We're expanding it beyond 6 months because the homelessness crisis still exists. We're doing better than other areas, but I would stress it is not permanentizing. I truly want to see us in the situation where we no longer, need a pallet shelter. We're not there yet, but I want, if we end up with the 45 and the 18, and then, the Project Home Key comes to fruition, we'll see if that can eventually be reduced. But I would stress it's not permanentizing it because, we talked about this, I think, in the past. One of the numbers that is striking to me is the percentage of people that get permanently housed by Ms. Samura that are in pallet shelter or even in the Wilmington. So
end game with this is to eventually bring it down. Will we be able to and start enforcing our anti-camping ordinance if we do all of these?
Mm-hmm.
And the cost to this is 1.5 million. We're hoping to get half of that as grants, and then even more, moving that further down as grants. But you're only going to be here until what, next spring, right?
No, a year from spring.
Years from spring. Right.
Yeah.
I'm thinking ahead.
One year, wishful thinking. 1 year, 5 months, and
because I know you have a counter in your
25
office.
days.
You always say that to us.
Yes.
And you're counting, exactly.
In a little while, 24 days. So
not that you're counting.
not that I'm counting. And I'm hoping to by that day, I'm hoping to make we've made, like, by any metric, tremendous progress. And I'm hoping. But
it's not, at the end of the day, this is a regional problem. And this isn't, as much as we solve it here in Redondo Beach, it's a regional issue. And it's going to come down to what's happening overall in LA County, LA City, other cities. So what's the long-term solution to move this away? Because as you know, it's not in the charter, right? These responsibilities, right? What happens when the next city attorney comes in?
Well, the next city attorney could say, I don't want any part of this. And that's why, now, Ms. Amura will tell you, and she's changed my thinking on this, in that her view is her position definitely belongs in the prosecutor's office. So, for example, one of the things I want to talk to the Charter Review about is if we create a city prosecutor position, it may be appropriate for the housing navigator to be in that section. Now, the chasing grants, I wouldn't wish on anybody, and that would have to move out of legal in the long run. But that could be.
So long-term, you're thinking about adding more positions and permanentizing these positions into the Department of City Attorney's Office.
Not adding more positions. It's
permanentizing these positions that you have.
Well, the housing navigator, do you think
we have more than one, though?
No, we only have one.
We have more than one. We have the one off the grants that we're getting as well, in addition to Lila.
We contract out with CityNet and Harbor Interface, but those are, if the need disappears, we can end, those contracts.
Right.
The proposed contract with CityNet, as highly as I think of them, is only until next June.
Right.
And so as the need goes down,
if it regionally it goes down.
Well, and some of them are regional contracts. So we share a housing navigator with Harbor Interfaith, with Manhattan, Hermosa and Redondo in a grant that I think is administered by Manhattan.
And if the next city attorney wants to have all of this under their purview, they will continue to be able to have all this under their purview, correct?
I can't imagine anyone wanting to have it under their purview. This is, as I said before, this is really, no one else does it this way. But the problem is everybody's swamped with what they're doing. This is, in a perfect world, this is the mayor and councils and the city managers, but everybody's swamped and somebody's got to be, it's a regional problem. Everybody works in silos. And so like homeless court works because it brings all the resources into one location where the unhoused are. You need somebody to manage all that. At the county level, they passed 2 years ago, they wanted to come up with a homeless czar, our new department. That's a great idea. They still haven't passed that. That's in effect what we're doing is making certain the police department works with Lila, works with prosecution, works with public works, and you need somebody to do that. And right now
it's Lila, right?
Right now it's us. It's
Lila.
It's me.
Lila or
It's
Joy.
me, Joy and Lila. It's all, Lila and I on Friday, when City Hall was closed, we're in here Friday night so that she could bring someone in the pallet shelter and apply for a apartment in San Pedro, she and her daughter in the pallet shelter. And we were in the office and she got the application done and today they were housed. And so that's nobody's job on a Friday night, but that's what now has to be done to get them
My goal
housed.
is this, hold on, my goal is this, because the problem is we're having attorneys deal with this, you know? And I know, Joy, you're doing a great job with all of this and, you could run for city attorney and have all of this, as you are and doing a great job and you're not going to be gone. But the thing is, at the end of the day, we're paying attorneys to do all of this. And it's more of a civil position. And it was brought up earlier today about we need to, tighten our belt here. And, if we don't have $126,000 for free parking, then I'm trying to figure out how long-term we can pay for all of these other.
Hold on.
Hold on.
I know,
Let
but
me
we're getting
finish.
away from the,
No,
from the
I'm
questions.
trying to figure out, because it's going to be a lot more. We can't just rely on grants, as you say. It's going to be built into our long-term
I never said we
budgets,
can't
right?
rely on grants. And so I got tasked with this by the council and the mayor. The council and the mayor.
I don't wanna get into that.
No,
I don't wanna get into
but you do want to get into it because, and I've several times, when you passed the budget that didn't pass housing, mental health clinician, which your housing navigator says was a top need. When you passed that, I said, you guys can take over it. You can take over it at any time, but we won't see that number going down. And I don't know what this has to do with the
It
two
has everything to
items.
do with that, because if we're going to be adding more housing units here, these cabins, there's going to be a long-term stressor on our budget for services. We need to have, because it's not just the cabins. We can put in 100 cabins here. We can put in 200 cabins, pallet shelters or cabins, whatever they may be. But we need the services to be able to back all of that up and the positions to be able to back all of that up. We need to create a formal structure in the city to be able to manage all of the housing needs that we have here.
What my motion is before you get
Well,
into it.
that's fine, but
Because I think we're getting off on tangent. I think.
no, it is exactly what we need to be dealing with, because we're dealing with the
I'm gonna
budget
call the
here.
question.
We're putting in $300,000, $400,000.
Well, no, listen to my motion, then you can suggest an alternative motion. I'd like to make a motion to A, receive and file the 2023 CityNet Homeless Census Comparison Report. Also to approve the agreement with CityNet for housing navigation services for the amount not to exceed $226,800 for the term May 1st, 2023 to June 30th, 2024. And to investigate the costs involved with adding an additional 25 units with all the infrastructure and bringing that back to us, that part back to us within 2 months to 3 months. Is that Is that enough
Well,
time?
the
Let's say,
It's too much time because the problem is those units are going to double in price for only 5 more.
okay, so let's say the first meeting in December?
I would suggest,
Yes.
just because you're taking up CIP, see if you can find any money in CIP that you want to allocate. And I heard you say that you may bring back carryovers December 1st. And that,
First meeting.
the first meeting in December. And by then, you may have an understanding of if you can.
So we will not allocate it until we have the.
I'm saying, that's
You
what
can't
I'm saying.
allocate it until you complete a budget
Right, so
So you're
modification
gonna have to,
resolution
so it's just
anyway.
1 and 2, and to let you know before you got to CIP, what we may need.
Okay, let's just do 1 and 2 for right
Yes,
now,
correct.
and then we'll come back.
Yeah, the one thing we could do is, I wouldn't mind in drilling into some of the initial budget response report cost estimates to see if there might be a little bit of value engineering here to see if this number is a touch inflated. I'd like to also investigate, and we can do this with or without the motion, to determine which of these expenses might actually be eligible under some of our enterprise funding sources, particularly the wastewater component of this and the grading and paving that goes with that. You might recall the first phase of this project was largely supported by wastewater funds when we added that infrastructure to the site, which is infrastructure, regardless of how long the pallet shelters are there, would be useful for public works on a go-forward basis. So I
Okay,
think.
so we do 1 and 2, you'll on your own,
We'll
we'll
do
come
some,
back.
I'll do some investigating, and then when we have the budget, the capital project prioritization discussion, we can flag a couple projects that potentially could be reallocated to support this because they are comparable in scope. And I'll have a better answer on the enterprise fund component. So I just really I don't want us to just appropriate additional general discretionary resources on a capital basis to support this. Mike's office done a great job finding funds to support the project. I'm hopeful we can continue to be creative in either using existing allocated resources or enterprise resources that are otherwise available.
Okay, so motion on the floor is number 1 and number 2, and seconded by Councilmember Obaja. Are there any competing motions? Would anybody else like to speak to this item? Is there anybody else on Zoom? Oh. Okay, Ms. Gallardo.
Hi again, council members and Mayor Pro Tem. This is one of those topics that I usually can stay away from the emotionality of it, but this is one that I really get emotional about for a couple of reasons, both personally and professionally. One of the personal reasons is my cousin, who's my cousin's son, so second cousin, he has schizophrenia and has been homeless, paranoid schizophrenia, and has suffered with homelessness. And I've dealt with it. We tried to find him on the streets and find what he needs and find the resources for him. And it's challenging and it's sad. And he finally got the help he needs through a program kind of like what we have in Arizona, and is working and sheltered and taking his medication and has his doctors around. And then on the professional side, as a licensed mental health clinician for over 20 years, I've worked with Department of Mental Health, I've worked with homelessness, I worked with the transitional youth, who are a lot of our homeless population when they move from foster care. And then they're kind of kicked out of the system. A lot of them end up homeless and have no place to go. And a lot of what we see, there's so much kind of emotion around, like, we don't want the homelessness. It's here, and we have to do something about the homelessness. And I'm so proud of what Redondo Beach has done so far, because people are struggling. And I know you get the noise. I know you get the neighbors and the residents saying, don't do this here, or there's, drug addicts and they're all mentally ill, and lock them up and send them to Lancaster. It's funny, that place always comes up. But the reality of it is, if we don't do something right now, it's here, it's gonna get worse. So in a couple of years, we don't have this 45 kind of total capacity. we're going to have an increase in homelessness. We need to do something about it. And what I love about this program is the wraparound services. So Lila is amazing. I reached out to her and within like minutes, she's like, I'm on my way. And then when they get there, if you guys aren't aware, if the residents aren't aware, they get, Lila will help them get a driver's license. They help them get resources for mental health. They can help them get psychiatry so that they can get on the medication that they need if that's the thing. They help them get into short-term housing and then long-term housing. And so many of them are really gaining a lot from this program and other programs around the city. So I really hope, I know there's a revenue issue, but I think, and this is like, I don't know about the revenue stuff, that's not my scope of practice, but this feels like if we don't do something now, it's going to increase and the revenue, and even the chief has said, like, he's not seeing things and he's getting 15 calls a day. If we don't do more and there's more coming in, there's more calls, there's more revenue, like we're spending more money. So I hope that you pass this and you really look forward and be at the forefront of cities doing something.
Thank you. Thank you. Anybody else like to speak to this issue?
Frank Lawson. I got in touch with Lila by trying to help a homeless woman that I came across in my walks on the Esplanade every morning. I was taken by the fact that reminds me a lot of my mother, very soft-spoken, very petite, very well-mannered. She's been a social worker. She's had a job. She's had a house. She's has a child. But like you've heard the stories, she's been beaten down and is out on the streets. And what I've heard from her is there are no safe places when you're a tiny woman out homeless. There is no shelter. And shelters are there, but she's been attacked in them and worse. So she doesn't want to go to a shelter. But this kind of environment is the only kind of thing that would actually be safe for her. I met Lila through the connection to her and from the police department. And I'm amazed at what Lila is able to accomplish. I talked to her a bit. I learned some things about her. Lila has found out much more and verified all the things that she told me were true. And I'm very much in favor of giving people, especially women, a safe place to stay. Last thing is, it caused me to realize that we've all had, well, you guys are about to do an all-nighter here, it looks like. We've all gone through all-nighters and we all know what the next day is after an all-nighter. Well, imagine if every one of your nights is an all-nighter and how rational you were, how well you can make decisions. And I've seen that with this woman because as I talked to her over a couple of weeks, I saw the deterioration in her ability to process and think and make judgments. So giving people a safe place to sleep, they're not worried for their lives, they're not worried about being attacked, is incredibly important, and I hope you guys can help. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? No one else? Okay, there's a motion on the floor and a second. I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Niernan.
Aye.
Councilmember Kaladrovich.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
Councilmember Barrett.
Aye.
And I myself. Okay, motion passes 5-0. Okay, one more item before we get to referrals, that is discussion and consideration of mayor appointments. Thank you both, by the way, of mayor appointments, and thank you, Mr. Bates, for staying. To various boards and commissions, there are, I believe, 4 individuals, if I'm not mistaken.
You want to do city manager items?
None this evening.
This one and no for the record.
Okay, sorry.
Okay.
But anyway, we have 4 individuals, 2 for historical commission, 1 for public safety, 1 for preservation. Anybody like to entertain a motion to approve?
Motion to
these?
approve.
Any seconds?
Second.
Okay. Anybody have any comments? Anybody on Zoom?
No comments.
Okay. Okay, so if we don't have any
comments? Nobody on Zoom? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, now getting back, you had no,
No items.
okay,
Yeah, we got,
okay.
just
yeah, we
waiting
got-
for your referrals.
Yeah. Okay, sorry about that. All right, Mr. Narenheim, do you have any referrals?
Yes, Mayor Tim, I got actually a couple here. I want to get BRR on dispatchers, moving the amount of positions from 9 to 12 and increasing managers 3 to 4, what that cost would be like.
12. And then the supervisors, 3 to 4. You mean?
Yeah, supervisors, not managers.
Okay.
And then a BRR on the history and the why as to why we are paying for the electricity, electrical infrastructure, and the lighting on the walk path and bike path down on the beach.
Oh, yeah, we can do that. The history of, the kind of the maintenance arrangement there, the shared
How
cost.
much it costs.
Yeah. And this is the Beach Bluff path?
Yeah. And it also extends to the bike path area as well.
Yeah, because we are responsible for the the sidewalk portion of it, the pedestrian path portion, from a maintenance standpoint.
Yeah. I can email that to you.
It's all right. I think I got it. Pedestrian. So I'll just do maintenance history.
That's it.
Okay. Councilmember Kaljurevich.
None, thank you.
Councilmember Baji.
Oh.
None? Councilmember Barrett?
None.
Okay, none myself. I know we are going to be adjourning in memory of Jesse Martinez and Lori Quakey. Did you have something to say to that?
Yes, I do. And Luke's going to put up a picture just to remind everybody here who the two individuals were. I think you recall them. I would imagine, I've sent out a blurb to our staff. Really tough week last week when we lost both Lori and Jesse. Lori, 12-year employee in our Waterfront Economic Development Department, most recently as an economic development sort of harbor properties manager. But before that, what people didn't realize is she spent quite a few years in the police department, heading both our communications and records management functions. And then prior to that, actually worked as an intern in the city manager's office and had been really the sales and operations manager at the South Bay Galleria for many years before coming over to the city. So Lori's been in our community many, many years.
An acting waterfront director.
And I think probably the two most unique parts of her resume are different stints as both acting community services director and acting waterfront and economic development director. So Lori had many talents. She was well liked by the employees who worked for her and with her. Just a wonderful human being, and Lori really will be missed. Jesse, different situation, but touched as many or more people in our organization. Jesse worked in the IT department for his entire career with us as a specialist. Worked on virtually everybody's workstation or IT issue. There isn't an individual in this city, I don't believe, that Jesse didn't help at one point or another. Just a wonderful human being, very supportive, very positive, and somebody that many of our staff relied on. Our IT department is still reeling, really, from his loss. It was quite sudden. Lori's was sudden as well, but the department had a little bit of an understanding of her progress and her condition, and ultimately what took her life. Jesse, sudden heart attack, here one day and gone the next. So the department's still struggling. We have several, that unit being as small as it is really a family. And we're giving our employees there as wide a berth as we can, give them time to grieve. Most of them have come back to work. They are working through issues, but it is hard. So appreciate everybody's patience there. And we're doing our best to support them here in the city and help them through that grieving process. And we're all grieving, having known both Lori and Jesse for as long as we've had. I've been with the city for 18 years, and Jesse started a little bit before I did, and I knew Lori before she started with the city. So, tough week for us. I think prior to to Lori and Jesse's passing, I think it had been at least 10 years since we lost an active city employee who was still working in the organization. So that's why we're adjourning in their memory tonight. They'll be missed. We'll be sharing the certificates with their family members, and we'll make you all aware of services that are to come when they do arise, and just keep them in your thoughts and prayers.
Thank you. Okay, can I get a motion and a second to adjourn in their memory?
Motion to adjourn in Lori Corky and Jesse Martinez memory.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Have a good evening. We'll see you next week.
All right.
Same place, same time.